Welcome to the stream, everybody, and this is going to be day 3 of finding ourselves a retro Eevee. We are at the count of 128, but I tried to look back on the stream, and it turns out we miscounted one, because we were one ahead, and I tried to make it as accurate as possible, but apparently, well, there was at one point between 123 and 125 that, I salvaged myself because I realized I didn't click it, and then when I found another Eevee, I caught up to 2. So that one's okay, I salvaged that one. But between 126 and 127, like literally right after that happened, I didn't count the Eevee, so we are actually at 129, so let's increase the count. So yeah, that is the whole thing when it comes to that. So, from the day 1, to a recap, we got ourselves basically 56 Eevees that we have found and, you know, assassinated. Don't want to put it that way, but that's just how it is. And we found ourselves a good old shiny Jigglypuff and named it Ngl I'm. And from day 2, we got ourselves, I can't even do the math quick enough. So we found 129 this time around, and we found 56 last time. We pretty much found like about 50 or 63, right? 63 total Eevees and assassinated those, getting us a total of 129. And we did find ourselves a shiny Ditto, who we named Blueberry, which I think I do need a nickname because I'm starting to realize, and I have a strong feeling that I call one of the Poliwhirls Blueberry and the other one like Aquamarine or Aqua or some shit like that. So I think I will rename him Blue Jam by the end of this. So that's gonna be the goal for, you know, like right now Blue Ditto is being used along with Drachia to hatch more eggs. So this is the first egg that we have in our disposal with shiny Ditto, which is why it's the thumbnail for today, so I don't have to do like replacements thumbnails for later. But we also found a shiny Hysteric, which is the or maybe it's hysteric because it is like crying. You know, the ground sound type that's the Fakemon of Pokemon Xenoverse along of these routes that cries a lot is just like the Mandrake. We found one of those and we named him Periwinkle, which is like a color between blue and purple, but if we saw the Periwinkle from Blue's Clues, it's like a white cat with like blue, gray, and a little bit of brown. I think he had like 10, I don't remember, but I thought it was a fitting nickname for him. And yeah, let's see how much closer we could get to our Eevee count pretty much. We do have Flame Body, and also with the egg, it takes like about an hour and 20 minutes, I realized. And I thought it was like 40 minutes to hatch. And I don't think this Flame Body is working because the Flame Body ability has to be at the top of the party, which is fucking stupid, but it's okay. We're almost at a level where Azure could like live a hit. Actually, you know what? I think eventually when I'm ready for Azure to like, you know, be battling, maybe it's for the best I gave it like the focus ban, maybe? I don't know. But I think I'm comfortable with it fighting once it gets to like level 48, which will take a lot of time. But we're gonna do the most, and you know, I got here a little bit over past 12 o'clock because the aim is always around noontime when I do this. But I was eating and, you know, getting out, you know, the cobwebs because I woke up. I actually slept earlier last night. I mean, it's still kind of late for what people would consider, because I have been like, you know, people know me as a night owl, and you know that I sleep way past like 2 a.m. is like the normal time. Let's just put it that way. But last night I slept at like 12 o'clock. I was just tired. which is pretty cool. I mean, I was tired earlier than that, but I didn't want to sleep too early. I don't want to wake up at like 4 a.m. because that would really mess up my sleep schedule. But yeah, last night unfortunately I had to cancel the Adobe editing software. It said something about that you could still use certain stuff because I'm a member. I'm just not sure what that means. But at least I could still open Premiere, so I could like at least do stuff with the thumbnails a little bit. At least I hope so, or else I wouldn't actually be able to do shit. That'd be very awkward. We'll see how far that goes. I don't think I got accessibility to Photoshop anymore. But I don't use Photoshop like that anyway. Like the most I use Photoshop is if like a picture that I really want to turn into a PNG. Like, you know, if I just want to magic wand it, that's as far as it goes. I'm not an expert by no means when it comes to magic wand Photoshop, I should say. Because the way I make my thumbnails, I go up Premiere and then I, you know, use effects off of there and such. So yeah, that's for the most part. For today's stream, I really don't know how long I'm gonna do this for. I might stop at like 250, but like I'm literally at the halfway point of 250, so I don't see that happening. But we'll see. We'll try to get as close as we can. I think yesterday was a very, very lucky day at some point, but my luck did run out pretty heavily around 4 o'clock. It was like a 3-hour window of me getting extremely lucky, where I saw a lot of Eevees back to back. And not only that, a shit ton of, well, 2 shinies, but that's still considered a very lucky day, I would say. So hopefully we could do that again by seeing more Eevees. If we just saw all Eevees back to back and a shiny, that'd be really, really good. So yeah. And I'm still thinking of what I could do after the fact. I'm still considering what I should do. Oh, I could open a pack right now. I could do that right now. Hold on. Because I didn't open the pack. I didn't open the pack last night. I did get a like from somebody in Twitter, by the way. I'll give you a shout out on stream. Thank you so much. Is Evangelic Sorrows. Thank you for liking the tweet I put out a second ago. If you are watching the stream. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Because it didn't spell it out like with Eevee, but if you are watching the stream and like you could feel free to retweet too, because that would really help me out for sure. Okay, let's see here. Let's put up TCG Pocket. I wish I could share my phone screen though. That'd be really cool. So while I do this, you guys could see what I have in store. And I'd be like, oh my god, I opened this. But right now I hadn't figured out how to do it yet. Hopefully my thing is on. Yeah, my volume is on. But I can't open a pack. And I could open another pack in like 3 hours, as I got a phone call from Iowa. As another clue, you know, just like how I mentioned about day 1 that I'm not at Tennessee, I am also not in Iowa. Interesting. They like immediately stopped their call though. Let's open from the Pikachu pack while I do this. And 3 hours from now, like, yeah, like around 3:30, we'll open our other one. Alright, let's open the Pikachu pack. I'm gonna talk out loud. Let me get the volume up. Alright, let's see. Trying to see if there's any suspicious packs. There doesn't seem to be any. There doesn't seem to be any turned over. Alright, well let's check one pack at a time then. As a Haluch is here. Okay, that pack is normal. This is what I do. Some people like just rotate it like it's the price is right. And then see what they have, but I don't know. That pack is normal. But if I don't see any turned over packs, I just try to find any bent corners. And if all that fails, then yeah, then for sure I would just prices right it pretty much. That pack is normal. That's unfortunate. Oh my god, I'm sorry for... I was bumping into everything, I heard that on my screen. I feel like I did this whole pack thing faster last time. I don't even know, bro. Finally, our first Eevee! He's like, why are you opening the Pikachu pack, huh? How come you're not opening the fucking Eevee pack, bruh? That's why Eevee showed up. Okay, I promise, very near future, I'm gonna open an Eevee pack. Alright, but that is our first Eevee. Let's go increase the count. 130. Oops, yeah. There we go. Okay, let's continue looking at Pikachu packs. Somewhere there's a call of you know, blasphemy, a scoff from Eevee. He's like, I thought you were gonna open an Eevee pack, bro. How can you do this to me? It's okay, Eevee, I promise. I think my favorite packs is the Eevee pack, to be honest with you, because I like a lot of the Eeveelution's cards. They're like so aesthetically pleasing to collect. So I actually like Eevee Grove. It's just that like a lot of them I've already collected, so I'm almost completed the whole set. But it's the one I was like most addicted to, I would say. None of these packs are turned over, bro. Or not turned over, bent. Or both, pretty much. There's nothing pertain to any of them. Because you could hear the rotation of it. That looks slightly... No, I'm tripping, never mind. There's like 3 packs left that I have to check. Yeah, none of these packs have anything special to them. Did I even do this last time? I feel like there was a turned over pack last time. I'm not sure. I don't feel like I see as much nose passes compared to others, or maybe I just don't pay attention to them. Actually, yeah, it's one more pack. Yeah, none of them are bent. So I'm gonna spin it. Hold on. I'm gonna keep on spinning it till I get a Pokemon encounter. Actually, till I get an Eevee. This is gonna be a long time that I'm gonna be spinning this, I realize. You know what? This is good enough, actually. I feel like it will take too long. I'll take this one. So we got ourselves... Oh, I got something good. I think there's something of a red border in the background. Hold up. This is the Pikachu pack. So the first card I got is a holographic outlined Magneton. Well, it's just a holographic Magneton, like a 3-star, or 3 diamond I should say. We got a Psyduck, we got a Heliolisk, you got a Ponyta, and Arcanine EX. Okay, I should have noticed that, because I'm like, it can't be Charmander or Charizard, because that's exclusive to the Charizard pack. Not bad. Not bad. But yeah, 2 hours and 45 minutes till the next pack, and then we can open the Charizard pack with that. There's a few cards I want from there. I still hadn't gotten the full art Pikachu though, and I don't think I got the immersive one and the immersive Mewtwo. I do have the immersive Charizard though. Hysteric. Oh right, I didn't get any of the solo packs. Shit. Okay, hold on. Okay, we do got ourselves our second Eevee though. Let's go ahead and do it. Apparently I didn't even finish my missions on the thing. 131. Sorry, I was trying to hold in that cough. That's why there was like that pause. Okay. But yeah, 131 EVs out of 2 or 2. It's because my brain is having like it's gone to 250. It's a 131 out of 500. More the better though, obviously. Oh, I didn't mean to press fight. Okay. And there might be quite a bit of messages that I'm gonna get soon, only because last night I just felt the need to message people just for no reason last night, so that they might actually respond and say, oh, what the heck? Oh, hey, how's it going? Or something, you know. I don't know, that sometimes that happens. I think because I was bored last night. And I definitely would stream at the nighttime, but like, you know, for those that doesn't know, Eevees are found 5% only in the mornings and daytime. And sunset, technically, I guess, whatever you consider. So even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to stream Vintage Hunt for Eevees in the nighttime. Which works out, because this is kind of the preferred time at the moment that I would rather stream, so it's all good. So yeah, I'm just checking all the social medias just to see if there is anybody that had responded. Unrelated to the stream though. Ditto. Maybe, okay, what if like it turns out it wasn't Dittos or it wasn't Eevees that I saw, but it's actually Dittos is what I meant to say. That'd be bullshit, bro. I'd be like, oh heck no. Oh heck no. I did message back a few people when I woke up in the morning though. But they were mostly messaging from like last night or maybe earlier that morning, I'm not sure. Alright. I'm surprised these flowers are holding up. The amount of time I've been walking through here is insane. It would be cool as shit though, like if you get a higher shiny chance for having a shiny Pokemon as a parent. That sounds dope to me. You know what I mean? Like it feels like it should be a thing, but it isn't. But I mean, I understand why it shouldn't be, because it's like that wouldn't be fair. It's like for a person that gets lucky enough to find 2 Pokemon to parent and to breed, and then to just get a higher chance and just keep breeding that same shiny Pokemon, it wouldn't be fair at all. But I understand why it would work, technically. Wouldn't be fair for shit, though. Okay. It seems like oh, I thought I was on the grass. It seems like I covered all my bases, that's what I was gonna say. Alright. I know that, especially last night when the leaf blowers was outside, it felt like I was playing a lot faster, because I don't know, I guess I was focused. And at the same time, I wanted to make up for something while I can't commentate, you know? Alright. No space. Okay. Jigglypuff. What else we got? I did mention yesterday though about like the whole alternative forms thing, and I was thinking about more about it. I think I'm gonna save that for a little bit, because I was also thinking of other topics to talk about. Because I also mentioned about day one when it comes to like the show I would like to make if I get the opportunity. But there was like a character I was considering that would be very, very important in the show. I just don't know if it's a thing somewhere else. Wait, oh no, never mind. Yeah, it was Roselia. I was like, Roselia isn't common, but yeah, I've seen many of them. But I wanted this character to be like, her name is Deja, and her last name is Boo. You know, if you put that together, and like at some point in the show, I don't know if she's just like already like this or if she develops this or whatever. I haven't come up with that yet. But if she had time powers, but she could only do a little bit because she isn't strong enough or like, you know, focused in enough on controlling the power of time. You know, because her whole name is Deja Vu. That's the whole idea and premise of it. That it'd be somebody from the boys' school that's like this other girl. And I wouldn't say it's like a love interest or anything. They're just friends. But like her powers, she would kind of perceive the future, but also has a way to prevent it. But you know, down the line in the show, she could just completely control time however she wants. Whether it's going back in time for 800 years, or you know, going to the future 1,000 years, or whatever that is, or even like potentially multiversal hop. I don't know. Like the possibilities are endless, but it would be pretty cool as we got our third Eevee. I don't know, I just like that idea a lot. But it would open up many possibilities, but it won't be like episodes from it until that happens. 132. But that would be cool as shit, I think. I'm a big fan of time things when it comes to shows. And I had mentioned in like Pokemon Xenoverse, because like, you know, we just saw Roselia on the screen, but like Roserade X, I named it Tuxedo Mask, and Tuxedo Mask is from a show I've been watching recently with family because they wanted to watch this show, which is Sailor Moon, and like it's one of the early animes, and they also do time stuff in their show, and I don't think they thought it all the way through, because a lot of it doesn't make any sense. And I've been keeping close watch at the show too. Like, sure, we've been skipping filler and shit like that, but I don't know. Sailor Moon reminds me more of Power Rangers than it does like a different anime like a Yu Hakusho or Dragon Ball Z, for example. Because it just, I don't know, it has some interesting elements to it where I don't know, they just didn't consider it. Like there's Sailor Guardians that, like, you know, spoiler alert, that pass away and they supposedly get reincarnated, but they don't pass away because they got the same exact parents, they got the same exact siblings, they got the same exact life, they go to the same exact school. So it's like you didn't really reincarnate because that means you pass on to another life and you were born and then years pass and then you just so happen to be the same age. But you should have different parents and you should have different siblings, and I guess it's okay to be going to the same school, but it's none of these factors. Everything just is the exact same, like if you just never died, like, period. And that's the same for all the other characters too. Any Sailor Guardians that passed. So yeah, that's just their thing, that they reincarnate, but I don't think they understand what the word reincarnate means. And I don't know, like even in the future they're practically immortal, because like 1,000 years from now it's the same characters. Sometimes they take on like different names though. Like, you know, Sailor Moon would be Queen Serenity and Tuxedo Mask would be like Prince Endymion or King Endymion, whatever the fuck you want to consider him. And I just don't know. And to say that the daughter or whatever, like Chibiusa, it's like, you know, she's next in line to be the queen. But I'm thinking to myself, like, well, if this motherfucker never dies, how the hell is she gonna become queen? Unless she just passes it on because she's tired of being queen. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. And to also think that, like, in storyline, when it has something to do with timeline, and, you know, these main characters see themselves in the future, so like, why wouldn't their future self warn them what happened 1,000 years ago? It's like, oh, watch out, because this person's gonna do this, and this person plans to do that, and it turns out that this character is this one. You know, maybe you want to prevent it and do this thing instead, but they don't say anything. And I guess, to be fair, it is 1,000 years ago, and there's even a lot of stuff that I forget that happened yesterday. But that's like a big thing that, I don't know, like, you would think that you would remember like something that's, you know, like an Earth catastrophe or something, that you go like, oh shit, yeah, no, I remember this specifically, that happens. But they just don't bring anything up at all. They just kind of, I don't know, it's questionable at best. And I know that shows and movies perceive time differently. Like Back to the Future, you know, has a certain thing, and, you know, Dragon Ball Z has like their other thing. I don't know. I always perceive as time is so, like, no matter what, all of this is supposed to happen. Like, you know, in the 80s or whatever, if you were to go back in time, you know, without these other people realizing it, that is supposed to happen, but they don't realize that was a person from the future doing that in the past. That's how I always perceived it, but the way some people perceive it, as we got ourselves another Eevee right there, 133, I think that's his number. The way Back to the Future perceived it, if something goes wrong, then, like, their future self would disappear and stuff, and they could kind of see the threatening of it, so they have to do something about that. And I get that, but I don't know. I just feel like if that was, I'm not even sure how I'm thinking about it. I just feel like no matter what, the certain things are supposed to happen, and it's almost an inconsistency that, you know, you could just delete yourself from there unless there's an interruption of time, which I guess technically it is happening. But you know, Marty McFly, maybe it was always meant that he went to the past and he's the one that got his parents together to begin with. You know, that type of thing. I'm not sure. Sometimes, like, it's almost perceived as well that, like, you know, there's alternate timelines because of one butterfly effect. But it is an interesting point you know, for these butterfly effects to have, you know, massive implications. As we got ourselves like our 5th Eevee, I already lost count. Let's get 134. So yeah. Oh, let me check right quick. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Shit, man. There we go. I had to fix my windows. That's just how I always notice it. I don't know. The TVA is in Marvel doesn't really totally makes a lot of sense to me, because they just delete something that's a danger to the timeline, and I don't fully get that. Because sometimes these could be like regular characters, and I'm not really sure how often all these characters slip through the cracks, because it's all like, so a lot of these characters are a danger to that timeline. It's like, in what way? I need to rewatch the show, because to be fair, Loki is a very interesting series to me. It's one of my favorite shows, because my top 3 favorite shows is Loki, Mandalorian, and Daredevil. I really like those shows a lot. As we get ourselves 135. But yeah, I like that a lot, for sure. If I had to pick one show that I really like the most, I probably would have to say it's either Daredevil or Mandalorian. And I know they're making like a movie for Mandalorian that's gonna come out soon. And they did make like Daredevil Born Again. Like, that show's okay, but I think it's not as good as the Netflix one so far. You know, to be fair, there's only like 1 season that came out, and it's good that they kept the same elements of everything. But yeah, you know, I just still prefer the Netflix series. But yeah, if I were to, when it comes to other forms, because I was trying to think to myself, like, well, maybe I should just save the gym leaders and stuff for another day or something. It's gonna take a long ass time for me to cover all of them, so I don't even know, bro, to be honest with you. And I don't even think I remember. I guess I would just do the first 6 generations, because 7th gen don't even have gym leaders per se. And I don't think I could remember 8th gen or even the 9th gen gym leaders that I even fought, because I only fought like 2 gyms, or even 3, I don't remember. But if we're starting with Brock, when it comes to like other forms, right? Geodude already has an Alolan form, which is Rock Electric. And I did think to myself, like, okay, should I just make other typings? Like, if I can't pick Rock type? Oh shit, I'm clicking the wrong one. 136 though. Or should I make paradox types for Pokemon that is already established to have, you know, a proper form? So I kind of thought of both. My first thought was like a paradox Geodude. It would be kind of freaky looking though, if I'm not gonna lie. Because if I were to make a paradox form, because like a Rocks with arms and hands is already kind of primitive as it is. But I kind of imagine like this Geodude, if it looks at its primal stage, similar to like Magneton and like a caveman sort of way. I imagine that Geodude's hands would still be rocky, but his arms would be kind of like a caveman's arms, but kind of skinny. Like, just imagine just human skin pretty much still for Geodude. Almost grayish to the fact. And Geodude having like a big ass unga bunga fucking unibrow and a little bit of tuft of hair, like caveman hair, and maybe perhaps he'd be holding a bone or something. Like, I kind of imagine like a caveman Geodude for its primal one. I don't know what name I could give it though. I could just put like Cave Dweller or something, I guess. Or Mountain Dweller. Or I could just make it like, call it Rock Nomad. I'm not sure. Whatever's the proper term for it. I'm not sure what's a good name for any of these, because there's Roaring Moon, and then there's Primal Scream, or whatever the Pokemon's called, Screamtail. Maybe I could call it like yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's 137. What are the names again? Maybe I could come up with the names if I just look at a list again. Hold on. Because all the future ones are just like iron some shit, you know? Hold on. Paradox. Paradox Pokemon list. Let's see here. Yeah, because this would be an ancient Geodude. And I guess I would have to keep going to the other ones too. A robot Geodude would be easy as fuck to make, because you just make a robot of the Pokemon. Great Tusk, Screamtail, Brute Bonnet, Fluttermane, Slitherwing, Sandy Shocks, Roaring Moon, Koraidon, or Winged King, Walking Wake, Raging Bolt, Couching Fire. I would say, I still don't know what to call it. I'll just call it fucking Mountain Cave, I guess. I still would like to give it like, you know, Graveler and Golem, but it's harder for my head to imagine like a caveman Graveler and Golem. Maybe for Graveler, like also elements with the Lowland Graveler or something, like a big ass unibrow, still a little bit of caveman hair, except this time he has like a loincloth, like you know, one of those caveman loincloths. Not all the way, like almost. Well, I guess I'm not sure. His arm's still fleshy, you know, maybe he's holding a bone or two. And then Golem, like his fucking Wario Waluigi goatee would be a lot bigger. Or like just a straight up beard, not a goatee, because he wouldn't have it. You know, there's no barbers back then, so you can't cut hair or anything. So, yeah. And there is that. But yeah, well, is there any evolutions with any of these? Because Donphan, Jigglypuff, Amoonguss, Mischievous, Volcarona, Magneton, Mega Salamence. Mega Salamence? It's not even just a regular Salamence, it's Mega Salamence? That's a confirmed thing? It says Ancient Cyclosaur. Ancient Suicune, Ancient Raikou, Ancient Entei. And then Iron Treads, Donphan, Iron Buntle, feature Delibird, Iron Hands, feature Hariyama, Iron Jugulis, feature Hydreigon, Iron Moth, feature Volcarona, Iron Thorns, feature Tyranitar. Hold on, let me raise up the thing before I forget, because I definitely would have forgotten. Iron Thorns, future Tyranitar, Iron Valiant, future Mega Gardevoir, and Mega Gallade hybrid. Which is very interesting to me that they fused two of them. And it is interesting that they just outright say that they're Megas and there's no like regular forms. Rhydon or Iron Serpent, future Cyclosaur. Iron Leaves, Grass Psychic, future Virizion, future Cobalion, future Terrakion, Iron Crown, Iron Boulder. Okay. But yeah, you could probably imagine an easily design of future Geodude, Graveler, and Golem. Iron Boulder's already taken, which is some bullshit. So I'll just call it Iron Stone, I guess. Motherfuckers had to take Iron Boulder. Like, that's exactly what Golem is. He's a boulder tortoise. I still don't get why a lot of these, like, I understand why they don't want to keep making steel, because all of them are literally iron, but their typings are way different. Like, Ice Bundle is ice water type, and Iron Hands is fighting electric, Iron Jugulis is dark flying, Iron Moth is fire poison, Iron Thorns is rock electric, which is Tyranitar's name. I thought that was okay. Iron Valiant is fairy fighting, Miraidon's electric dragon, which I understand that. Iron Leaves is grass psychic, Iron Crown is steel psychic, Iron Boulder is rock psychic. So yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, where none of them are like, you know, none of them are steel types. Well, most of them. Okay, 139. Alright, let us continue. Oh, another Eevee. Wow. Now, if I were to make a different Geodude form, though, that's not Paradox, and I can't use Rock, Ground, or Electric, and it feels bullshit, too, because I have to... Did I count it? Shit, I might have forgotten. Fuck. 140. I hope. Crap, I hate miscounting it. I'm gonna have to look back on that. I feel like Steel type is way too easy as well, though. I think I could exclude, like, the Paradox forms. Because I still would like to have Geodude Steel type and Rock or something. But none of these Iron whatevers are gonna be called that. Or do that. And Primal Geodude, Graveler, and Golem, I would put like Rock Fighting or something. I'm leaning towards Ice Steel type. Just make it like Diamond and Ice. I think that'd be cool. But it would look exactly like a recolor for sure. Just like a blue Geodude. Like light blue or something. But yeah, that's 141 Eevees, I think. I hope I got that right. Alright. Let's see if we could get it exactly halfway there, though. For Graveler, is that exactly what you think? A light blue, almost crystallized Graveler. And for Golem, I think Golem would have to look different. I just don't know in what way. I want his face to be slightly different. Just slightly. Maybe a different type of facial hair or something. Or maybe like a Darmanitan sort of way where he has a snowy beard. Something that always implies that Golem will have like a beard that's not his regular Golem form. I don't know. Yeah, probably just a snowy beard. Just a perfectly round shape or something. That's another Eevee right here though. As we use our last bit of it. And for every Aqua Jet outage, we'll go back. Unless this is an Eevee, that'd be cool. Let's go increase the count before I forget. 142. Alright. Now let's go ahead and go to the Pokemon Center. And yeah, usually when I run out of Aqua Jets, I always make the excuse to like promote the stream. Well, there's like no people here, so I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to Facebook and make a QR code and send it to the people to watch. Alright. Let's head back. And it's been a whole hour, so there's like a good 20 minutes left till, well, almost an hour. But I hate that it does that. Why is it? I'm gonna have to fix the screen again. Okay, but I'm gonna quickly promote the thing. I mean, I like this little mini break that happens. Let's see here though. But we're gonna feature our thing. Let's go make rounded shapes. I like the way that looks. Sure, I'll make it green. Fuck, oh no, I'm not feeling green actually. Blue? Yeah, we'll do blue. Blue for Ditto. Alright. Is it even downloading, bro? Okay, there we go. Okay, now let's go to Facebook. Alright, there we go. Photo story. Come on. There we go, it's gonna pop up. It's just a little delayed because I'm doing this. Alright, download. Put that on there. Get ourselves a good old QR code ready for you guys on Facebook. Put some text, clean text. Let's make it lime green, I guess. 2 shiny. Oh crap! Hold up. I thought I changed it, bro. What the fuck? Clean. 2 shinies. Oh no, 3 shinies. I didn't even put it right. 3 shinies in the span of 2 days. Can we get more? Let's do that. It's kind of going through the thing though. I hate that the text doesn't fucking. I hate that, man. Alright. It doesn't like increase or anything. Scan and watch the live stream. We're on now. Clean. Vintage. Oops. Come on, man. I put clean. And I put the color too, bro. What the heck? Okay, that. Vintage. Eevee. Hunting. / shiny hunting. Live stream. I wish I could make it a little bit more professional, but that's as good as it's gonna get for now. Okay, but the QR code is posted. Let me check the last one. Scan and watch the stream. I'm live. Okay, that's as good as it's gonna get. Okay, we could get that out of here. I am very behind on this one. Let's go do that. And let's continue, shall we? Sorry for the delay. Alright, for every time we do the Aqua Jet run outage, we'll do that. And let's see. And as a reminder for the egg hatching, it is basically, you know, 1 out of 50 chance to get a shiny Pokemon. I don't know if it increases based on the shiny charm or something, but from my understanding it's 1 out of 50. So we shall see if that's true or not. Because 150 is pretty, like, very considerate. But that might only be with the shiny charm. I don't know. But yeah, also as a reminder though that Shiny Ditto is one of the parents on the breeding grounds, and this is our first egg with Shiny Ditto and Drachia, the assassins of all Eevees. I didn't even take a look at all the other Eevees now that I think about it. I'll give it a look once the egg hatches. And we'll see the superiority of the other Eevee. No, I'm kidding. Watch all the Eevees be worse or something. Where was I though? I mean, I kind of imagine that with Golem. I mean, he could just be a snowball instead of a I mean, he could also be an igloo. It could be kind of like that. But I feel like if he's an igloo, then the Golem, you know, like the little doorway area, like that's gotta have to be his hair, and I don't think I'm ready for that. I don't know if I want that, because it's like hair with shitty beard. I don't know. Because it's gonna look like that boy's haircut from, what's that movie called? The Horn Hears a Who? Or whoever's like the guardian of the trees. Like the villain of that movie. He has like the fucking Quinn haircut. He's gonna look like him, and I don't think I like that. Whatchamacallit though. Or we could make it so it's like male and female. Like the male one would have like the... Oh yeah, we could do that actually. But we can make it so like the female one will be more dominant for some reason. 143. Because what I'm thinking is like the female one could be the igloo, because then that would give the excuse on the hairstyle. And you know, like shitty ice lipstick. See, because that would be the igloo, and that would make sense that the head would look like that. And then the other golem, the male one, would be considered the weaker one a little bit, because it'd just be a snowball. You know what I mean? Yeah, I kind of like that idea. The Geodude and the Graveler could be remaining the same though. It's like a light blue, like, you know, full of ice, looking like a Pokemon. I kind of like that. Alright, but for Onyx, there's no Alolan form as far as we know, but I'm gonna cheat it and say Crystal Onyx is Ice Steel type as well. I'm gonna definitely cheat it. Steelix is gonna be harder to do, but I think it'll just be a bunch of snowballs, I guess, for Steelix. Yeah, he's... well... fuck, it can't be Ice Steel type, though. Okay, can we... because it's like Steel Ground type. Can we make it Ice Rock? If it can't, then maybe a pure Ice type. I don't know. It just reverts back to just snowballs. It just doesn't work, and literally his name is Steelix. I think this is the only one where I have to make the exception. Fuck. Or Ice Dark type? Because the steel could imply that it steals things. It's like a thief. Ice Dark type. You know, making an extra evil snowball snake. Yeah, I like that idea. It will lose the steel typing though. It'll be kind of dumb. But Crystal Onyx would be like the pure ice, like, you know, boulders, and then Steelix, you know. I just don't know though. I feel like Steelix would have to be not that much bigger, and because of snowballs, it's not as threatening, but it could camouflage super well. Hopefully I did the counter right, because I know I didn't address it when I did, you know, got the other Eevee. But it should be fine. 144. Hopefully I'm counting it right. If not, then I might have miscounted twice, and I hate that already. I'll keep it on the lookout though. But we're at 144. Hopefully you guys are down with the idea. We just have to make Ice Dark work, and I don't know if it does. Onyx has always been rock ground type, so I think Ice Steel is perfectly fine for that. Ice Dark though, it's gonna be a... I mean, it's not the first time. I mean, you know, Scarupy and Drapion, like, that's Poison Bug to Poison Dark. Like, it loses the typing. I don't know why Drapion isn't considered, like, you know, a bug type anymore. It's still very, like, insect-like, unless this counts as an arachnid, because it's a, you know, scorpion or whatever. To me, arachnids are still insects, alright? Like, it doesn't make sense to not include in the arachnid and insects to be one in the same category of bugs. I don't know. Alright, but Gym Leader 2, Misty with Staryu and Starmie. Unless I expand the team on Brock, but maybe we'll do that some other time. For Misty though, Staryu, I feel like... Okay, so Staryu is just water type, right? Sometimes I keep thinking it's water dark. I don't know why every now and then. Like, when I was a kid, it's only found in the nighttime. And Staryu like blinks towards the moon and stuff. Starmie, we know that's water psychic type, but I'm pretty sure Staryu's always been, you know, just pure water. But let me check. Somebody messaged me, by the way. Shit. I might have to look at that in a second. Okay, let's look at Staryu. As we get another Eevee. Yeah, it's just water type, but let me look at the Bulbapedia anyway. I almost ran from this thing. I would have cried myself to sleep. It's doing better by one-shotting these things. 145. Let's do it. Okay, let's check the typing just to see if it never changed. I'm pretty sure I'm right that it's always been water type, but like games like Pokemon Ranger kind of also adds typings to other Pokemon. Like Huntail is like water dark, and like Gorbis is water psychic. So there's that. I just want to see if no other game was like that too. You know what I mean? It's not opening that. Okay. I can read the Pokemon descriptions. This entry was originally untranslated in English until it was reused in Pokemon Fire Red. Okay. An enigmatic Pokemon that can effortlessly regenerate any appendage it loses in battle. Yellow version says, as long as the center section is unharmed, it can grow back fully even if it is chopped to bits. Which is hard to imagine, because Staryu looks like he's... And Starmie, they look like they're made out of like a hardened material. You know what I mean? Like, not plastic and not metal, but somewhere in between. I don't know what to call it. I don't think I could consider it metal. As long as the center section is unharmed, it can grow back fully even if it's chopped to bits. I already read that. Stadium says it is capable of growing back any portion of his body that is cut off. At night, the center core glows with the red light. Gold version says, at night, the center of his body slowly flickers with the same rhythm as a human heartbeat. Oh, that's pretty neat. I think that's what I saw when I was a child. Silver version says, even if its body is torn, it can regenerate as long as the glowing center core remains intact. Crystal version says, when the star twinkles at night, it floats up from the seafloor and its body's center core flickers. Alright. Stadium 2 says, at night, the center of its body slowly flickers with the same rhythm as a human heartbeat. Same as Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted. Even if its body is torn, it can regenerate as long as the glowing center core remains intact. Same as blue, gold, or yellow. Okay. Ruby version says Staryu's center section has an organ called the core that shines bright red. If you go to a beach towards the end of the summer, the glowing cores of these Pokemon look like the stars in the sky. Wait, if you go to the beach towards the end of the summer, the glowing cores of... Oh, interesting. Staryu apparently communicates with the stars in the night sky by flashing the red cord at the center of its body. The parts of its body are torn. If parts of its body are torn, this Pokemon simply regenerates the missing pieces and limbs. Emerald version says it gathers with others in the night and make its red core glow on and off with the twinkling stars. It can regenerate limbs if they are severed from its body. By red, it appears in large numbers by seashores. At night, its center core flashes with red light. Leaf Green says, an enigmatic Pokemon that can effortlessly regenerate and replenish the loses in battle. I mean, all of these pretty much say the same thing, that it just regenerates, but I never see it happen. Not even in the manga, I don't think they showed that. Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum shares the same thing. It says if his body is torn, it can grow back to his red core remains. The core flashes at midnight. Midnight? That's a first. Heart Gold says at night the middle of its body slowly flickers with the same rhythm as a human heartbeat. Soul Silver says even if its body is torn, it can regenerate as long as the glowing central core remains intact. Pokemon Black and White says if his body is torn, it can grow back if the red core remains. The core flashes at midnight. Black 2 and White 2, as long as his red core remains, it can regenerate its body instantly, even if it's torn apart. Pokemon X says even if his body is torn, it can regenerate as long as the glowing central core remains intact. Pokemon Y says it appears in large numbers by seashores at night. Central core flashes with red light. Okay, I'm just gonna move on. These are all gonna say the same thing, and I'm already feeling like I'm on a hamster on a wheel. Hold on. Trying to see any other information though. But at least like one of them, what was it? Pokemon Black and White or Soul Silver, Heart Gold or some shit. It said midnight, and that's the interesting part of it. It learns Ice Punch. It doesn't have hands though. What the fuck? I'm trying to see. I hate that the advertisement's like below the fucking page, so when I scroll I just see all of it. Disgusting. Trying to find it. Cause like it'll give me the information if I just look into the other games. Oh, I like that sprite, the Pokemon Pinball one. Okay, there's Mystery Dungeon, Super Mystery Dungeon, Pokemon Rangers Water, Shadow of Almia's Water. I guess it's just my imagination. Maybe that's just my kid mind back then thinking that's Water Dark, just cause that Pokédex entry. Complete fabrication in my mind. Okay, well just making sure, just in case, because I know for a fact Hunter was like that for sure. Whatchamacallit, for Staryu there's no Alolan form, and Starmie's Water Psychic. And it has a lot to do with the nighttime and space, and it's sometimes implied to be an alien Pokemon. So maybe perhaps Dark Fairy type would be a pretty decent type for it. And I would put Psychic type, but I feel like that's too easy. But Dark Fairy type for both Staryu and Starmie make it a lot more cosmic and not dependent on the ocean, I think. Make it a lot more obvious that it's from space. Very cosmic like. You know what we also could do? Shit. The paradox forms. If we were gonna do that, we might as well do that for every gym leader. If there was a paradox Staryu or Starmie, you know, since stars are made out of like fire, plasma, and gas and all that stuff, maybe fire poison type? Make it like it can become an actual star. That'd be cool. I always wanted to have like a baby Staryu. Call them Star Them, because it's like Star You, Star Me, Star Them, Star all of us. I don't know, that's just the name I came up with. And instead of 5 points, it'd just be 3 points, and that's what the baby Staryu would look like. Or have Stardem as like an evolution to Starmie, but I feel like Starmie's pretty strong as it is. I mean, it is an OU after all. It's pretty fast, so maybe just a baby Staryu. Stardem. I don't know what color it would be, because I still kind of imagine it the same colors as Staryu, but I would understand it to be like, you know, different colors. I wouldn't mind. But yeah, fire poison type just for the star related stuff, I guess. Future Paradox, Staryu, and Starmie, I guess would. I mean, they be robots, so like, yes, Steel Psychic, I guess. I guess it's fine to still share the same types as future past, you know, Pokemon. I guess I understand that. But we'll call it the Iron Star, I guess. I don't fucking know. Alright. Lieutenant Surge, though. Let's start with the red and blue team first. So, Voltorb and Electrode. They already covered it so well, to be honest with you. They really did, because like Voltorb and Electrode's already electric type. But Hisuian, Voltorb, and Electrode's like electric grass. And literally that's where anybody would have took that already. So I don't know. As we got ourselves our next Eevee 146. But I mean, the next step is just to make it steel type, no? Make it a metal ball. Maybe even I'll say steel psychic. But I feel like that could easily be a future Paradox form. Or steel water, because it could be like a steam ball. You know, because it's like, I don't know, like the old ball seemed like it's steam pressured, like you unwind it to release air, and then it'll be able to, you know, when it's like locked in place. So maybe steel water of some kind. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. It'd probably be like steel flying because of its air pressured. I don't know. Steel flying doesn't make total sense unless they explain it, because it has a lot to do with the air. Fuck. I don't know, man. But we got the next Eevee pretty early on. That's good. Shit, man. I really don't know, though. Alright, that's the next Eevee done. That's 147. Booyah. Well, I might... I still want to say Steel Psychic, but that's the Paradox form. I don't know. Shit, man. I guess I'll say Steel Flying. It doesn't make any fucking sense, but if it's steam powered, then yeah. It's like the next era of Pokeballs, because the early era would definitely be like, you know, grass and you know, made out of apricorns and shit like that. But who knows? For past Paradox forms, that's gonna be harder. That wouldn't make any sense. I guess rock grass, I suppose. And then future would be steel electric. I'm not gonna make ifs, ands, buts, or coconuts. That's just what it's gonna have to be. But the primal one would be rock and grass Pokeball, clearly. And there has been like early Pokeballs adaptations. Oh god! Gesundheit me. Thank you, me. Alright. I was trying to hold in that sneeze and I couldn't reach for the mute button. I could've, and I couldn't at the same time. That was devastating. But yeah, I mean, It would have to look like a old school steamboat though to make it work. For the primal paradox, Voltorb and Electrode. Shit, I don't even know what the code name would be called. Shit, it'd be like the Great Ball. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Shit. The Great Trap, maybe? I think that would be an interesting name because it would imply like that's the early ways of catching a Pokemon is using traps. That'd be kind of interesting. But it wouldn't make sense either way. That would debunk my theory because, like, you know, the whole Pokeball theory. I mean, then again, no, it wouldn't because there's the primal Pokeball set already covered. Yeah, never mind. The future one would be Iron Capture. But yeah, again, we're calling these regional forms Xenoversal region. I don't know. I don't want to give it a different name, but you could replace this with any region you want to make this a part of. But yeah, the Voltorb and Electrode has to look like a steam-powered old-school Pokeball to make this make sense, and it has to depend on a lot of the wind, you know, like sucking in air, letting it all out, you know, shooting high, concentrated sections of tornadoes when it does attacks, you know, razor wind and shit like that. And they have to make Voltorb and Electrode look different. So maybe like the little, it could have the like the top thing on top of its head, and for Electrode he could have it as a nose or something. And he'll look like a fucking clown face in a way. The Paradox one, it would just look like a very cubical sphere. You know, rocky and grass. It would just look like a grass or a rock with like moss on it. And Electrode the same, except you can make that happy face into a green beard or something. That would be pretty cool. For the future ones, I don't know. I'm not like future anything. Making any Pokemon into a robot seems pretty easy. You just, you know, reinvent it, make it have like laser, you know, poochy eyes or some shit. I don't know. What's the next one? I think because Red, Blue, and Yellow, he had Voltorb, Pikachu, and Raichu, right? So Pikachu and Raichu would be next. So Pichu, Pikachu, Raichu. Shit. So a different alternative form. Well, because there's a Alolan Raichu, so there's Electric, Psychic, and that's pretty much it. Honestly, this would be the best excuse to bring Gorochu in the primal days. Or just completely replace it with Raichu. Call it... The Gorochu would be Raichu. I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities. We could start with the Paradox, I guess. Electric Rock type or something. Pichu would look more feral. I kind of imagine, you know what I imagine in my head? Pichu looking like a little mini Raditz with his hair all out, looking like kind of like a hedgehog. And his paws and his legs looking a little bit thicker out, like a little scrunchier, almost like a Tepig, but like he'll have nails where they're like a little bit out. For Pikachu, he'll look more like a Super Saiyan 3, a little bit differently. Like he'll have like almost like a underbite, where his fangs is coming out like Sabretooth in a way. But it's tough. Like there's part of his yellow fur that has like a lot of orange bit to it, like almost like stripes, almost. And this Pikachu would be almost to a Raichu size, just to make it make sense. But that's just like the best connection I can make, I would say. And then we'll make Raichu straight up Gorochu at that point. Now my game froze. Okay, there we go. It works now. And yeah, Electric Rock or something. Future ones is really easy to make. You know, Robot Pichu, Robot Pikachu, Robot Raichu. For the Xenoversal forms, though, it can't be electric and it can't be psychic. I think I want to make a Pika-Blue, to be honest with you. And there is Surfing Pikachu, even though there's a Lowland Raichu that surfs on his tail. We can make a solid water type, water fairy, and we'll put like a ball at the end of his tail, you know, make it like a string. Make it look more like mouse-like, you know. The baby form would be bouncing off his little ball thing, you know. No, I'm kidding. I'm just describing Meryl and Azumarill and Azurill pretty much. No, if anything, no. I do want a Pika-Blue for like an Alolan or like, you know, Xenoversal Pichu, Pikachu, and Raichu. We can make Pichu like a different, like a light blue, but still with the same patterns. But the tail would be almost like a lifeguard little, not the round tubes, not the round wheel ones, but it would be like I'm trying to picture it. It's like almost like a board, but not really. At the same time, I want to say like one of those fucking water noodles, but I think that's too elongated for that. But something along those lines where, you know, what the lifeguards carry around. It's like a red board, except this would obviously be blue. So it's not like too gigantic, but because, you know, Pichu's gonna be the same size, so he's not gonna need anything too big. It'll be just for his size, and it obviously floats. But Pikachu, I want him to make it the same type of blue as Meryl. I do want that, and he will have a straight up surfboard. I think it'd be cooler if the tail could somewhat turn into a surfboard. Like it's in surfboard shape, but like once he actually uses the surfboard, it actually becomes a little bit bigger, if that makes sense. The Raichu though, we can make that like a parody off of Alolan Raichu, where he has like the same type of thunderbolt symbol as him, and I think it should be like a navy blue. But he looks like the different Gorochu that's in the Space World design. Because when I think of like the primal one, like the Paradox one, I'm thinking of the Gorochu that's within this series, where they make him all gigantic and stuff, you know, the Thunderclap Gorochu. But the other Gorochu I'm talking about is the one that's originally in Space World, where he looks more stylized, I guess. And he doesn't look that much bigger than that big-ass Gorochu. We can make him blue. Or I guess he could be red. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, really. But that'd be interesting. The egg should hatch anytime, by the way. It's been like an hour and 30 minutes damn near. It should be coming up very soon. But yeah, water fairy type. It's gotta be pretty much Meryl, Azumarill, and all that. Unless we make it water ice type, that'd be really cool. You know, you kind of have like a Iceman sort of deal where you could create and surf anywhere. That'd be dope. Yeah, I like that idea better. Let's make them ice water type. Yeah, I'm down with that idea. I like that a lot. Okay. For Erica though, let's see. red, blue, and yellow, she has Tangela, Weepinbell, and Gloom, and I'm pretty sure in yellow version is Tangela. Oh no. Red and blue is Tangela, Victory Bell, and Vileplume. And yellow version, they nerfed her. It's Tangela, Weepinbell, and Gloom, because in the anime, it's her primary Pokemon for some reason is just Gloom. Which is kind of whack, but you know, whatever. Let's start with Tangela. Tangela should be an interesting one. I'm thinking to myself, because her name is Medusa, that you could turn Pokemon to stone. But I don't know. Shit. It'll just be grass rock type. Like secretly inside all the vines, like, and these are like old looking vines, it would be mostly rock. And maybe Tangela as a joke would have like feet instead of shoes. Tangrowth would look like a mess, but I think what I could make with Tangrowth, he'd be looking like a Flintstone character, like the Space World one, whatever that Pokemon is, the overly fluffy one. That's pretty much old school Tangrowth. But we do got ourselves another Eevee right here. There we go. Increase the count to 148. It felt like a while since we seen one. Alright, let's go continue. Bremen, alright. The future one honestly would be a bit of a hard thing to make, because there's not like a lot of future vines, and it wouldn't make sense for a robot to have that. So maybe it's like a spherical robot that could have all these whips come out or something. And same for Tangrowth, except he's more elongated upward. He'll be like a shape of Grimace or some shit, I don't know. But I don't know. I don't think a future Tangela and Tangrowth would work, because they're not gonna be actually tangled vines. They're gonna be more organized and shoot out when they need to be. So I don't know. I feel like it's such an awkward Pokemon to have in the future. The alternative type, though, as we get another Eevee, and like I said, like when it comes to the what should I even call the primal one? The Stone Stare, I guess. As we get another Eevee, let's go increase the count. 149. Because it would imply that it did that as we get two Eevees back to back. Great, great, great. I'm glad I'm keeping the counter, because holy crap, I would have been so impatient, especially if we did it on our own. As we got ourselves 150. Hell yeah. We have basically 350 to go. Okay, let's go over here. But what I'm thinking is, like, since it's Medusa, it actually will have like the staring effect to petrify a person. So rock would be very important to have as his typing. And maybe psychic. Rock psychic? Or it could be rock dragon type, you know, instead of snakes for the hair, it could be dragons, like serpents. Like, you know, like wyverns, I guess. That would overcomplicate it for sure, though. Tangrowth would be Dragon Rock. Yeah, that'd be insane. And like I said, Paradox is okay to have the shared typing, so like the future one would probably be grass steel, I guess. That's an insane fucking, like, alternative form, though. That's really insane. Alright, the next one's Bellsprout, Weeping Bell, and Vileplume, or, no. Bellsprout, Weeping Bell, and Victory Bell. And I really would like to make that Space World Pokemon a thing, because if you guys didn't see that Space World video I made, basically when I was going through the Space World, there's certain Pokemon that I really wanted. You know, like Baby Magby, for example. But there was also, like, Pokemon that I wanted to have at the same time. Because they were trying to make a Bellsprout in Weeping Bell evolution that's opposite to Vileplume, or I keep saying Vileplume, Victory Bell. And it looks like a bigger Bellsprout with like 2 leaves on its head. It's a lot lankier and longer, and it looks goofy. And it straight up looks like Bellsprout if he was taller and stuff. And I think that would have been perfect, because both Bellsprout and Weeping Bell are goofy in nature and everything. And then in Victory Bell it just becomes this vicious, scary Pokemon. And while I do like Victory Bell a lot, and he is probably like one of the most dangerous Pokemon to, like, you know, one of the most dangerous grass type Pokemon to ever live, because like it literally eats Pokemon and like traps them and all that shit, and they would eat people. Like, I feel like this other Bellsprout should have existed too. I don't know. It would have been like a Sunstone alternative, and they definitely should have made it. I just don't know why they didn't pull the trigger on it. And honestly, I don't know how it would work. I guess what one way to make this work in the Paradox form, to make it a thing, is to have that final evolution and then have it as the first one. That's the primary Bellsprout, like the old school Bellsprout, what it used to look like. And then we can make the Weeping Bell so much bigger, and a little bit more of grassier leaves on the side. Hopefully you guys are on the same page with me. I feel like if we couldn't do that and we had to give it a name, because there's Bellsprout, Weeping Bell, Victory Bell. Maybe Weeping Bellsprout, Weeping Sprout. Yeah, we'll call that Weeping Sprout. But we could call it the Grapevine or something for like the Paradox name. Like I said, that Bellsprout that could have been a Sunstone evolution, we can make that the first Bellsprout. And then, like I said, a big ass Weeping Bell. And then for Victory Bell, he's gonna have to be like a pretty much roughly around the same size, but a little bit bigger as the giant Weeping Bell. But like a big ass plant, because you know, there was plants back then that was completely giant, especially with like the Vileplume mushroom that exists. Like, those mushrooms are fucking gigantic, and their smell is absolutely pungent. Like, it smells terrible. As we get another Eevee right here. But yeah, that's for the most part. Are you alive? Is you alive, bruh? There's no way. As we got ourselves 151. We got the same amount as all the Pokemon. Hell yeah. Alright, is the egg gonna hatch anytime soon? Cause like, so much time has passed, bruh. Like, so much time has passed. Like, the insane amount of time has passed. I wasn't prepared to have another Eevee out there. I thought it was a shiny for a second. I'm like, oh my god! Shiny Eevee! Bro, I would have flipped the lid. That would have been so insane if there was a shiny Eevee. I need to increase the count. I almost forgot. 152! Hell yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and do it. Future, Bellsprout, Weeping Bell, Vileplume, you know, obviously robotic, you know, we'll call it the Iron Vine. I will be lazy about it. Oh my gosh, is that... That's not back to back, but it's pretty damn close. Yeah, that's pretty damn close. Holy shit. Alright, that crit would have been nice the first fucking turn, but 153! And there we go. For some reason, between 1 o'clock to like 3 o'clock is where all the Eevees come out, I notice. Like, I always see them a lot more around this time. Like, this is the prime time for Eevees. So I need to make most of this time. Hold on. As for alternative forms though, for Bellsprout, it's always been grass poison type. There has to be something. I mean, it's a bell. I feel like that's too lazy if I make it electric steel type, because we could just make it into a lamp. You know what I mean? I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. Except, like, it could be one of those Pixar lamps. Yeah, that's just what I'm gonna do, is that, and then Weeping Bell could be like almost like one of those carry-on flashlights. Victory Bell would be a bit of a harder one to pick. Or he could be one of those spotlights. Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, I'll stick with that. I think I like that answer. And our egg is about to hatch. This is from Shiny Ditto and Trachea. Will it become a shiny Pokemon? Of course not. But it's one of the few of them. We are at Ocho. So let's do that. I accidentally pressed the cap lock. Ocho. Alright, let's go over here and let's take a look at all the other ones, and we're gonna take a little mini break and get ourselves the other egg. But let's go take a look. Alright, we've seen the first three, but just to look at them again, just to take the time. Uno, attack us up, special defense is down with the runaway ability. With the same moves, with good endurance, okay. We got Dos, attack is down, special defense is up, the runaway ability. Has that moves, likes to fight. Tres, as we got special attack down, speed is up, adaptability ability, which is like the better of the three. This is day one Eevees that we gotten. Tapeable caking hits, and these are the ones we have seen. We got Cuatro, neutral nature, runaway ability. We haven't seen any of these. Same moves, and somewhat of a clown. All right. We got Cinco, special attack up, speed is down, runaway ability. Same moves there. Good endurance. Seis, neutral nature, adaptability ability. Normal news there, like Saran. We got Siete, apparently it's spelled right, but Seis was spelled differently, I realized. I think it's with the S and not a Z. But special attacks up, special defense is down, adaptability ability. Okay. Often doses off, okay. Well, and this is... Yeah, no, there's a lot of them with special attacks up. And this is the ones with the shiny parent, Ocho. Neutral nature, runaway ability. Okay, well that's not a good thing. Somewhat of a clown. But, I mean, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. What matters is the, you know, the shiny Eevee that we're eventually gonna get. But that's 8 Eevees so far. Let's go fly over and get ourselves another egg around that place. We also want to rename Blueberry into Blue Jam, because I didn't... Yeah. We'll do that towards the end of the stream, when I get the chance. but it's almost 2 o'clock and everything, so let's go fly back. And let us continue. And it won't take us too much long after to reset our aqua jets, and then we could promote the series a little bit more. But another egg. That was like an hour and 45 minutes to an hour and 20. I still haven't timed it out perfectly, but yeah, between an hour and 20 minutes and an hour 45, just depending how long it takes, really. Pretty much is how long it took. As we got another Eevee Raya. Alright, 3 more Aqua Jets actually. We get another good old break, I suppose. Let's increase the count. I almost forgot again. 154. I literally just told myself this too, but it's all good. At least it's prevented. Alright, do I have any more juice on here? I do have juice on here. What's next? Like Oddish, Gloom, and Vileplume, right? There's no alternative forms, but there is Blossom as well, and they're grass poison type, but Blossom's pure grass, which is interesting. The robots is very easy to make in the future, but the primal forms, I feel like the mushrooms would be so much bigger than that. So for Oddish, I would say he would look like he have so much more grass, and he'd be a little bit bigger than what he actually is. So like a big old blue circle, but like instead of the grass being on top of his head, it could be on the sides too. Just a little bit. And maybe like as well, you know how Blossom has her like little flower petals on both sides? It could be like that for Oddish as well, but for grass to be like spread apart. I don't know, something like that. It would be looking very messy. He'll just look like he needs a fucking haircut, let's put it that way. Gloom would be so much more gigantic. Maybe just twice the size as the big old blue ball of Oddish. But like the strands at the end of Gloom's hair mushroom thing like would be a little bit longer down. To the same degree as like the bonnet Pokemon. As we get ourselves another Eevee right here. As for Vileplume, I think we have to make her absolutely gigantic, and the mushroom on top of her head would be so much more beastly, I would say. 155. I think I took a glimpse of the preview of the stream, and it turns out that I'm barely at the Pokemon Center. Let's see. For Blossom, that's gonna be a bit of a harder explanation. Maybe just a tiny bit bigger than Gloom. I don't know. I can't really imagine what Blossom would look like. Maybe because I'm thinking like the brutal bonnet one. It almost looks like it's dressed formally in a weird way. So maybe, yeah, it would just be a tiny bit taller and bigger than Gloom. But old school Blossom would be... Oh shit, I ran out. I forgot to go to the thing. Alright, no problem. We'll do that right now. Hold on, we'll just go 156. Let's go to the Pokemon Center. Oh shit. I just imagine that Blossom, because she's supposed to be like a hula girl cheerleader type of, you know, dress up. So maybe she'll look like she's prepared to be dressed up for like a wedding or some shit. That's just kind of what I imagine. Something along those lines. Alright, let's go back. Alright. Okay. And we're gonna take the time to promote a little bit more, like we always do when it comes to this. Let's see. And don't forget to go to, like, you know, PayPal or, like, you know, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle, Patreon, or even GoFundMe. Let's see here. The person that liked... Oh yeah, he does follow me on Twitter. That's good. He does retweet a lot as well, though. It's all good. It's all good. Alright, let's see here. I forgot the hell I was gonna do. Okay, yeah, so let me retweet this. I hate that Twitter's going like, oh, you're not verified yet. I guarantee you if you were verified, you would have more things. It's like, yeah, I know, bro. How about you just do that? Oh, somebody else liked my thing. Or who else liked my thing? Let's see. It just shows one. I guess the other account is privated. But yeah, it'd be so much easier if you guys just go to the GoFundMe, though, if you are feeling generous to do that, because you could see the whole engagement from like $0 all the way to 1,000 if you're gonna shoot for that. Let's go ahead and quote the tweet. But we are live. Stop on by. Stop on by and feel free to retweet to help me out. Hold on right quick. Hold on, let me look at Twitter just to see what's trending. Because I need a hashtag to like help me out, to be honest with you. Let's take a look. This is loading extra slow. Let me exit out of this one. Alex call. You know what? No, it's okay. A hashtag stream or streamer, I guess. Hashtag YouTube. Oops. Hashtag Pokemon. How about that? I almost put Alex is calling, but that wouldn't make any fucking sense. Alright, post. Alright, there we go. So far 2 people have stopped by, like a little bit ago. Alright, let's go put this up. There we go. Alright, let us continue. Continue on the grass. I don't know who's the 2 people that stopped by, but they stopped by. What I was gonna say, yeah, I don't know, I just imagine Blossom being so much bigger, but like not as, just a tiny bit bigger than Gloom. But she would be in like a wedding dancing outfit, I guess, but like stylized in, you know, grassy clothes, I guess I would say. I know that if I were to really think about it, I could come up with something better than that. But yeah, for the robots, those are easy to make for the feature paradoxes. I know I already said that, but for alternative forms, for xenoversal forms, so I can't choose grass and poison, basically. What are good options? Okay, well, let me go through the types. Fire type, grass, water, bug, electric, flying, rock, ground, steel, ice, fighting, psychic, dark, poison, normal, dragon, fairy. So far, it could be a couple things. It could be ground type, it could be water type, and it could be, I guess it could be bug type, but that'd be fucking creepy. And it could be fairy type, because some fairy types are like, you know, candy based. So that's gonna be a bit hard to like suspend the belief that that could be possible. I think I will pick fairy type even still though. Shit, I don't know. Yeah, because bug type would be pretty gross if I were to pick that one. Then again, no, bug type could work. Because mushrooms are like parasites, just like parasite. That's pretty much what parasite is. It could be bug, ghost. Kind of like parasite. Then again, I don't know. What are candies that could be represented with Oddish and Gloom and Bioplume? Or it doesn't even have to be candy, it could be sweets or something. I just don't know if it'll be fine and not copyrighted, you know, if Pokemon were to do this. Because if it's like Oddish with Red Vines, like Red Vines would ensue, right? I don't know. This is like licorice. But Red Vines isn't the only ones that make licorice though, isn't like, I don't know. I'm not sure. Also, I know people don't like Twizzlers. I don't mind Twizzlers. I know people hate them. I don't mind them at all. There's other candies that I don't like that I'm surprised that people do eat. Like, I'm not a fan of Butterfingers. Black licorice tastes disgusting to me, and fucking candy corn, I wish never existed. Like, the time I ate it at like 2nd grade, I was like, oh hell no. Because they gave us a glove, and like the candy corn is supposed to be like the nails, and then you fill it up with popcorn. And I was like, ooh, I wonder what the candy corn tastes like. And I thought it'd be good. I gave it a chance, and I was very disappointed. And I'm glad other people don't like candy corn either. Oh shit. I could run, right? I can't escape, bro. Alright. Fucking Imposter Ditto still at it, I see. Piece of shit. Okay, let's go with the fucking Judge Strike to you. Bitch motherfucker! See, this is what I'm nervous about. It's just that type of fucking scenario where I get attacked. But Asher's level 40, which is pretty good. But towards the end of the stream, I do plan on renaming Shiny Ditto, so I will take the time to do that. I just need to remember to find the name raider, but I'm pretty sure it's at like the place where I get the Starsiders. So while I go over there, I could also get Starsiders, because I'll eventually run out of those healing stuff. I don't have all that much money, but we'll make it work. Let's see here. Honestly, it wouldn't be too bad to level up my Pokemon to 52, because like after the gym leader, like the next gym leader's not too far after that. But what was crossing my mind with like Vileplume, I can imagine a big like pieces of bread that looks like a mushroom on top of her head. Like that's one of the things that I thought of. Or like a chef's hat, that'd be pretty funny. Be fairy type. Yeah, something like that. Well, I don't fucking know. Like Oddish with the chef hat would have to be tall, somewhat. And then Gloom with the chef's hat, and then Vileplume with the chef's hat. I don't want to just make it fairy type though. And I really don't want to make it fairy normal type. Blossom would be different though. Chop 2 chef's head, no I'm kidding. I don't even know, bruh. She'll have an apron. Something along those lines. I'm onto something. Fairy and I want to say water, but at the same time not really. It wouldn't make any sense if I gave it water type. Maybe fire type? Fairy fire type? Just to make it so they do look like chefs and they know what they're doing. We could touch back on that idea. I kind of like something like that. This motherfucker, bro. Give me dittos, not imposter or dittos. Eevees. I meant to say Eevees, not imposter dittos. But yeah, I think I like the idea of Chef Oddish, Chef Gloom, and Chef Vileplume, and Chef Blossom. And just give her a hairnet or something. And like, instead of the flowers on her head, it's like, you know... Well, I don't know, actually. Something about the idea that there's something we could work around to make that work. Maybe all these would be in the future Pokemon game that I would like to make. Who knows? It'd be pretty neat. Yeah, I think I'm gonna settle with Fairy Fire type. There's gonna be a very off-balance thing somewhere. Like, all my Pokemon that I'm making is just like weak to ground type or some shit. Because I did make a lot of steel types, fire types, and electric types, I realize. We'll see. A ground type is just gonna massacre my whole fucking ideas. But that's basically Erica's team. Koga has a metric shit ton of Pokemon, so we're gonna be here a long time for Koga. So I guess we're only gonna do 1 generation per day. Something like that, I don't know. We'll touch back on like the crystal version for Kanto gym leaders or something. Or other Pokemon, I don't even know. Something like that. We could touch back pretty easily. Or at least in the rest of Brock's team or something. But Koga in red and blue has, from my understanding, 2 Coughings, a Muck, and a Wheezing. So let's start with Muck first. So Grimer and Muck already has an additional type. And I think it is pretty genius that, you know, it is poison dark and that they look like oil, kind of. And yeah, poison typing and such. The old school one, I would probably make it poison ground, because it's like earth oils and stuff. And this oil, I don't know if oil always did look like that, or if it's because the amount of chemicals we put in our oil that makes it look rainbowy. But I'm not sure if oil always looked like that back then. Let's just put it that way. Because, you know, there's like the tar pits and stuff like that. Like, that's pretty much oil. I think, at least. I don't know. Like, I just thought that like dinosaurs been sinking in these and such. So, like, Grimer and Mug would be just straight up, like, you know, black and brown, I imagine, like sludgy. So we put it like the name Great Tar or something like that. The robots, I don't know. The future paradox forms, I have no earthly idea. I don't think there's such thing as a paradox feature Grimer and Mug. Unless they're like nanobots. I'm like trying to think to myself. I'm like, how would it be possible? Because there's nothing sploshy like that that'd be a featured thing. Maybe liquefied, but like the robots are inside this liquefied form. But then in that case, it'd be so much cleaner. So maybe this would be like it's basically Reuniclus if you think about it. So it'd be like psychic water type or something. That's a unique take. But yeah, I kind of like the candy theme of it, so I'll just make it fairy type. Make a pink Rhymer and a pink Muck. That's pretty cool. I like that. So yeah, I'm happy with that idea. Coughing and Wheezing also has alternative form. It has Galarian Wheezing, which is very genius. I love that a lot. It's poison type, and I think Galarian Wheezing's like poison steel? I don't remember. I need to look that up actually. Oh, I forgot to reply to that person. Fuck. Hold on, I'll reply right after I look at Wheezing. Hold on. Galarian Wheezing? I said Galarian Wheezing. Google just put Aaron Wheezing. What? Galarian Wheezing. As we got a Eevee here. 5 green poison glass cloud surrounds it, forming a mustache on its larger head and eyebrows and beard on the smaller head. Where the fuck's the type? Hold on, let me click on Bulbapedia as we take on this. This is our first Eevee since the break? What the fuck? What was the typing? Grass Fairy. Poison Fairy type, that's right. I almost ran off. Okay, let's increase the count. 57. I'm trying to think to myself. The old school one, I imagine to be just rock poison. Like it just be a floating asteroid rock just polluting the earth, and like this asteroid rock would be like a solid black or something. Like almost like a vanity black, whatever that color's called. It would almost look like an explosive in a way. And the future one is pretty easy to make, I imagine. Except it wouldn't look like the Wheezing's conjoined or anything. But I can imagine that with Coughing and Wheezing for both of them. That is something else, because there's no Galarian Coughing, is there? That's unfortunate. Because that's something else that I always wanted with alternative forms, is not to leave out the other one. That's kind of how I feel about, yeah, there's no other Coughings. That sucks. Because the green Coughing would have been pretty dope. Just to have him like a little mini goatee of a fucking smoke at least, bruh. Because that's how I feel about Chalky Boy Wooper, like the Paldean Wooper. Because I feel like they left out Quagsire, where they could have made Chalky Boy Quagsire and also make Clodsire after that by making Clodsire a little bit bigger or something. I don't know. I think that would have been pretty cool, but they just chose to do an alternative form. And I was so waiting for the Chocolate Quagsire, but they just never made it. So an idea for Coughing and Wheezing, I'm just gonna say Steel Fire type, just to make a Minesweeper type of Cannonball. You know what I mean? Like a straight up explosive, I think is perfectly fine. And the same thing for Wheezing. They'll just be a 2 pair of cannonball things, but instead of being conjoined, they'll be like chained together. Or maybe even like 3. Like it'd be like the big ball in the middle, and then the 2 other like sphere balls of Wheezing with the same face. They'll be like the Magneton of Wheezings. I think I like that idea. Steel Fire type. That's both. Yeah. Okay. So for the yellow team, from my understanding, is 3 Venonats and a Venomoth. So yeah, that's it for the most part. There's no alternative forms. It's Poison Bug. And we can easily make this Draconic, I feel. So I'll start with the alternative forms. So I'll just say Dragonfire. But I feel like I'm gonna make that, once I get to Volcarona, the same damn thing. But no, I can't actually, because I can't do the same type. But I'll do Dragonfire. I'll stick with that. I like that a lot. For the primal forms, I'll probably just make it Poison Ground type, I think. And future robots would be pretty easy. But like, I just imagine like it being a gigantic Mothra or something. I don't know, I kind of like that idea. I feel like I should have put a little bit more thought into it. I almost said Ice type, but then like Frostmoth exists, so... Yeah, I don't know. A Draconic Fire Moth sounds good to me. I mean, moths are always attracted to fire. I mean, like, that's just Volcarona, basically. But Volcarona is Firebug, so that's okay. And the primal form of Volcarona and stuff, like, you know, they look a certain way, so that's the interesting part about it. There's no Zubats, Golbats, and Crobats though, and Koga is in the Elite Four eventually, but we'll hold that off soon. Sabrina is next though. Her red and blue team is, I believe, it's like Mr. Mime, Kadabra, Alakazam, and I'm forgetting one. I think it might be like Hypno? No, it's not Hypno. No, it's Venomoth, isn't it? It's Venomoth, Mr. Mime, Kadabra, and Alakazam. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna cheat it, alright? Because since it's a repeated Pokemon and I don't want to use Venomoth again, let's use this spot for Zubat, Golbat, and Crobat. How about that? So there's no alternative forms for Zubat, Golbat, and Crobat. It's just Poison Flying type. Since bats are associated with night, we'll make it Dark type, and we'll make it also Dragon, because I'm that guy. Dark Dragon, Zubat, Golbat, and Crobat. And you know, there's something else I want to talk about when it comes to that. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's another Eevee, come on. We want all the Eevees. 158. Yeah, Dark Dragon type. But I wanted to talk about this for a while, but I know in the anime, you know how like there's Pokemon that are raised up by happiness and stuff like that? You know, like Igglybuff and Golbat, like that's how I remembered all this, and like Togepi. Well, in the anime, there's like an evil Togepi. And I'm thinking to myself, well, holy crap, like, Togepi at this point will never evolve if he's just evil. Unless, like, he changes his role around, which, you know, more likely Pokemon would. But that's why I feel like there's just a thing as, like, you know, evil evolution in a way, but it wouldn't be as good as, like, the original one. So, like, I thought to myself, making, like, alternative... you know, alternative dark evolutions, because like for Crobat, like to me Crobat looks like he isn't the happiest he could be, because every picture he's not smiling at all. He doesn't look like a kind Pokemon. He looks very serious, and he looks like he's ready to fuck shit up in a way. But I don't know, I made different alternatives to these dark Pokemon. I don't remember them at the top of my head, but I try to do that. But yeah, that's just what I imagine it. But yeah. Hold on. Hold on, just texting someone back. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that's pretty much that. Alright, I'm back. I forgot to text back that person I said I would, and it took like 5 minutes, but I'm finally here. But yeah, Dark Dragon type is what I'm thinking of. The old school one, honestly, they probably Dragon type too. If you know, it'd be interesting if like Aerodactyl and Crobat are like ancestors, because like either the Pokemon were extinct back then or they just became something else, you know? Because like, you know, Kabutops and Genesect had like that theory that they could be each other or whatnot. It could be that. Also, hopefully the Valium's okay. I didn't mess with it this time. I didn't really think it through, but I know that the Valium is much better on day 2 than it was compared to day 1. But yeah. Let's see here. Future forms, that's, you know, obvious robot, bat, and stuff. I do like that idea a lot, though, for sure. Okay, well, Mr. Mime, it does have a different form. It eventually changed to a fairy type. That's what Psychic Fairy. And Mr. Rhyme, I think, is Ice Fairy? Hold on, let me put Mr. Rhyme. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. Ice Psychic. So, Psychic Fairy and Ice Psychic. I think that's pretty cool. And Galarian Mr. Mime. Hold on. Okay, so there's 50% male and 50% female, but this Mr. Rhyme's always gotta have a mustache, I realize. Yo, where the fuck is Galarian Mr. Mime? Oh, there it is. I feel like Galarian Mr. Mime looks pretty weird though, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, Psychic Fairy, Ice Psychic. Alternative forms, the fucking primal forms could be very, very hard to think of. The past form. Okay, hold on. What would I want for Mr. Mime? What would make the most sense? Because they're all like mimes and stuff, and the ice thing works perfectly fine. Let me think it through. There's fire, there's water, there's grass, electric, bug, flying, rock, ground, steel, ice is out of the question, fighting, psychic's out of the question, dark would be interesting. Poison, ghost, normal, dragon, fairy, and fairy's out of the question. I'm leaning towards dark and ghost. I really like that idea. They'll be like a very dark type of cartoon character. There was a fan-made art in the past that that I showed off. It was like, oh, Mr. Mime, if he evolved with the Mime box or whatever it's called, and he evolves into Master Mime, and it was this Pokemon that was like in black and white stripes, and I thought it was so cool, and I wish that Pokemon existed. But imagine that but it'd be like the worst type of mime, like the hard type of mime. Dark Ghost feels perfectly fine with me. So we'll make this work. We'll make this work with Mime Jr., Mr. Mime, and a different Mr. Rhyme as his evolution. So we'll make it black and white and sinister and almost ghostly, and I think that would work pretty cool. The past version though, I don't know. That's gonna have to be... Shit, I don't know, man. What even would work? Maybe they could just be hieroglyphs or something instead. That'd be kind of hard to explain though. They'll be super 2D. That would make it more mysterious because it's gonna be like, okay, so how the hell did they come from 2D in the walls painted by berries and shit like that to like 3D real life things? But they are psychic types, so I don't know. The future ones, the robots would be easy to make, I would say. A future Mr. Rhyme, I would have to... Well, not a future Mr. Rhyme. I meant to say like a Dark Ghost future Mr. Rhyme. I keep saying future. Shit. No. A Dark Ghost type Mr. Rhyme would have to make sense with the other Mr. Mime, because I want to keep that one. I'm not really a big fan of Galarian Mr. Mime unless we make it male and female. With that, yeah. Mr. Rhyme would have to look closer to Charlie Chaplin and also fits the aesthetic, so it almost looked like a rubber hose thing. Yeah, I don't know, all these ones I'm talking about could be very possible in my mind. Okay, well, Abracadabra and Alakazam are next. And they always been psychic type, and he also has like a Mega Alakazam form. Did I cover any Mega evolutions? Mega Steelix I didn't cover. An Ice Mega Steelix would just have icy spikes and ice surrounding it like mist. Any other ones? Yeah, no, it's just Mega Steelix, I think. Right? But a Mega Alakazam's also just psychic type, so there's no alternative forms. And the past form's gonna be hard to think about, to be honest with you. What would I want? They could easily be dragon type as well, but I don't want that. I'm gonna say Steel Fairy type to make the psychic properties work, and that it also works along with the spoons. That makes sense to me a little bit. Steel Fairy type. And we'll make the future form Steel Psychic. The past forms I really don't know. They'll just have to be like gems around this Pokemon or something, but it's about time we see another Eevee here. Okay, let's go 159. Okay, let's go back and forth. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that decision. I'm gonna end up forgetting all of this, but at least I can watch this back and like, oh, and then I'll just like draw it or something. I feel like professional artists are gonna draw it much easier. I mean, that's easier said than done and all that stuff, but I don't know. I'll see what I can do. Oh, I didn't mean to fight. Okay, sorry for yawning. Alright, well next is Blaine. Blaine's Pokemon in Red and Blue. I'm pretty sure he has Arcanine, Rapidash, Ninetales, and Ponyta, I think? And we already covered Ponyta already. We made him Ghost type, and I forgot that there was Galarian Ponyta. I don't know how, because I really like Galarian Ponyta. I'm not the biggest fan of Galarian Rapidash, because given its psychic type is a missed opportunity along with fairy, it could just be fairy type. You don't need to add psychic type to it. So yeah, I guess we already covered that. So let's replace it with something else, with whatever Koga's Pokemon is, I guess. Let's see. Koga has Crobat, Muck, Weezing, Ariados, and Fortress. I guess we can't do Koga then. Let's do it with another one of Brock's Pokemon. I'm trying to think, because we already covered Zubat, and we already said Vulpix. And then he also caught a Fortress, but I'm not at Gen 2 yet, so... Got Sudowoodo and that. And we already covered Happiny, basically, because we said Chansey and all of them. Is there any more Gen 1 Pokemon he gets? What the fuck? Okay, well, let's just move on to Misty then. She has Goldeen, and there's no alternate forms of Goldeen, as far as I know. We'll just make him a solo dragon type. With solo dragonfish, I think that's perfectly fine. The past form, he'll be like a very teethy Goldeen Piranha, along with Sea King, you know, a bigger horn maybe. And the future forms would be Robotic Goldeen and Sea King. That's easy enough. For the next Blaine Pokemon is Ninetales, which I kind of... This would be pretty cool, because there's already an Alolan Ninetales, and then it becomes like Ice Fairy type, which is like one of the best ones for sure. I love that so much. If we were to make something else besides that, that'd be a good question. I don't think Ninetales ever been officially Fire Psychic, so that's the one thing. I could look it up right quick. Hold on. Let me put Ninetales, because it is depicted on having Psychic type. And I think I've already decided what we could do. Hold on. I'm trying to find it. Conception and development. That's probably not it, huh? Appearances. I don't know why critical reception is there, but it is. Ninetales' connection to the fox spirit in Chinese and Japanese mythology has been discussed by critics and scholars. Comic book resource writer Katie Schutz, I don't know how to say that name, praised its designs, feeling that it evoked aspects of the Kitsune mythology in much more subtle ways. In particular, she noted Vulpix only has 6 tails compared to Ninetales' 9, which she believed reflected the Kitsune mythology of growing more tails as they age. She also noted its similarities to Kitsune that has aged to 1,000 years, becoming white or gold, believing that the gold fur of Ninetales and the white fur of its Alolan form reflect this. The fox spirit was featured in the Marvel Cinematic Universe film Shang-Chi and the Legends of the Ten Rings, which producer Kevin Feige noted caused test... Wait, hold up. I had to look up for the running thing. Caused test audiences to believe that the film featured Ninetales due to their similar designs. The episodes where Ninetales attempts to charm Brock to stay with her was discussed in the book, and a Stranger Field studies of art, audio, visuals, and new technologies in fantasy, sci-fi, and horror genres, with the authors stating that the story of Tamamo no Mei is referenced in this episode. They also discuss how the episodes conveys the image of the practically harmless and even attractive yokai. represents how the image of that supernatural and incomprehensible being of the Japanese tradition is being replaced. Author Patrick Drazen was also discussed the parallels between Ninetales in the episode and the concept of kaiden, Japanese meaning a ghost story despite being about a ghost, remarking that it would resonate with Japanese children familiar with the story of Hachiko. As we got another Eevee. Baton pass. There we go. Alright, let's raise it up yet again. 160. Oh. Let's see. Alolan Ninetales has been generally well received, considered among the best Alolan Pokemon by critics, which it is. That is, to me, that's pretty factual. USA Today writers C.N. Mather and Ryan Woodrow praised Ninetales' Alolan design, noting how frequently it appears in anything Nintendo, Game Freak, or the Pokemon Company ever decided to do. Mather felt that it was one of the series' most popular Pokemon. I wouldn't say that much. I wouldn't say it's the most popular, but you know, it's pretty popular. And expected that this would not change anytime soon. Commenting on its design, they stated that it would seem impossible for Ninetales to do any wrong, and that it was still as graceful as ever. And its Alolan redesign and how both forms are everything a Pokemon should strive to be. Okay, let's pause right there. What the fuck? I don't think. Does this person ever? How much Pokemon did this person played? Does Ryan Woodrow? That's where I'm a bit skeptical on. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not really sure how true that is. Because it's just saying that, oh, that's what every Pokemon should strive to be. It's not necessarily true. Like, a fucking Bagon is trying to be a Salamence, you know, he's trying to fly and he's trying to be tough and stuff, and the vibe I get with Ninetales is like trying to be graceful, beautiful, and all this stuff. But that's not what Bagon is trying to be when he becomes Salamence. So I don't know if this person knows. Maybe he does consume more Pokemon than I do. Who knows? But I don't think I agree with the concept of like, oh yeah, all Pokemon should just go be like this one or something. I don't know. Where was I? Woodrow felt that the original Ninetales design was superior, but felt that it was a successful attempt at a regional form, arguing that it kept what worked about Ninetales and taken it to a different direction by changing. Hold on, 161 by the way. I did notice it. Don't you worry. By changing the fur color and giving it an almost magical aura. I saw magical aura and combined the word and said Majoric. That was weird. Alolan Ninetales' usefulness in competitive Pokemon has been commended, with inverse writer Jessica Famularo believing it will on offense teams. Inside Gamer writer Wes Ridgecka considered it among the best Pokemon introduced in Sun and Moon. Yeah, this is pretty true, I suppose. Appreciating how much more useful it is with this new typing. I mean, yeah, Ice types isn't the best defensively, unfortunately, but I did put it in my team, for sure. Particularly with how it makes it strong against Dragon-type Pokemon. Destructoid writer Marcel Hong suggested that it was a powerful Pokemon for use in battling. In particular, thanks to Auroraville move and Snow Warning ability, Game Revolution writer Bradley Russell found both forms to be great designs, feeling that the original form was from a time that there were designs to put through into Pokemon designs. Feeling that the original form was from a time, I just read the same thing, that were designers put thought into Pokemon designs. He also enjoyed his mythological roots. Where the fuck is the other mention though? I'm trying to find... I'm like trying to find the fucking typings and stuff. Am I even... Oh, this is Wikipedia, bro. I thought this was Bulbapedia. Okay, let's go to Bulbapedia. I was on the wrong page the whole time, but that was a good read either way, to be honest with you. That was funny. Let's put game data. I might as well read some Pokemon entries. Red and blue version says, very smart and very vengeful. Grabbing one of his many tails could result in a 1,000-year curse, which is like the fucking whole story of Mystery Dungeon, right? It's pretty incredible. According to an enduring legend, 9 noble saints were united and reincarnated as this Pokemon. That's a yellow version, and I don't remember reading that. I don't know if I ever caught Ninetales in yellow version. Or evolved them, I'm not sure. Stadium says it is extremely vindicative. It is said to lay 1,000-year... Shit, hold up, I didn't mean to put a fight. It is said to lay 1,000-year long curse if his tails is pulled as a joke. Gold version says some legends claim that each of his 9 tails that is his own unique type of special mystic power. Silver version says his 9 beautiful tails are filled with wondrous energy that could keep it alive for 1,000 years. That seems like not the same thing as the 1,000-year curse. Okay, whatever. Crystal version says it is said to live 8,000 years and each of his tails is loaded with supernatural powers. Stadium 2 says some legends claim that each of his 9 tails has its own unique type of special mystic power, and its 9 beautiful tails are filled with the wondrous energy that could keep it alive for 1,000 years. As we got ourselves 162 Eevees. Hell yeah. Ruby version says Ninetales casts a sinister light from its bright red eyes to gain total control over its foe's mind. This Pokemon is said to live for thousands of years. Sapphire version says legend has it that Ninetales came into being when 9 wizards possessing sacred powers merged into one. This Pokemon is highly intelligent. It can understand human speech. Sapphire is wild, bro. That Pokédex entry is insane. Emerald version says it has long been said that each of his Ninetales embodied an enchanted power. A long-lived Ninetales will have fur that shines like gold. So, to reiterate on Sapphire's Pokédex entry, 9 wizards, 9 of them, not 1 wizard, 9 fucking wizards combine into one to create a fucking fox. And that it could understand human speech. That's Sapphire's Pokédex entry. Alright, let's continue. Fire Red says it has 9 long tails and fur that gleams gold. It is said to live for 1,000 years. Leaf Green says very smart and very vengeful. Grabbing one of his many tails could result in a 1,000-year curse. Diamond version says his 9 tails are said to be imbued with mystic power and it can live for 1,000 years. Actually, that's all the 4th gen games saying that. Heart Gold says some legends claim that each of his 9 tails has its own unique type of special mystical power, which they never elaborate on what at least one of them do. But yeah, Soul Silver, its 9 beautiful tails are filled with wondrous energy that could keep it alive for 1,000 years. That's already been reminiscent before. Black and White, and Ninetales are said to be imbued with mystical power. It can live for 1,000 years. Black 2 and White 2, each of his 9 tails is imbued with supernatural power. It can live for thousands of years. Alright, Pokemon X. It has 9 long tails and fur that gleams gold. It is said to live for 1,000 years. Pokemon Y, very smart and very vengeful. Grabbing one of his many tails could result in a 1,000-year curse. Okay. Omega Ruby. Ninetales casts a sinister light from his bright red eyes to gain total control over his foe's mind. Again, which I didn't even know you could possess a person's mind like that. What the fuck? Because it said that in the Eevee version. This Pokemon is said to live for 1,000 years. And this is the Sapphire one to Alpha Sapphire. Legend has it that Ninetales came to being when 9 wizards possessing sacred powers merge into one. This Pokemon is highly intelligent and can understand human speech. I still can't get over that, bro. What the hell? And we're almost finished with it, actually. Sun version says, legend has it that this mythical Pokemon was formed when 9 saints coalesced into one. I've never seen that word. Instead of fused together. That's another Eevee star. Moon version, said to live for 1,000 years, this Pokemon uses supernatural abilities to manipulate fire. It can burn its prey to a crisp as it pleases. Okay. It's a bit different. As we got ourselves 163. So it can manipulate fire and can burn prey to a crisp as it pleases. Okay, I just wanted to reiterate that. Ultra Sun has a different Pokédex entry. It is vindictive and relentless by nature. Those who cross it even once will be cursed for 1,000 years, along with their descendants. Yo, what the fuck? That's way worse than what it said before. It says if it even crosses it. It didn't even say if you touch its tails. If you just piss it off, it's gonna curse you. Ultra Moon, the flickering flames that spews from its mouth leaves its opponents hypnotized. I never heard of that. Then this extremely intelligent Pokemon attacks. Alright. Let's go Pikachu. According to an enduring legend, 9 noble saints were united and reincarnated as this Pokemon. Oh, it's also Let's Go Eevee. Okay. Now we're at the Alolan Ninetales section, starting with Sun. It creates drops of ice in its coat and showers them over its enemies. Anyone who angers it will be frozen stiff in an instant. Okay, well that's more reasonable than cursing him and his descendants for thousands of years. Moon version, possessing a calm demeanor. This Pokemon was revered as a deity incarnate before it was identified as a regional variant of Ninetales. Oh. Ultra Sun. The reason it guides people all the way down to the mountain's base is that it wants them to hurry up and leave. Okay, well it's generous, but it's a bit rude. Ultra Moon. Some said that deities visited mountains where Ninetales live, so in times long past, no one was allowed to go into those mountains. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. It lives on mountains perpetually covers in snow and revered as a deity incarnate. It appears draped in a blizzard. Okay. Wait, is it not in... Oh, okay. I was confused. It just started at Sword version. I think this is back to regular Ninetales again. It is said to live 1,000 years and and each of his tails is loaded with supernatural powers. Shield version says, very smart, very vengeful, very nice. Grabbing one of his many tails could result in a 1,000-year curse. I added the very nice part. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Its 9 tails are said to be imbued with mystic power. The Pokemon is said to live for 1,000 years. Legend Arceus. The coats of gleaming golden fur is quite magnificent. The species is said to store sacred power in its 9 long tails and to live for a millennium. Okay, well that's pretty much 1,000 years. That's pretty nice. Alolan Ninetales for Sword version. A deity resides in the snowy mountains where this Pokemon lives. That doesn't mean that it's a deity. What the fuck? In ancient times, it was worshipped as the deity's incarnation. Shield version. While it will guide travelers who get lost on a snowy mountain down to the mountain's base, it won't forgive anyone who harms nature. Hold on. Legend Arceus dwells on a sacred peaks perpetually covered in snow, said to appear in virtuous people who have lost their way on mountain paths. It then guides them back down to the mountain's base. Okay. And now we're at Scarlet version. Some legends claim that each of his 9 tails has its own unique type of special mystical power. This is referring to the regular 9 tails. Violet version has 9 long tails and fur that gleams gold. It is said to live for 1,000 years. Alolan 9 tails. Possessing a calm demeanor, this Pokemon was revered as a deity incarnate before it was identified as original variant of 9 tails. That's the same text as before. And in Violet version for Alola 9 tails, it creates drops of ice in its coat and showers them over its enemies. Anyone angry so it will be frozen stiff in an instant. This is the same Pokédex entries as Sun and Moon. Okay, well the whole reason I was on here is just to see if the typing's different for 9 tails. Hold on. Just to be sure that at any point it wasn't like Fire Psychic or something. You know, like a Pokemon Ranger or something like that. Apparently it's only in Shining Pearl, that's crazy. Let's see. Oops, I didn't mean to put that. Well, it's 3 o'clock. We're almost 3 hours in the series. Okay, well we do find an Eevee right here. Okay, let's gain the counter up. 164. Okie dokie. Shuffle Masters Unite. Apparently in red, blue, and yellow it holds the golden leaf. What the fuck? I don't know if I missed it. I was trying to find the typings on the other Pokemon games. Let's see. Anime series only moves psychic. Okay. Okay, I think I found the part right here. Okay, so there's that. Pokemon Ranger, just fire. Pokemon Battle Troze, just fire. Pokemon Shuffle, just fire. Oh, Pokemon Snap has entry. This mystical Pokemon is the subject of numerous legends. It's highly intelligent and extremely curious, so it closely studies others to try to learn all it can about them. Okay, that's not what I expected them to say. Let's see here. Yeah, it doesn't say Fire Psychic. That's interesting. Okay, well, I made my decision pretty early on what typing I would make this if I were to not have Ice, Fairy, or Fire. And I think I decided on making it Ghost Psychic, because it did mention that it lived for thousands of years and it does this curse and that it can read people's minds, so it's pretty... It's a pretty easy decision for me to make it Psychic Ghost. And it's very easy to make it look pretty appealing as a Psychic Ghost type. But yeah, I mean, as long as it's not like looking like the shinies, then we're good. But yeah, The primal form, probably Fire Rock. The future form, it's pretty easy to make those into a robot. I think the last Pokemon from Blaine that we could cover is Growlithe and Arcanine, and I'm pretty sure they're Fire Rock type, right, in the Hisuian form. I could just make sure that, hold on, Growlithe, as I attack this thing, Hisuian, Rock Fire type, right? It's still alive. Yeah, Fire Rock. And then I'm assuming Arcanine's also Fire Rock. As we raise up to 165. Level 41 for Azure as well. Yeah, he's also Fire Rock type. Okay. And Arcanine's regular fire type. Honestly, it's a pretty easy decision for me. I want to see an ice type. And I know that like in one of the Pokemon games, I forgot what it's called. I remember a long time ago I watched Game Boy Luke play it. It was like a Pokemon game that had like, oh, these Pokemon has different typings. So this is way before Sun and Moon came out. But it was like a Fire Red and Leaf Green ROM hack. And they made Arcanine like a water type. But I'm pretty happy with just having it ice type, just having it the whole treatment on Growlithe. And I don't think it needs an additional type. But for the primal form, I'll make it fire ground type, just to, you know, have it different. It could easily be firefighting type, but yeah, I don't know. It should be fine. Or it could be fire dragon type, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna make it Fire Dragon type as the primal. In the future form, Fire Steel type, you know, robot dogs. Now we're at Giovanni, where Giovanni, I'm pretty sure, has Rhydon, Rhyhorn, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Duck Trio, and I think Persian for yellow version. I think. I don't remember if he has Sandslash. We'll start with the Meowth and Persian for now. Wait, did I already kill it? Fuck. Shit, I don't remember if I killed the Eevee just now. Okay. I don't remember. I'm not gonna click on it. Damn it. I'll try to remember it 3 hours in. Okay, well let me know if I did mess up on it. I don't even know if anybody's watching at the moment. Fuck, hold up. Nope, not at the moment. Hold on, fixing the screen. Damn it. I hate the miscount so much. I'll remember it being 165. My mind's playing tricks on me. I'm like, wait, did I just kill an Eevee? I don't know. These random numbers keep fucking calling me, bro. I don't know who the fuck. It's super random and everything. Let's see. But yeah, Meowth and Persian has already the Alolan Meowth and Alolan Persian, which is Dark type. I don't like them at all. I hate, like, Persian has a Hey Arnold hit and I don't understand it. Like, I'm okay with Meowth. Like, that's fine. But Persian, I'm like, ugh. Like, they couldn't just made a Dark type Persian, like, or give him a goatee. He would look so much better with a goatee or some shit, you know what I mean? And, there's the Steel type Berserker. So there is that. I think I did kill one, bro. I don't know. Okay, well, we're gonna count it this time. I hate feeling that I've miscounted. But 166 for now. Oh, another Eevee. Wow. There we go. I feel like I did because, like, I even saw the Aqua Jets that it, like, got lower down. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. I meant to click the counter. Booyah! 167. It could be 168 if I'm doing it right. Let's see here. Did I say 3 o'clock, or what time did I say for the pack to get ready? Or did I say 4 o'clock? The pack might already be ready. But yeah, Meowth has Dark type and also Steel type within it, so I have to consider a different Meowth to have. Let me look up the Meowth, and then afterwards we're gonna check on our pack just to see if we are ready or not. Meowth. I mean, Meowth has enough types, to be honest with you. I guess that's another option if we're not be able to do the Grand Arena, because it's over in like 2 days, is that we could do the Pokemon catching game within our phone. Like, that's pretty fun. Hold on. Let's see here. Oh, this is Wikipedia again. What the fuck? How did I get here? Bruh, I'm like trying to click Bulbapedia. Okay, let's take a look at these other types. So, normal, dark, steel. Alright. And then we go to Galarian Meowth. Hold on, where's Galarian Meowth? Bruh. Because I think it's Berserker, right? That's also pure steel type. I feel like I should just make a fire Meowth. I would make it like in a normal day if Berserker didn't exist, and like the Alolan Meowth, or the Galarian Meowth I should say, the steel type, I honestly would have made it steel type as well. Or like a steel fighting or something, because you know, coins and all that. That's why I said coin would be a pure steel type or something. For Meowth though, yeah, I'm just thinking firefighting or something. A fire cat. Something along those lines. I feel like that's very easily doable. And for the primal form, just like a pure rock type or something. Maybe rock fighting. Or rock normal, maybe. Future is the easily can make robots out of these. Next Pokemon though, let's start with Nidoran female. To Nidorina to Nidoqueen. They're ground poison type. And for the most part, what I would do is make them Dragon Steel type. I like that, because it's already a dinosaur, and it could be easily Draconic. And the Steel type for the Queen when it's wearing its crown. Yeah, I like that, and then Nidoqueen would have armor. But I'll make Nidoran female Dragon type, Nidorina Dragon type, then to Nidoqueen Steel Dragon. And same for Nidoran male, Nidorino, and Nidoking. They'll be Dragon, Dragon, then Steel Dragon. I feel like I'm singing the Dragon Ball Z song. The primal forms would probably just be pure ground type, and then the future robots are easy to make. Steel poison, I imagine. Easy enough. Rhyhorn and Rhydon and Rhyperior probably would be along the same lines, to be honest with you. Probably Steel Dragon as well, because it's already rock ground. Yeah, I'm pretty confident in that. It would just be a super tank. That's exactly what I envision it to be. As we kill that Eevee, we got ourselves 168. As we got 168 experience points, you see that? We got one more Aqua Jet though, and then we could do like a break for our retweet and stuff. But yeah, that's Giovanni, pretty much. And for like the original forms, I would just probably make it pure rock or something. Or pure ground, probably pure ground, because it's you know, the secrets of the earth. Yeah, pure ground for all three of them, and then steel ground for the future forms. And yeah, I guess we could do the Elite Four pretty much, but we'll do that in a little bit. If you guys are stopping by the stream, be sure to like consider, you know, giving a donation. I had to cancel the editing software, so like, you know, if I were to get it back eventually, you know, even $1 would help out. It would come a long way. You know, whether you do PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Patreon, Zelle, or the GoFundMe page, preferably the GoFundMe page, so you guys could see like the progression of the whole thing and stuff. So there is that. I probably should put the link of GoFundMe out to the Twitter and stuff, or Facebook, something like that, something along those lines, because we have one more Aqua Jet, and afterwards we could try to do that. So yeah, we might have to consider that. And as a reminder, we do have ourselves a shiny Ditto as the parent of one of our Pokemon, with Drakia being along with the other parent. And who knows, we might get ourselves a shiny Eevee pretty soon, as we're hatching eggs as well, but we're not really focusing on the eggs. We're really focusing on like trying to gain up, because we have to defeat 500 Eevees to then spawn in the vintage retro Eevee to you know, try to catch for ourselves. So yeah, that's gonna be the whole plan. And the whole reason I'm doing this is because initially in one of the gym leader episodes, like after defeating them, because that's what I do with the Nuzlocke, I get like a mystery gift prize for that, and then I would do that. That the mystery gift code didn't work for the vintage Eevee, because that's what initially I had planned. But this works either way. Like, you know, I'm happy to do vintage hunting on stream and stuff. I just wish more people showed up so they could enjoy it with me. But it would be cool to find ourselves this. It's just like Eevee takes 5% of the time to find, like only in the mornings and daytime and evening times or whatever. Just not nighttime. That's what sucks. But yeah, we're gonna try to make this work. We may end the stream like probably around 5:30 or something, or 6 o'clock, I don't know, it just depends. We'll see, and we'll play by ear. But yeah, we probably can't open the pack right now. That's probably what I should be doing. Hold on. Let's see if the pack's available. And yeah, after this Eevee, we're gonna go to the Pokemon Center so we can reset our Aqua Jets, because I don't know why I made that a self-implemented rule, but I did. But yeah. Let's go ahead and do this right quick. And let's see if our pack is available, because I swear I estimated it around 3 o'clock, but it didn't notify me. Let's see here. Oh, my trade's in progress. Oh, it's in 2 minutes. Okay, that works. Okay, I guess the person that wanted to trade with me is finally here. What do you have? Oh, right, yeah. Okay, he's trading me the Vileplume. That's good. Perfect. I wanted the Vileplume in TCG Pocket. I don't know if I did this on stream or not, but I had Luxray available because he needed that, and he's gonna trade me the Vileplume that I needed. Perfect. This you know, I'm slowly getting up there. I'm getting all the Pokemon I want. That's perfect. Every day a different trade. There we go, we got ourselves a Vileplume for that. And we're almost complete with Genetic Apex. Now I have to put something else on the wish list. Thanks. I appreciate it, World 36-1. I don't know what the fuck Mario game Eevee playing that's 36 worlds, but hell yeah, and our pack's available. Part of me wants to open the pack after finding an Eevee, so we might hold that off. Meanwhile I do that, let me take Vileplume off the wish list because they don't do that for you. But we do have to put in a new card for our wish list, because if you guys don't play TCG Pocket, there's this option on the wish list that you could fit up to 20 Pokemon and Pokemon that you're looking for. Because they adapted to the new trading feature, as we got ourselves another Eevee available, one more Aqua Jet, and yeah, we could do that perfectly fine. Okay, and let's add into our encounter 169. Ain't nothing like 169. That's not as smooth, but yeah. Let's go to the Pokemon Center at the same time when I'm like trying to fiddle with all these. Hold on. Pokemon Center ahoy. And then once I come back, I'm gonna be doing this. So I already got this Pokemon, right? Okay, yeah, I did. Did I get this one? Oh, I guess Porygon Z's next, or is it? Hold on. No, Darkrai EX is next. Oh. Darkrai EX is next. Dope. Alright. In that case, let me switch up my wish list. My wish list right here. If I could fucking find it. Oh no, it's right here. Duh. Okay, let me replace this one for Darkrai EX. I've been looking for a Darkrai for like the longest time. Where even is it now? There it is. Okay. There we go. Hell yeah. Okay, my bad. Let's go back. And we're gonna promote the stream one more time. Probably this time I'm gonna put the GoFundMe link. Well, maybe not. I'm not sure. So many decisions to make. Hold on, let me go full screen this shit. And yeah. I should probably, let's go to the profile right quick. Let me retweet this. Apparently 12 people saw it. Okay. And that's it for that. I guess that's the extent of it. Let me check Reddit right quick. I feel like the Reddit promotion doesn't work for shit. I need to find a different page, because I feel like everybody that went in there are just in it for themselves and then they bounce out, similar to what I do. I don't know. Hot takes out of that. I don't think I had any interaction. 7 views, apparently. Okay, well, let's go from here. I mean, it's not too bad. Hold on, let me go like this. Alright, well, let me stand in place just for a little bit, just so we could open the pack, because we got a Charizard pack to open. I'm gonna raise up the volume so you guys can hear it, as you heard the booster pack available, and I will announce it out loud. Charizard pack from Genetic Apex. Let's open this and let's hopefully find a decent pack, whether it's flipped over, crooked. I don't think I noticed any of them. Let me go through them a little bit fast so you guys aren't waiting too long. Okay, there's that. There's that. Okay, there's that. None of these packs are crooked, bruh. I might just have to pick one randomly. Okay, there's that. Wait, is that crooked? I think this one's crooked. Okay, cool. Let me continue looking at the other ones. Because it was crooked on the left side. And that might be the only one. Okay, so I guess I'm picking this one. And like I said, it's been rumored that the packs are just predetermined before you even open them or decide any of them. So who knows if that's true. We got the Oddish one looking at Snorlax. We got Dub Wool hopping over a river. We got Helioptile just smiling there. We got Starmie in like a Crayola picture. And we got Machamp with the holograph. So nothing too crazy. But yeah, alright. I was about to go like, oh, we could go to the grass and stop until like, you know, and then that would stop the roulette or whatever. I don't know. Let's go grass and the grass. And the grass. But yeah, let's go talk about the good old Elite Four then. The Elite Four Pokemon. Sorry, I'm just looking at my text messages just to see if they replied or anything like that, because I don't want to leave them hanging. So Lorelei, she has Lapras, Dugong, Cloyster, Jinx, and Slowbro. So let's start with Slowbro. So there's Slowpoke, Slowbro, and Slowking. And there's also Galarian, Slowpoke, Slowbro, and Slowking, which I'm pretty sure is Poison Psychic type, and then the other one's like Water Psychic type. So, you know, not really much to it. If I were to make a different type, and I feel like there should be a bigger hippo, so I think I'm going to do that with the primal form. So I'll make them pure water type, make them have no fucking tail, but like a bigger pink hippo. For Slowbro, he'll have like just the gigantic Cloyster thing biting onto his ass or some shit like that. I think that's what it's gonna have to be. And I think the people could theorize that that is the original Cloyster look, and that's why it looks like that, because it brings out the you know, the true inner being of the primal state of the tail. And I'm getting a call. Motherfucker. So yeah, there's that. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. And for Slowking, maybe instead of, you know, him wearing it on top of his head, the fucking shell just bites all over his head, so his whole face looks different, but you can still see the eyes, but they're pointed the other way, but it still looks angry. Something like that. So in a way, as we get 170, I guess in a way the shell kind of looks sad? I don't know. When it's biting onto it, so when it's upside down it looks angry. I don't know if that makes sense, but I kind of like that idea. Because I want an actual hippo, besides Hippowdon, that's from the water. But for alternative types, I don't know. Future Slowpoke and Future Slowking would be pretty easy to make, I feel, like for robots. Alternative types for Slowpoke and Slowking. And this thing. Fire type, water type, grass type, electric type, bug type, flying type, rock type, ground type, steel type, ice type, and let's go add to the counter. 171. Steel type, fighting type, psychic type, dark type, poison type, ghost type, normal type, dragon type, fairy type. Part of me just wants to say normal fairy. The other part of me wants to say ice. So I'm gonna be boring and say normal fairy. I think that's probably the appropriate one. And for Slowbro, maybe his leg would be bitten instead, so he has like a peg leg and his normal fairy type, kind of. I mean, it'd be a very awkward normal fairy type. And then Slowking, like again with the primal, you know, Slowpoke, his whole head would be bent or whatever. I don't know. I feel like Ice type would fit so much more. So I guess, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we'll do. Fuck. All right. Ice Fairy. All right, fine. We'll do Ice Fairy type. It makes sense, and we can make him into a fucking pirate. Because we're gonna include all three. We're not gonna have a branching evolution. Or we can, I don't know. Part of me wants to say that the pirate, like, well, the Slowking form shouldn't have his whole head bitten. So maybe his hat or his crown looks more like a pirate-shaped helmet instead. Because Slowking doesn't look all the way the same. As we're opening another egg from Shiny Ditto and Drakia. Could this be it? Of course not. It's all good. Alright. And this is 9. So let's go ahead and do that. For number 9. And our 10th egg because, you know, the first Drakia came from, like, the egg. So, yeah. It works. I didn't know it was gonna show us that, though. I didn't even have to walk in here, but I did. It's all good, though. I didn't mean to do that. We could only fit up to like 16 Eevees here, though. Let's take a look at it. Shall we? Runaway ability, attack downs, defense is up. Alright. Alright. Likes to relax. Where you gonna relax into this box, McKay? Okay, let's get out of here. Alright. Let's fly over to get our next egg. Last time we opened 4 eggs, so we might open just 2 more eggs from here. So let's just go ahead and do that. And after we get our 4th egg, we could, like, you know, after we open our 4th egg, we could rename Ditto and stuff like that. And maybe one more Eevee encounter after that, and then we'll call it a day. We'll see. We'll see how long that takes us, because I went over 6 o'clock yesterday without meaning to. But we shall see. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Fire Fairy type. Ice Fairy type, I guess. And we could also make it like the fairy thing would be a sweet thing, so it'd be like flavored or something like that. Because for some reason, Slowpokes are tasty to some people. I don't know. Team Rocket started selling them. 172 though. But yeah, it could have some residue, because, you know, poison type is like the bad stuff, and fairy stuff is considered the sweet stuff. So who knows? Like, if anything, fairy and poisons are exact opposites, as similar to like the dark and light. But yeah, Seal and Dugong though. You know, it'd be interesting if we made Seal into that, what the fire starter is supposed to be for Space World. Like, you know, that fire otter that, like, flips the rock. I'm not sure. Or we can make that the alternative form, but to be honest, I'm not too excited for that. But we'll make it happen, sure. So Fire Rock type, I guess, if that's gonna be the alternative form. And then Dugong would be like the bigger Seal. I don't know what it's supposed to look like at the final form, but he could turn that rock into a big ass fireball like Scorbunny can, like, you know, Cinderace and all that. Primal form would probably just be pure water. I don't know what it would look like. Just some more Seal with bigger tusk, I guess. And you know, Robot Seal and Dugong. I don't know. I didn't really put too much thought into it. I just thought of myself like the fire Johto starter, like that was originally in there. The one that flips the Fire Rock. It wouldn't really look exactly the same as it though. It's just missing. I guess it doesn't need the horn, does it? But Dugong, it could add the horn if it wants to. Yeah, something like that. Because Dugong lacks the horn and Seal has it. You know what I mean? Okay, well that is it for another Eevee. That is 173. I don't know how close we could get, because if we ended it at like 129... Oh, we got another Eevee back to back. Like, I don't know by the end of all this how many Eevees I'm realistically gonna find. You know what I mean? And that did a crit. Alright. I see how you is, Eevee. Okay, let's raise up 174. But hopefully I keep getting lucky and find more and more of them. That's the best case scenario. I should probably heal my Sharpedo, but yeah, let me do that before a fucking imposter Eevee shows up, because it's gonna be that time at some point. I just feel it. It's gonna happen one of these days. Oh shit, what the hell? There's like a delay. Alright. Let's go ahead and do it. I mean, luckily I do have a water bottle next to me, but I still am trying to drink the juice. Cloyster, though. Shelter and Cloyster. Like I said, the primal forms I feel like has to be the shell that bites the Slowpoke. I like, once it becomes a Slowbro, it has to be that shell, because it was originally supposed to be a Pokemon, so I think the primal forms has to look that way. It's gonna look vastly different, but it's still gonna be considered Shoulder. For Cloyster, it has to look a bit more crazy-like, you know, just picture like a rounded, more spikier shell, like, you know, similar to the how I was talking about the Orange Islands in the last episode. It will look something like that, I feel. So yeah, that's kind of what I am thinking when it comes to that. But yeah. Alright, let's go like this. I don't know what color it should be, or if it should stay as gray. Or it could be like partly white and partly blue, just like it kind of have like some, you know, combination. Or light blue, it could be that too. But some remnants of its former look. The future Shelter and Cloyster should be obvious enough that it would just be robots. I mean, really, if you think about it, it's just like Mega Man, where they like robotize everything. There's that. But for the Xenoversal Shelter and Cloyster, what would I do about them? It can't be water ice type, and I don't think there's any Alolan, Galarian, or Hisuian forms, but I think I'm thinking Steel type yet again. I know, I'm sorry. I don't know what other type it should be. Steel type and... So fire, water, grass, electric, bug, ice. Should it be bug? I think Shelter could be a bug. What is Shelter supposed to be? A mollusk? Is a mollusk? Hey, well, hold on. Maybe I should look up what it's based on. Okay, hold on. Let me look it up. Shelter Pokemon? They put Shelter. Bro, what? I didn't say Shelter. Shelter. When I think about it, it's such an awkward spelling. Let me find the trivia, as we got another one right here. In the Pokemon series, Shelter is required to evolve Slowpoke into Slowbro or Slowking. Shelter climbs into Slowpoke's tail to evolve into Slowbro. or onto its head while wearing the King's Rock to evolve into a Slow King, even though Shelter changes form drastically. Hold on, let me... 175. We only need 325 more to go. Even though Shelter changes form drastically when it bonds with Slowpoke to evolve, see above, it is not considered an evolution in and of itself. Despite the requirement for Slowpoke to evolve, no game has ever reflected this beyond Slowpoke's Pokédex entries. Slowpoke instead evolves into Slowbro at level 37 and into Slow King, while trade with the King's Rock and does not require the presence of Shelter, as opposed to Mantike evolving with Remoraid in the party. Shelter is said to produce poison and inject it into its host Slowbro or Slow King, but it's not actually capable of learning any poison type moves as of Generation 8. In the evolution solution, it is revealed that Shelter is still capable of speech as the shell of a Slowbro. That doesn't make any sense. I guess I could still talk when it's biting it. Shelter were revealed to be capable of floating through the air in Pokemon Snap, a trait that has been seen in no other media. I didn't know he could float. That's weird. Shelter and Cloyster share the category name with Clamperl. They are all known as the Bivalve Pokemon. Shelter can be seen as a counterpart to Staryu, both are water types and in the Water 3 egg group. Both evolve with the Water Stone and both gain a second type upon evolution. Cloyster is seen as a slow defensive Pokemon, while Starmie is seen as a fast attacking Pokemon, and Shelter is exclusive to Fire Red and Y, while Staryu is exclusive to Leaf Green and X. Oh, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Oh, you live by one, dude. Why you live by one, dude? What's going on, Eevee? Alright, let's go ahead. 176. Let's see, what else you got? Origin. Shelter appears to be based on a clam, with the tongue representing a clam's foot. Its ability to move by flapping its shell may have been inspired by a scallops. Scallops are also related to the thorny oysters that resemble its evolved form. The fact that it latches onto Slowpoke and produces a beneficial toxin may be inspired by leeches. Name origin Shelter may be derived from shell and possibility of shelter. Okay, so scallops, clams, and all that stuff. Are scallops, clams, and other things considered bugs? Probably not, right? Are scallops, clams, and other things considered bugs? While the term bug is often used informally to describe various small creatures, particularly insects or terrestrial arthropods, it's important to understand the scientific classification to differentiate them from scallops, clams, and other marine animals, commonly referred to as shellfish. Shellfish is a broad culinary and fisheries term that encompasses a diverse group of aquatic invertebrates, including, according to Island Healthcare, courageously, crustaceans and mollusks. Oh my god, I can't talk. Crustaceans. This group within the phylum Arthropod includes animals like crabs, shrimp, and lobsters, categorized by their hard exoskeletons and jointed legs. Mollusk. The diverse phylum Mollusca includes animals with soft, unsegmented bodies, and many, as we get another Eevee, but not all, have protective shells. Clams Mussels, oysters, and scallops are, according to Island Healthcare, courageously viable mollusks. Hold on, let's increase the count. 177. Meaning they have hinged two-part shells. Squids and octopuses are also mollusks, but being to the class of cephalopoda. Bugs, in a strict biological sense, bugs refer to a specific order of insects called Hemiptera. These insects are categorized by straw-shaped mouthpart used to suck fluids from plants or animals. Example includes cicadas and amphids. Conclusion: therefore, scallops and clams are classified as mollusks, specifically bivalves, and are not considered bugs in the scientific sense. While some insects are colloquially referred to as bugs, that's distinct from the form of biological classification. They're true bugs. Hemiptera. I still think crustaceans and crabs and shit are basically water spiders to me, though. I don't even know why I put my phone away. Like, what the fuck else? I still need to check to see if they're gonna get text back to it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say bug type for shelter. You can make the excuse that it could be like a fucking snail instead of a mollusk in there for like this other form. Steel bug is what I'm gonna say. Same for cloister. Yeah, that's what I'm going with Regis. Steel bug type. And the future form would be like steel ice or some shit. I don't know. There's still no cloister thing. What if a cloister bites into a slowpoke or a slow bro or a slow king? Then what? Would it evolve from like further beyond or something? Like, because maybe cloister wouldn't look the same if it evolves with it slow bro. Maybe it becomes a slow dad or something. Is that the evolution of bro? I don't know. And then slow king would be like the slow shogun or something. I'm not really sure. The next Pokemon is probably Smoochum and Jinx. Now for those two, I said that, well, not that I said, I think Smoochum is just psychic type, right? And then Jinx is psychic ice. Along with Mastermind, when I was talking about it before, it was interesting that she had a evolution named Prince Ice, and I really liked that one. I would actually like Jinx so much more if I had Prince Ice. But there's no different forms of it. I think I do need to know a little bit more about Jinx just to get inspired, but so far what I'm thinking of is Ghost type. But hold on, we could look up some stuff about Jinx. Jinx, let's see, let's go to the Bulbapedia. Keep having debris on my fucking phone. That's why I kind of blew wind on it and stuff. Let's see, game data. I wish the fucking window expanded. Okay, let's do that. Come on, open the fucking window, bro. I'm like trying to expand it. Shit. There we go, now it did it. It seductively wiggles its hips as it walks. It can cause people to dance in unison with it. It says red and blue. Yellow version, it appears to move to a rhythm of its own as if it were dancing. It wiggles its hip as it walks, says yellow version. As we got another Eevee in front of us, Pokemon Stadium says, talks in a strange, incomprehensible language. It is known for its weird wiggling that causes people to dance. I really hope this isn't like because of what it's initially at, but that's 178. Because if it's because of the controversy, this is borderline racist. I hope it's not that though. Gold version, it rocks his body rhythmically. It appears to alter the rhythm depending on how it's feeling. Silver version, it speaks a language similar to that of humans, however it seems to use dancing to communicate. I never heard this before. I swear that... And it didn't even do this in the anime. I didn't know Jinx like danced like that. I thought she was like always like flirty and kissed on a lot of Pokemon. I didn't know it's like basically the first Ludicolo. It has several different cry patterns, each of which seems to have its own meaning. Okay, that was Crystal version. Stadium 2, it rocks his body rhythmically. It appears to alter the rhythm depending on how it's feeling, and it appears a language similar to that of humans. However, it seems to use dancing to communicate from basically all the entries. Ruby version says Jinx walked rhythmically, swaying and shaking its hips as if it were dancing. Its motions are so bountifully alluring, people seeing it are compelled to shake their hips without giving any thought of what they are doing. That was Ruby and Sapphire. As we are leveling up at 51 and got ourselves 179. Alright, cool. Emerald version says a Jinx sashays rhythmically. It says sashays. I don't know what that means. As if it were dancing, its motions are so bountifully alluring, people seeing it are compelled to shake their hips without noticing. Fire Red, it speaks using a language that sounds human. Research is on their way to determine what is being said. Leaf Green, it seductively wiggles its hips as it walks. It can cause people to dance in unison with it. So I don't know if I just didn't notice it, because I had a Jinx at one point. I don't remember it saying that. Diamond version, Pearl, and Platinum says the cry sounds like human speech, however it is impossible to tell what it is trying to say. Heart Gold, it rocks its body rhythmically. It appears to alter the rhythm depending on how it is feeling. Soul Silver, it speaks a language similar to that of humans, however it seems to use dancing to communicate. Black and White, it cries, sounds like a human speech, however it is impossible to tell what it is trying to say. Black 2 and White 2, it cries, sounds like human speech, however it's impossible to tell what it is trying to say. It's the same one, bro. What? It's literally T for T the same text entry. Pokemon X, it wiggles its hips as it walks. It can cause people to dance in unison with it. Pokemon Y, it speaks using... Okay, this is pretty much saying the same shit. Hold on. It literally does. It hasn't changed any of its entry. Okay, well that is 180. Okay, well I skipped a sword version. In certain parts of Galar, Jinx was once feared and worshipped as the Queen of Ice. Shield version, the Jinx of Galar often have beautiful and delicate voices. Some of these Pokemon have been gathered a fan base. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl has the same entry, and it doesn't seem like Scarlet and Violet has an entry, so it's not in that game, which is shocking. Okay, let me look at Smoochum then. I didn't know it was gonna be that repetitive. Holy fuck. Hold on, where is... Let me run around before... Okay, there's Smoochum. Okay, let's go to the game data entry of it. I'm still leaning towards Ghost. I just don't know if I want to go the Ghost Dark route yet, but we'll see. We could easily go Fairy as well. But I definitely want it to be Ghost. Let's see. I passed by it, fuck. Alright, Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Gold version, its lips are the most sensitive parts of its body. It is always using its lips first to examine things. Silver version says it always rocks its head slowly backwards and forwards as if it is trying to kiss someone. Crystal version, the sensitivity of its lips developed the most quickly. it uses them to try to identify unknown objects. I'm pretty sure all these are going to be repetitive. Stadium 2 repeats the same as the first two. Ruby and Sapphire share the same one. Smoochum actively runs about, but also falls quite often. Whenever the chance arrives, it will look for its reflection to make sure its face hasn't become dirty. Emerald version says it actively runs about, but often also falls often. Whenever it falls, it will check its reflection on lake surface to make sure its face hasn't become dirty. That's just like a fucking rephrasing of the entry, or what? Fire Red and Leaf Green has basically the same one. Diamond and Pearl. It tests everything by touching it with its lips, which remembers that it likes and dislikes. Heart Gold and Soul Silver basically has the same one. Black 2 and White 2 and Black and White has the same one. X and Y has the same one. Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire has the same one. Trying to look through it. Sword version, if its face gets even slightly dirty, Smoochum will bathe immediately. But if the body gets dirty, Smoochum doesn't really seem to care that much. Oh. Shield version, this is very curious Pokemon. Smoochum decides that it likes and dislikes by touching things with its lips. I imagine Brilliant Diamond and Precious Pearl, or I said Precious Pearl again. Shining Pearl has the same thing. Okay, I'm leaning towards Ghost Dark type just to make it extra scary. I think that's what it should be. The old form of it, I don't know, it might have to be pure ice because it was the Queen of Ice, and maybe like Jinx at a primal age has like an ice crown to it. So it could be that pretty much. I think that's probably the right call to make, and you know, future robots of Smoochum and Jinx for a Paradox form could be that as well. Lapras though, you probably know that I'm gonna make it Draconic because it's water ice type and there hasn't been any Alola forms. But how do I make that? Maybe I can make it. I want to make it Dragon Fire, so it could be like the Lapras of the lava or some shit, or like just other environments that it needs to do that. Or it could be Dragon Poison, so like it could also surf across like, you know, radiation or toxins or something. I think I like that idea better. Yeah, Dragon Poison type for Lapras. And then the primal form would probably be like Water Dragon, and then the future form would be like Steel Ice or something. As we got ourselves another Eevee, 181. I hope I'm not miscounting, I swear. I'd rather undercount than overcount, you know what I mean? That's where I'm at when it comes to all this. Now for Bruno, he has 2 Onyxes, Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, and Machamp. We already did Onyx, so in replace of Onyx, let's go with another Misty Pokemon. So let's go with Psyduck and Golduck. It feels so weird to be like, so yeah, Bruno, but anyway, let's go with Misty instead. So there's no Galarian forms with Psyduck and Golduck, and I'm pretty sure they're just pure water, right? Both of them. They've never been water psychic at all. If they did, that's gonna break my fucking heart. Hold on. Psyduck. Let's go with that. Okay, let's go do that shit right now. Hold on. Yeah, pure water type for Psyduck. And I'm just making sure in the game data that it is for sure Psyduck. And I know Muzzle, the Pokédex entry, it always talks about his fucking head egg. Okay, let me multitask while I do this. seems a lot, bruh. It's a Gen 1 Pokemon for sure. I'm trying to find it, bruh. There's like so much energy when it comes to that. Or energy, I mean like so much text is what I meant to say, but energy came out. I don't know if I saw the word energy and just read it out loud. Nose pass. Okay, I think I'm at the section here. Hold on. Pokemon Ranger, water type. Yeah, water type. Water type. Water type. That's about it. Yeah, water type. Okay, just making sure. I kind of want to check Hunto at this point, just in case I'm not tripping. Yeah, it's water type as well. Okay, in that case, I will make it Ice Psychic type, just to make it a bit different. I could just make it pure Psychic, but I'm gonna say Ice Psychic because I kind of like the idea of a frozen duck. I don't know, not a straight up frozen duck, but he'll be a light blue Psyduck. I kind of like that, and the gold duck would probably just look purple or something, but they'll be primary Psychic, I would say. The past form, I'm not really sure what a duck would look like back then. It would probably look vastly different because it'll look closer to a raptor. That'll make it pure water type. And future Psyduck and future Golduck, you could imagine what they would look like as a robot. Alright, now to the actual Bruno Pokemon. There's Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, and Hitmontop and Tyrogue. We might as well include all of them. There hasn't been any different forms with them, and I'm not sure what the primal Pokemon would look like, because they would have to be caveman-like, I imagine. So, Tyrogue and Hitmonlee are kind of easy to imagine as a caveman. Hitmonchan would have to have, like, baggies over his hand or something. Hitmontop, I don't know. He's gonna have to... I don't know. I think they could fit perfectly fine as wearing caveman pelts. I don't know. So yeah, they'll be probably rock fighting type as well. I don't know. Future robots, we already know what they would probably look like. I say that for all of them, but yeah, you could literally imagine any robotic Pokemon compared to their original form. A Zero alternate form for Xenoversal region, I wouldn't know what to make. Like, what would they need? What would they need? Maybe if they were all pure Psychic types, to use like Mind over Matter. Yeah, I think I like that idea. But they would try to practice on like small shit for Tyrogue. Like he would try to float over a quarter or something. Or maybe not a quarter, maybe like an action figure. That'd be pretty cool. And then Hitmonlee, you know, I think I'm onto something with that. But shit, man, Hitmonlee, he could easily be like a Steel Psychic, cause like he has stretchy legs. Okay. Tyrogue would be pure Psychic. Hitmonlee would be Psychic Steel because of his stretchy legs. Because they could be metal coils for him. Hitmonchan might also have to be Psychic Steel. And yeah, Hitmontop might as well be too, because he could be a Beyblade. Yeah. Something like that. Shit. Unless we make Tyro, because there's been like a fusion Pokemon in Space World 2 where it looked like a Cleffa if it was a top. That would turn into a him on top that looks kind of somewhat differently. He almost didn't look not like human. I don't know what the word is. It looks definitely not real. Like it's an object more so. But that's 182. Hold on, I'm not clicking the right things. 182 Eevees. But that's an interesting thought. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make all of them Psychic Steel. For Machamp though, I feel like all the fighting types I'm gonna make them all similar. Machop, Machoke, and Machamp. There's no Alolan forms, Galarian or anything. Rock fighting for their primal form, future form steel fighting clearly. Their alternative forms, I'll make them dragon because they look draconic a little bit, like they look reptilian. And the other form I don't know, that's the problem. Unless we make them pure dragon. Yeah, we could do that. Just pure dragon. I'm pretty happy with that. We just have to make them different. Maybe instead of Machamp having arms, it could be like either. I was gonna say like needles, not like needles, but like you know how like almost like pincers in a way. At the same time, not really. But then at that point, I might as well make them Dragon Bug. I kind of like that. We can make them Dragon Bug. That would be kind of a lot though, because it would just be Machamp. I guess Machamp could be Dragon Bug. At the same time, it doesn't have to be, because when the moment I was about to say pincers, I pictured in my head wings. So I don't know. We'll stick with Dragon for now. We won't get too excited with the other forms. Let's see. Agatha is next. 2 Gengars, 2 Hunters, and Golbat, was it not? Or was it with Arbok? Or was it, wait, 1, 2... You know, 2 Gengars, 1 Hunter, Golbat, and Arbok, I think. So we'll start with Ekans, which clearly we're gonna make Dragon type, but I'll also add the Water type for him, because I mean that's what everybody speculated in Alola, because like when the Alola Pokemon debuted, or not debuted, but like released and was announced, people were like, oh bro, like the possibilities are endless, make Ekans a water snake. But yeah, I think Dragon Water would be pretty fitting, and the Arbok would also be Dragon Water, and they are of the Dragon Egg group, so it works. The primal forms probably be like Rock Poison, and then Steel Poison for like the future forms, of course. But I'm pretty happy with that. As we got one more Aqua Jet, and yeah, let's go with the Ice Fang. There we go. And let's raise it up to 183. Okay. And yeah, let's go back to the Pokemon Center right quick. Alright. I forgot what time I got the egg. I think that was like 3:15 or something. Something like that. I wanted to stop at 250, but that was getting almost damn near over 100 Eevees, and that's damn near nigh impossible. Okay, hold on. Let's see what we could do about this. Now wish I could retweet a fucking Facebook post, because I would like to go on Facebook. Did anybody see the story? Not jack shit. That's fun. Let's see. Let's see here. It says see all profiles. What do you mean see all profiles? Wait, did I put add followers? I didn't. Shit. Okay, well I'm gonna comment and put add followers. Add followers. We're still live. Come join and consider chipping in $1. It comes along. If not, at least consider sharing the post. Okay. I can't believe I didn't put add followers. What the fuck? It slipped my mind. But I put additionally in the Facebook post, so that works. For something to do on that. I didn't want to... Oh, shit. Crap. Hold on, let me look at the OBS. Accidentally changed the size of the fucking screen. Hopefully that didn't mess up something. Oh man, I was trying to put this shit up. Okay, well let's continue. Well, I finished my juice. That's unfortunate. We already did Zubat and we already did Ghastly. We did Ghastly yesterday. Zubat I'm pretty proud of. Dark Dragon type is pretty sick. But we're gonna have so many Dragon types at that case. But for Ghastly, what did I even say? I said like Ice Dark and Fairy Dark for male and female. I think that's a pretty neat idea. But let's get like another Misty Pokemon then. There's Horsey, Kingdra, and Seadra. I don't know why I said it out of order, but I did. You already, well, maybe not. Kingdra's Dragon type, so I can't use that. So I'll take back the you already know that I'm gonna give it Dragon type. I would've, but I guess I can't. And there's no alternative forms. We're gonna probably give it Rock Water in the primal form, who the fuck knows, and then future form Steel Water. We have to make this Horsey work where it doesn't need the water typing. So maybe perhaps it's I must say Ice Flying? Maybe perhaps it flies instead? It uses like his little horsey gun to shoot around and he flies a little bit. Because it would be really hard to look like what Horsey looks like and not swim, you know what I mean? So Seadra is also Ice Flying and Kingdra is also Ice Flying. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Or it could just be pure flying, who knows. Horsey would be pure flying, Seadra pure flying, and then Kingdra may be poison flying. Unless the ice idea's better. I think I do like ice flying a little bit better for them too. Or 3. But let me know what you guys think when it comes to that. Is there another Pokemon I could add to replace Gengar for the Misty team? I mean, she has Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, and Politoed. Well, mostly, she doesn't have the Poliwrath, but the Politoed she has. There's no alternate forms with them, but they are pure water up until Poliwrath is water fighting. I think what I'm gonna make them... I'm gonna make them Ice Psychic because they have Hypnosis. Like, that's their whole deal about their, like, swirly thing, is that they could put people to sleep. So I think Ice Psychic is fitting for all of those forms, even Politoed, because, you know, a frog that could sing and stuff, like, that's his whole premise. That's Politoed thing. So him possessing people makes sense to me. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. And then Water Rock Primal, and then Steel Water, you know, future form. For Lance's team though, he has Dragonite, Dragonair, another Dragonair, Gyarados, and Aerodactyl. And I mean, of course, he has like another, you know, team in the future, but we'll cover those first. So let's start with Magikarp and Gyarados, which is also in Misty's team in the future, that she gets one of those. Magikarp is water type, Gyarados is water flying, and he does have a water dark type variant of Mega Gyarados. Is there any Mega Evolutions I missed that on him? Ever since Erica and stuff like that. I think that's where I said it. Oh no, that was from Alakazam. And I'm trying to think. Blaine, Giovanni. Did I even say Diglett, bro? I might have skipped Diglett. Okay, well, before I get to Gyarados, yeah, Diglett then. Because there's a ground type and then there's steel ground. And I want an ice variant, damn it, where he gets into the snow. So we can make him Ice Rock, just to make it make sense. Yeah, that's easy enough. Dugtrio Ice Rock, I like that idea. And then Rock Ground in the Primal, Future, Steel Ground, something like that. It's very easy to make a whack-a-mole fucking Diglett robot, I feel. Okay, but Magikarp and Gyarados, we have to make them Dragon type. There's no way. Dragon Fire type. Magikarp would just be Dragon, and Gyarados would be Dragon Fire. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's what it has to be, and it's shocking that it hasn't become a Dragon type. So as the alternate form, that's what we're gonna have to make it. Primal form, like, I'm gonna also say Water Dragon, fuck it, and then like future form Steel Water or something. His next Pokemon though is Aerodactyl, which is Rock Flying type, and because it's an Aerodactyl, he is the primal form, so we can't change that. But as an alternative current form, I don't even know. Is that that's an interesting conversation? Like, because fossil Pokemon are revitalized, like they wouldn't have a regional form, or should they? That wouldn't make sense, because that would also imply that, like, what, I don't know. Wouldn't there be a regional form, like, you know, in the future as Aerodactyls are being brought back to life, and along with other Pokemon that are from fossils? You know what I mean? I'm kind of thinking that to myself, and I'm like, that makes a lot of sense to me. But let's say, okay, let's say for right now, Aerodactyl was revived. In 100 years from now, not saying the future wherever this takes place, in the alternate future where all these Pokemon are made. If Aerodactyl did have an alternative form, as we got 184 Eevees to be defeated, like, what would be the type? And I'm gonna say Dragon ground as his typing. And same for his Mega Evolution. It's gonna be Dragon Ground. How the hell would it even have an evolution stone? I think about how many fucking. And then the future form would be Steel Rock, I guess. That's for the most part I could think of. I think that's a fair argument to have. Like 50 years from now or 100 years from now, if they have like a Aerodactyl on a nature preserve, like it's gonna bound to breed if they want to preserve him. You know, they're not gonna just let him die. But yeah, Dragon Ground's what I'm gonna say for that. Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite, I think should be a easy decision for me. I'm pretty sure, because Dratini's Dragon type, Dragonair's Dragon type, and Dragonite's Dragon Flying. Dratini's found in the water, and so is Dragonair with like Super Rods and Good Rods and shit like that. It might just be Super Rods, who knows. And Dragonite at certain areas is also found in the water. So it's fair to say this should be water type, and it should also be electric type, because a lot of the TCG Pocket kind of shows that it is that. So yeah, I think water electric type has to be the ability, or the effect. And you can imagine an electric type has no problem flying, I would say. So there's that. Introducing. Yeah, no. Okay. Let's see. Hold on, type in somebody. Okay, my bad. I'm here now. Let me just make sure all the other ones are covered for. It doesn't seem like I'm getting jack shit from this other one. Nope, not that one. Let's go here. But I'm pretty proud of a lot of the typings I made. Some of them were definitely lazy, I'll give you guys that, but others not so much. I think that like it's very possible to make these types into fruition. I should write these down. Like at some point I will rewatch the streams in full and like bit by bit, and then I'll take it in from there. And yeah, I'll try to write them down, and maybe I'll try to draw them out and stuff to see what they would look like. It would be pretty interesting. But yeah, that's Kanto, pretty much. We did all Kanto. I should look up the Crystal team, because I know that, for example, Brock has Rhyhorn, Kabutops, and Omastar, and Aerodactyl. So we could go from there, just finishing up all of Kanto how it should be. So yeah, we could start with that. I thought for a second he was a shiny, holy crap. I like darted my eyes to hysteric. It probably is pronounced hysteric, but I don't fucking know. Eevee! Give me more of you, damn it. Let's see here. Let's put Brock, teams, Pokemon. This fucker lived by 1. Give me more Eevees, Eevee. Call them 185. Let's see here. Okay, Brock, Volpidia. Alright, yeah, let's take a look at the Crystal team right quick. And I'm not gonna be counting like the Pokemon Stadium one because like Pokemon Stadium teams sometimes be adding random ass Pokemon. And I'm talking about like random ass Pokemon. Like sometimes Gary would have like a Rattata or some shit. Or not Gary, but like fucking Blaine for example or some shit like that. You know, just to even out typings and such. Hold on, there's some interesting text here actually. Hold on. In the core series games, Brock appears in the Kanto-based games as the gym leader of the Pewter Gym, which is the first gym that the player challenges on their journey. He is one of the few truly serious professional Pokemon trainers in the Pewter City area, and many people respect and admire him. He is quite proud of his rock-hard willpower and uses rock-type Pokemon to complement this. He rarely laughs or drops his serious demeanor, but when he does, he finds it hard to stop. In his free time, he likes to dig for fossils in Mount Moon. In addition to the Boulder Badge, Brock gives out TM34 for Bide in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, TM39, I think I misread that, but basically he finds Bide, or he gives you Bide in Red, Blue, and Yellow. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, he gives you Rock Tomb, and TM01 for Headbutt in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Really? Headbutt? What a weird ass fucking TM to give instead of a rock move. What? Headbutt. In Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, Brock mentions that he is training to become a Pokemon Breeder, a trainer class that does not exist in these games. As we find another Eevee right in front of us. Nice, nice. 186. Yeah. This is a reference to the goal of his animated series counterpart in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Brock decides to postpone his goals to have daily rematches with the player after they become champion. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, the player also meets Brock in Celadon City, where he gives the player the T required to enter in Saffron City. During this encounter, it is revealed that he is obsessed with pretty girls, just like his anime series counterpart. 3 years later, in Johto-based games, Brock remains the gym leader of Pewter Gym, which can be challenged before or after any other gym, except for Viridian Gym. Wait, what? Which can be challenged before or after any other gym. Oh, just in any order. I thought... Could you go straight to Blaine? I remember me taking a while, like in the Vedlock, I wanted to try to face them in order. And yeah, that was pretty interesting. Yeah, another Eevee! Hopefully I counted the last one, I hope I did. During the player's travels through Kanto, he is surprised to hear that the players from the Johto region and happily accepts their challenge, as I'm going to raise this counter to 187. And level 42 for Thatcher. We're learning Dark Pulse, that's pretty neat. This is 50 based, that's 80 based, that's 65 based. Yeah, let's replace Payback, I guess. Hold on, let me check my bag. Do I have the item to evolve? To evolve Gengar? To Hunter into Gengar? I hope I do. Elder Update, Damp Rock, Waterstone, Virtual Update. Wait, when? Oh yeah, that's for Phantom, right? Yeah. So I have to look through the updates. So this is for Swirlix. This is for Girder. This is for Rhydon. I have 3 of them. Why? Why? This is for Scyther. And that's it. That's all I have. I don't even have it. I wonder if you could find it fighting the other ones. I probably can. I'll look it up probably in the future, I imagine. It shouldn't take me that hard, unless I do it off screen in between a future episode. But yeah, he is surprised to hear that the players from the Johto region and happily accepts their challenge. While he does not give out a TM in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, he gives out TM 80 Rock Slide in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, after all 16 badges has been obtained, Brock can be found in Diglett's Cave near Pewter City on any day between noon and 3 p.m. and will offer his Pokegear number if spoken to. If he is called on Saturday nights, he will be up for a rematch at the Fighting Dojo in Saffron City. After his Pokegear number has been obtained, he will reappear in Diglett's Cave every day between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. And the player can have a photograph taken with them there. If he is spoken to in Diglett's Cave on a Saturday, he will offer a trade, a Rhyhorn that knows Thunderfang for a Bonsly. Oh, that's pretty cool. In Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, Brock appears alongside the other gym leaders of Kanto as an opponent in the Kanto Leaders tournament at the Pokemon World Tournament. He also participates alongside the other gym leaders of Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova in the World Leaders Tournament, and other Rock-type experts in the Rock-type Expert Tournament. That's pretty cool. I like that. Fame Checker says this is a list of the Fame Checker's information of Brock's and Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. So it says in the sign in Pewter City. What does this person do? Pewter City Pokemon Gym Leader Brock, the rock solid Pokemon Trainer Cha. Pewter Gym Brock. Favorite kind of Pokemon. My rock hard willpower is evident in even my Pokemon. My Pokemon are all rock hard and have true grit determination. That's right, my Pokemon are all the rock type. He doesn't. I mean, when someone asks what's your favorite Pokemon, I pictured that, but to be fair, they said favorite kinds of Pokemon. But yeah. Pewter City, young man, where's this person like? There aren't many serious Pokemon trainers here. They're all like bug catchers, you know, just hobbyists. But Pewter Gym's Brock isn't like that, not one bit. Route 4, the boy, what is this person like? Brock is cute. He's not just tough, people like and respect him. Let me exit this out. I want to become a gym leader like him. And Mount Moon, the man. What does this person do? Hi, I'm excavating for fossils here under Mount Moon. Sometimes Brock of Pewter Gyms lends me a hand. Pewter Museum, Pokemon Journal, what is this person like? Brock rarely laughs, but is said to be unable to stop if he starts. Message from Brock. In this big world of ours, there must be many tough trainers. Let's both keep training and making ourselves stronger. Pokemon Red and Blue. Brock has all 5 full heals per Pokemon. That's some bullshit. I remember that too. Like when I was replaying Pokemon Red the other day, and you somehow like poison him or some shit. Like he does have full heals. But yeah, that's pretty much all the information given. So let me look at the teams. Yeah, Geodude and Onix. Let's see. Here's the Gold Silver Crystal team though. Graveler, Rhyhorn, Kabutops, and Onix. Wait, no, I'm not looking at all of them. And Omastar. I thought he had a Aerodactyl. Okay, well let's start with Omastar then. There's no alternative forms with that. He's Water Rock type. Omastar is also Water Rock type. If he were to have, like, you know, the same as Aerodactyl, as we can't give him a primal form, because that is the primal form, 50 years has passed, 100 years has passed, he's on the nature preserve, and then he develops and adapts to a new environment. I think he would be a ground bug type, is what it's gonna be, because it's a fucking snail, alright? That's just what I'm gonna do for it. Yeah, for the future self, it's probably gonna be steel water, I guess. So that's what I'm gonna give it. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Kabutops with Kabuto, you know, same as Ammonite and Aerodactyl, like it is the primal form, so I'm not gonna have a paradox for that. And the interesting part for the future, it's theorized to be Genesect, but in case it isn't, I will give it the Steel Rock. Let's just pretend that if there was a shittier version of, because, you know, it's evident that Genesect was made from Team Plasma, and they're the ones that did all that and made enhancements and stuff because it uses the drives. But naturally, if it becomes a robot for mysterious reasons, then yeah, it's gonna probably be like Steel Rock type or some shit. I really doubt it's gonna be Steel Water type. But 50 years down the line, 100 years down the line, if he had an alternative form, he's definitely gonna be Bug type, and I'll give him Steel type. It's basically just like Genesect. But let's just presume that it's different. It's just because the scythes, it will make it steel, and because it's a bug of some kind, basically a prey mantis, that's basically where I'm getting at with that. So yeah, I'm pretty convinced with that. Let's see. Shit, I forgot the hell I was gonna do. I was gonna look at the Brock team. Let's see any more further Brock Pokemon team that we could do. In the core series games. Because they just put everything away. Hold on, we see the Fame Checker again. Let's see, Fire Red and Leaf Green's the same, Geodude and Graveler. Heart Gold and Soul Silver's pretty much the same, yeah. Heart Gold and Soul Silver rematches. He has he has Golem, he has Relicanth, Omastar, he has Kabutops, Onix, and Rampardos. Interesting. Okay. I feel bad for Rory because I was gonna save Rampardos for then, but sure, we could talk about Relicanth for now. At the same time, I don't think we can, because Relicanth is known to never change his appearance, so I think we can't do anything about that. That's his primal form, that's his future form, that's just how Relicanth is always gonna look like, is that he's never gonna evolve, never gonna change or adapt. So I guess we'll go with Rampardos. He's pure rock type, which is interesting. So his future form will be Steel Rock. That is his primal form. But if 50 to 100 years pass, I will give him the Steel typing as his alternative form, because like he's gonna be the hardest hitting Pokemon, being the spear or the sword to the impervious shield. But yeah, Black 2 and White 2. He has Onix, Golem, Kabutops, Relicanth, Aerodactyl, and Omastar. We already covered all those Pokemon. Interesting. Let's see, is this different? He has a Eevee Life for Onix, I see. He has a Rhyperior in his team, and he also has a Tyranitar. I guess I didn't talk about the champion, did I? I think I did already talk about Tyranitar though. I said fire dragon type, and I said like his other form would be Steel Dragon, and I still haven't came up with the reason why. I guess like upon the Pokéegg to make him cybernetic enhancements or something very early on as a Larvitar or some shit like that. I don't really know. So yeah, I pretty much covered all these. Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. It's the same, it's just that. The rematches though, has the same team. Yeah, so we're pretty much done with Brock. Okay, let's go with Misty now. Okay, hold up, let's go click Misty as we're doing this. Misty. Misty Pokemon. Okay, in the core series games, once it pops up. And I don't have to finish all these, by the way, it's fine if I don't. Misty appears in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee as the gym leader of the Cerulean Gym, which is the second gym that the player challenges on their journey. Her strategy is an all-out attack with Water-type Pokemon, and she consistently looking for ways to improve her technique. A swimmer herself, she trains at the Seafoam Islands. She admires Lorelei of the Elite Four, and it is said that she has high hopes for Cerulean Cape, a romantic date spot. She also expresses a desire to travel one day once she becomes stronger. In addition to the Cascade badge, Misty gave out Team 11 Bubble Beam in Red, Blue, and Yellow, and Team 03 Water Pulse and Fire Red and Leaf Green. Team 29 Scald and Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, which is a step up, I would say, from like Headbutt in that game. But yeah, but we got another Eevee, 188. Hell yeah. They actually hatch any time, I would say. It's almost been an hour and whatever minutes. And Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Misty appears in Vermilion City after the player has defeated Lieutenant Surge, offering to show them the way to Douglas Cave. Entrance on Route 11. She also reveals that she sometimes visits Vermilion to swim in the sea. I didn't know that. Let's see. 3 years later, in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, as an advertisement popped up on my screen. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Misty remains the gym leader of the Cerulean Gym, which can be challenged once the Team Rocket Run who stole the machine part from Kanto Power Plant is encountered at the gym. Initially, she cannot be found in the gym. Instead, she can be seen at Cerulean Cape on a date with her boyfriend. When the player arrives, her boyfriend is scared away, prompting her to grow angry with the player and refer to them as a pest. Upon noticing their 8 Johto badges, however, she accepts the player's challenge and returns to the gym. While she doesn't give out a TM and Gold, Silver, Crystal, she gives out Team 03 Water Pulse and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, once all 16 gym badges have been obtained and Suicune has been captured or defeated, Misty can be found on Route 25 on any day between 4 PM and 6 PM. If spoken to, she will offer her Pokegear number to the player. If she is called on Wednesday mornings, she'll be up for a rematch at the Fighting Dojo in Saffron City. After her Pokegear number has been obtained, she will always appear on Route 25 every day between 2 PM and 4 PM. Upon speaking to her, the player can have a photograph taken with her if the first Pokemon of the party is a water type. Oh, that's pretty neat. In Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, Misty appears alongside the other gym leaders of Kanto as an opponent in the Kanto Leaders Tournament at the Pokemon World Tournament. She also participated alongside the gym leaders of Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova in the World Leaders Tournament, and other Water-type experts in the Water-type Expert Tournament. Alright. And I'm pretty sure, like, just reading the Fame Checker, they just got explained what we talked about before. Yeah. So we could skip right over that, because it also talks about, like, the, you know, that she looks up to Lorelei and stuff. Okay, but, Staryu and Starmie as expected, Staryu and Starmie in yellow version as expected. Gold, Silver, and Crystal's gonna be interesting. Golduck Quagsire. Could the advertisements fuck the fuck off, please? Wait, it's just 4 Pokemon? Oh, I guess it is. Golduck, Quagsire, Lapras, and Starmie. So we got 1 Pokemon to talk about, which is Whoopie Boy and Quagsire, and I guess Clodsire to an extent. As it's Water Ground type, and then Ground Poison type, if I'm not mistaken. So what would I do? I think I want to make it Electric Rock type. Only because like Wooper has like these antennas, and Quagsire, like they really make it evident that they are not affected by electric. And I would like their other counterparts to also be immune to electricity, but in a different way, just like in a lightning rod type of way, or like volt absorb or something. I think that would be pretty cool. So I'm pretty happy with electric rock type. The primal form would be water rock or something, and the future form would be steel water. I just don't know what coloration I want, because Wooper could just be yellow. I don't think I want a yellow Quagsire though. So instead, I will make it a brown Quagsire to make up for Chalky Boy. And then Clodsire could be yellow and brown, I guess. So yeah, that works. And we already got Lapras and Starmie and stuff, as we got our another Eevee right here. Did the tools? I feel like the bottom of the screen's completely cut off now, bruh. Oh, bruh. Okay, let's raise up the counter. 189. I feel like the screen definitely changed. I'm gonna have to look back on that. That's so annoying. Okay. Fire Red and Leaf Green, Starry and Starmie, of course. Heart Gold Soul Silver. That same team. Okay, Heart Gold Soul Silver rematch. It seems like Starmie, Quagsire, Lapras, Lantern, Floatzel, and Milotic. Interesting. Okay, I like that. So, let's talk about Chinchou and Lantern. That's gonna be pretty tricky, honestly. That's gonna be really, really tricky. I think I'm gonna have to say Steel Psychic type to make it still work. Or we can make it Ghost. Wait. Because anglerfish are definitely scary if you actually seen what they look like. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Fuck. I don't know, that's a good question. I think I will just stick with Steel Psychic type, because I want them to keep their lighting effect and stuff. Well, then again, no, you know what? No. Chinchou and Lantern, I think Ghost Fairy type would work. That's the best way to make this work, because then you could still imbue light and such. I think that's the best case scenario. Primal will be rock electric, or no, something like that. It's fucking water electric. Well, no, that doesn't make sense. I'll just say water electric, it doesn't matter. It'll just look slightly different and more deranged. And then the future one would be steel electric, I guess. As we got another Eevee right here. Yeah, so there's Buizel and Floatzel right here. As we got 190. Yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. Buizel and Floatzel are always been pure water types. Oh, I guess Buizel could have been the fucking fire type. to have the ball. Yeah, no, they easily could have been the fire type. Okay, I'll do that. Water rock type for the primal, water steel type for the future. Okay, yeah, I will switch that up then. Alright, so Seal and Dewgun, I could think about something else then. That'd be pretty cool. Maybe pure fairy type for both of them? I think that'd be pretty neat. That way they get the excuse to still swim and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I like that idea a lot better. And then Weasel and Floatzel could still play with the fireball. Because it looked like they would. Now, Feebas and Melodic's interesting, because they're both water type. And, just like Magikarp and Gyarados, I think I need to make Feebas and Melodic probably Dragon Ice. Yeah, I think I like that a lot. Did I increase the count? Did I even kill Eevee? Oh god. I hope I did. Bro, I just did this and I already forgotten. At least tell me I hit him. I literally just saw Eevee. Don't tell me I ran from it. Bruh. Okay, well, just in case, that's 192. I'm getting distracted, bruh. I might have miscounted, but maybe that saved the count for the other one. Okay, let's see. So, the Kanto's Gym Leaders Tournament. Her team is Starmie, Golduck, Seaking, Lapras, Slowbro, and Blastoise. I guess we haven't done Blastoise on like a Alolan form, or you know, alternative form. Okay, so Squirtle, Wartortle, Blastoise, they're always been pure water type. Clearly with their metal guns, I will make it steel type. And probably, I'll say steel ground. Yeah, I'm happy with steel ground. But maybe just ground type for Squirtle and Wartortle. I almost just ran off. Don't tell me I did that last time actually. Oh no way. If I fucking ran off after hitting him once, I'd be so pissed. Oh hell no, bro. I'm gonna actually... That's insane. I hope I didn't do that. But yeah, it's steel ground for Blastoise. Their primal form, rock water type, future form, steel water. Easy enough. Let's see. The black 2 and white 2 team is Starmie, Lantern, Jellicent, interesting, Lapras, and Quagsire, and Blastoise. Okay, so for Jellicent, along with Frillish, they're water ghost type, right? Oh, this is gonna be hard. I'm gonna say flying poison type for Frillish and Jellicent because you can make them float based on gas, and they could potentially still stay in water. I think should be their typings and stuff. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Let's see, they got 4 Pokemon in the gathered Pokemon tournament. I have no idea what that is. Maybe it's just a double battle. But I see Starmie, Jellicent, I see Swanna, and I see Caracosta. Swanna, along with, I'm blanking on the first name. Isn't it just, like, Ducklet? I think is the name. It's water flying types. I will make that... Okay, let's make it interesting. Maybe Ducklet would just be poison ice. Hear me out. Because it's supposed to be the ugly duckling and stuff like that. But Swanna becomes... Wait, I said poison ice, right? That's what I said? Or what did I... Okay, poison ice. Let's just say that much. And then the evolution becomes fairy ice. So it becomes like the ugly duckling to like a beautiful swan and stuff. Because Ducklet actually looks, it's a cute Pokemon. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not ugly by no means, but if the alternative form actually made the fairy tale true, then like Ducklet would look absolutely filthy and people wouldn't want to touch it and you know, shit like that. That's what I mean by that. But it's actually in reality a cute duck. People just don't know that yet, and they're judgmental and hypocritical and shit like that. But yeah, Swanna would be like Fairy Ice, and I think I like that. Caracosta, though, along with Tortuga, it's a Water Rock type. It's another fossil Pokemon, so there's no Primal, but the future robot would probably be Steel Water. I feel like I've been saying Steel Waters for a lot of these types so far. But if 50 years pass to 100 years pass after they're revitalized in a natural habitat, their regular form, or their alternative forms, I'm gonna say ground fighting type. No, ground ice type. I'll make it different from Blastoise, but those hands that he has could easily be shoveled with ice, and I think that'd be really cool. Let's go Pikachu and Eevees. This what? Psyduck and Starmie. What? I didn't know that. When the fuck did she put Psyduck and Starmie? Interesting. Okay. I didn't know that for shit, but she has 5 Pokemon, and let's go Eevee and Pikachu in the rematch. There's Golduck. Shit, hold up. Golduck, Dugong, Vaporeon, Gyarados, and Starmie. So I already did 4 of these Pokemon, but Vaporeon's different. I don't know what I should do about the Eevee and Eeveelutions. I think I'll save Eevee for later. I don't know. But Vaporeon, we could add a type for the Eeveelutions, I think. I think that makes the most sense. So Vaporeon, I'm just gonna say Water Dragon type, because that's what it can make work, I believe. And that's all I could talk about with that. Or it could be Water Ice type, who the fuck knows. But I'll say Water Dragon type. Alright. We could go to the next gym leader now, at least. That's the good thing. Lieutenant, Surge. Like, the later the generations move on, I'm gonna be scraping for anything to find. It's gonna be a hard time for me to look up all these gym leaders, to be honest with you, because I'm gonna be getting most of these Pokemon. I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I could pick this one, and it's not gonna be the same, you know. Or hopefully, who knows? Maybe it would work, or maybe it wouldn't work. Who knows? I'm just waiting for the core series games to pop up. I'm like, it's taking a sweet ass time because of this advertisement. We got ourselves another Eevee. Hoppa Jet. I wish it did show the counter, but I don't have the Eevee decks on me yet. But that's another Eevee in the books. I'll be so sad if it turns out that, like, oh yeah, you actually can't get Eevee until you actually get the real vintage decks. And then you're gonna see a grown-ass man cry. Okay, Lieutenant Surge is known as the Lightning Lieutenant. It used to be Lightning American, but I guess Lightning Lieutenant. Apparently he is, or was, a soldier who fought in at least one war during which electric-type Pokemon saved his life. As a member of the army, Surge was a strict CO and was rather cautious. He was a pilot as well and used electric-type Pokemon to power his planes. A practice that in at least one occasion saved his life. Also, Surge saved the life of one of the trainers in his gym who was in the army at the same time. A little paranoid, Lieutenant Surge installed a series of traps in the gym. He takes a liking to a trainer with a lot of guts. In addition to the Thunder Badge, Lieutenant Surge gives out TM24 and TM36 Thunderbolt in Pokemon Generation 1 games and Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. In Fire Red, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, he gives out TM34 Shockwave. I read that way too rushed, but you know what I mean. In Gold and Silver Crystal, he doesn't give out a TM. Also in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, he trades a foreign Pikachu with the player for another Pikachu. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, in addition to the Thunder Badge and the reward TM, he also gives the player his autograph as a reward for defeating him. That's pretty nice. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, he will be outside of the power plant between 9 AM and 11 AM. This only occurs after the player has captured / not defeated Zapdos. What? That... Okay, so this only occurs after the player has captured, not defeated Zapdos. If the player defeated Zapdos, they will need to battle the Elite Four again for Zapdos to reappear. Oh. Well, that sucks. I feel bad for the poor soul that refuses to save the game and killed Zapdos off and missed out on the cutscene. If the player arrives walking with the Pikachu, he will be happily give his Pokegear number out. Okay, but what if it's Let's Go Eevee, bro? That's some bullshit. He will happily give his Pokegear number out if called on Friday morning, will be at the fighting dojo for a rematch. After the player gets his Pokegear number, he will be at the Magnet train station in Saffron City. There he'll offer to trade his French, parentheses, English and non-English language versions, Pikachu nickname Volty, for the player's Pikachu that he saw at the power plant, though it need not be the same one. She will be at the same level as the Pikachu traded. Will know the moves appropriate for that level and will be holding the yellow shard. In Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, Lieutenant Surge participates in Pokemon World Tournament, and he and the other gym leaders of Kanto participates in the Kanto Leaders Tournament while also participating in Type Expert and World Leaders Tournament, and with the gym leaders from Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova. It didn't say the electric one. What the fuck? Okay, let's skip the good old fame checker. Voltorb, Pikachu, Raichu for red, blue, and green. It skipped yellow. What the fuck? Yellow's Raichu. I just wanted to look at that. And gold, silver, and crystal. Raichu, Electrode, Magneton, and Electabuzz. Okay, Magnemite, Magneton, and Magnezone. It's gonna be hard to explain what types I would like. I'll say Psychic Ground because we can make it into like a floating tablet that's supposed to be living for all these things, like these important relics of spheres for Magnemite, Magneton, and Magnezone. That they will be magnet based, I suppose, like magnetic properties. Like they'll have glowy ends that kind of look like U's, I guess, in a way. And there's already primal, you know, Magnemite. Well, there's just primal Magneton for some reason, but we could just imagine a primal Magnemite and Magneton variant, I suppose. But the future ones, I'm gonna say like the one that's on Iono's hair clips things. Like that's bullshit. That's not a Pokemon. So I'll say that, and for all the evolutions, pretty much. So I'm gonna be cheeky about that. Electabuzz, along with Elekid and Electivire, I already said, right? Like I already said Steel type or whatever. I think I said Steel Fighting before, no? Yeah, so I already said those types. So let's just keep moving it forward. Fire Red and Leaf Green. Same team, I imagine. Yeah. Same team. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Raichu, Electrode, Magneton, Electabuzz. The rematch in the dojo. Raichu, Manectric, Magnezone, Electrode, Pachirisu, and Electivire. Okay, so Manectric could be an interesting Pokemon to talk about. So Electrike and Manectric. I'm gonna say rock fighting type because I could imagine them in the mountains. I mean, that's where they're coming from anyway, but I could imagine his hair tuft being made out of rock. Like, he'll be a different variation of Lycanroc. So I think this could work perfectly fine. Pachirisu, though, his alternative form. Well, I mean, for Manectric and Electric too, the Primal form would look extra vicious for sure. But Pachirisu, in alternative form, I would just make him Fairy, to be honest. Yeah, just Fairy type. As we go attack another Eevee. I swear I hope I didn't run from an Eevee. I'm gonna be so disappointed in myself. 195. I'm gonna look very carefully in today's video once it's processed. See, watch me not pay so much attention that I missed out on a shiny Eevee and I ran from it. I might just like... I don't even want to say, bro. I don't even want to say. Okay, but this is the World Tournament team. Raichu, Electrode, Magnezone, Electivire, Jolteon, and Ampharos. Okay, let's talk about Jolteon. What type would we add for him? I'll just say Electric Steel. I think I'm just gonna copy paste what, like, because there was somebody I remember in the past that just added types to these other evolutions, and like there's one coming up, like, you know, add a type with the unused types with the evolutions. I might as well just go with that route. I don't remember if Vaporeon was Water Dragon. It might have been, unless he gave it to somebody else. I don't remember. He might have gave it to Flareon. But I'm pretty sure he gave Jolteon Steel type. I wouldn't be surprised. Ampharos though, Mareep, Flaffy, and Ampharos itself is always pure electric type, but Mega Ampharos becomes Electric Dragon. But I think I will add it to Steel type, and I'll also give it Fairy type. So Steel Fairy for the three, including the Mega Evolution, for its wool and stuff. Yeah, I think I like that decision. For the Black 2 and White 2, let's see, this is the Type Expert Tournament. Raichu, Electrode, Magnezone, Lantern, Jolteon, Electivire. We already covered all those Pokemon. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. Voltorb, Magnemite, and Raichu. That's interesting. And let's see here. Oh, we got ourselves another hatched egg coming up. This next egg might take a long time, to be honest with you, then. Oh boy. But this is yes. I don't know how to spell it for shit. So I'll just put that. I really don't know how to spell it. I really want to put like this, but it almost look like dice. You know, fuck it. It doesn't matter. All right, let's go back or not. So this other team is Electrode, Jolteon, Electabuzz, Magneton, and Raichu for the rematches. Hold on, we'll get back to that in a second. Hopefully this next egg doesn't take that long, because holy shit, I don't think I could do that, because that's gonna for sure pass 6 o'clock, and that's gonna be fucking horrible. Oh, I should probably look at it, huh? Alright, summary. Defense is down, special attack is up with the runaway ability, and somewhat of a clown. Alright. I'll look at the spelling corrections and eventually, I don't fucking know. I just remember me spelling says wrong. Okay. Let's talk to you, sir. Okay, let's go fly back. This is not gonna be good though. It's gonna be more than an hour and a half, and I don't think I want that. So I might have to end the episode off sooner. I'm not sure. But yeah, I already took a look at all these Pokemon, so pretty sure that's all the teams. And I'm not gonna be too surprised if I didn't cover a lot of. I don't know. I might not even finish with all the gym leaders, but we'll give it a shot. We'll give it a go. I'm just moving a little bit slower because of me multitasking and such, but we'll do our best even still. But these are interesting facts. I didn't know some of these at all. But it takes like an hour and 20 minutes to get them out, bruh. It's so annoying. Yeah, because I was gonna shoot for like 5:30 or 6 o'clock. I really don't know. But it's okay. We don't have to do an egg and all that. Maybe once I finish completely with all the Kanto stuff, we'll end it off. But, you know. Because we're only halfway in the gym leaders on the recount in like Crystal and above. Erica title is the nature-loving princess. She is ladylike and a teacher of flower arranging. She is a quiet girl, but she is well known in Celadon City. Erica only collects Pokemon if she is considered them attractive, though her definition of attractive seems to include varieties only a botanist could love. She also tends to doze off quite a bit, but will become inspired after a good match. In addition to the Rainbow Badge, Erica gives out TM21 Mega Drain in Pokemon Red, Blue, Green, and Yellow. In Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, the remakes Heart Gold and Soul Silver, as well as Fire Red and Leaf Green, she gives out TM19 for Giga Drain. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, the reward TM1 once again contains Mega Drain, but the time is this time is TM53. Let's see here. This fucking advertisement gigantic. She can be battled again in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver after talking to her on Saturday and Sunday between 3 p.m. and oh my gosh, the advertisement lifted everything up, bro. What the fuck? Okay, sorry. After talking to her on Saturday and Sunday between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. as I'm gonna raise up the little thingy, 196. She is found by Celadon City's found, and if she is called on Sunday morning, she will happily give a rematch at the Fighting Dojo. I did read the 3 and 5 p.m. part, right? This fucking advertisement keeps changing my shit, dude, I swear. I just see a blank screen, bro. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on. Okay, sorry, my bad. Erica also appears in Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, taking part in Pokemon World Tournament. She can be facing the Kanto Leaders, Types Experts, and World Leaders Tournament. Okay, cool. Now we could go look at the actual teams. Feels like a while since I've seen Jigglypuff. I could be very much wrong. I pressed the wrong shit. I didn't press the right thing, damn it. There's so much advertisement on her screen, dude. Let's see. There's Tangela, Weepinbell, and Bloom. Gold, Silver, Crystal team. It missed out on the yellow team. What the fuck? Oh no, I did look at the yellow team, huh? Red, blue, and yellow. Victory Bell, Ngl I'm. Alright. Gold, Silver, Crystal, Ngl, Victory Bell, Jumpluff, and Blossom. So I guess we could do Hoppip, Skiploom, and Jumpluff. Because they are grass flying types, all of them. If we were to make them something else, I'll say Fairy Psychic type. Or we could do Fairy Ice type again. Because they'd be pretty good snowballs. I feel like I did too many Fairy Ice types. But I'm okay with that. I think I like Fairy Ice types because Jumpluff on the little con on his head could easily be marshmallows or something very soft. So I like that idea. I have no idea what the primal versions would look like, but you know, the robots should be easy enough to make. Maybe because, you know, their plants and everything, they would look a lot crazier and bigger, longer, a lot more leaves or whatever the fuck, I'm not sure. But yeah. Okay, so the Fire Red and Leaf Green team is Victory Bell, Ngl I'm. Heart Gold Soul Silver teams, the rematch. Wait, did it skip over the other one? Yo, what the fuck? Jumpluff, Ngl, Blossom, Victory Bell. Okay, now we're at the rematch team. There's Shiftry, Jumpluff, Victory Bell, Roserade, Tangrowth, and Blossom. Okay, so Nuzleaf, C-Dot, and Shiftry. Shiftry's Grass Dark, and so is Nuzleaf. And C-Dot, I think, is just Grass type, right? Because they're supposed to be like the Dark Elf Pokemon or whatever. But they have like these fans, like they could easily associate them with wind. So I think I do want to make them flying type. Maybe for Nuzleaf and Shiftry, C-Dot could be a different typing. Maybe Steel type, because they're, yeah. Or, you know what? No, we'll do Rock type for C-Dot. Nuzleaf Rock Flying, and then Shiftry Rock Flying, because they could be agile. I think that's the best way to approach this. We already did all those Pokemon, and we also did Roserade counterpart, making them Fire Steel. So I was pretty proud of that decision. That's pretty neat. Her team in the Pokemon World Tournament: Vileplume, Venusaur, Victory Bell, Blossom, Tangrowth, and Executor. We could do Bulbasaur now. That's interesting. So Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur, Grass Poison type, and they haven't changed. And like the primal version of it is gonna look crazy as fuck, I imagine. But rock, grass, something like that. But yeah, grass poison type. You could do a lot with Bulbasaur, to be honest. And I've seen some variants, even still. I really would like a fire ground type, to be honest with you, because it's still within the earth element. Yeah, that's just what I could think of. Fire ground type. Pretty much. There's Execute, Executor, and Alolan Executor. There's Grass Psychic and then Grass Dragon. If I were to make another one, because they're eggs, and then you could make it become into something else. I'm kind of curious to see if pseudo-wudo trees are actually a thing. Like, Or are they just pretend trees, or I'm not sure. Or do they actually grow, but they're not plant-like? I don't fucking know. Maybe I sound stupid by saying that. I don't know where Pseudo-Widow comes from. But I was gonna say Fire Rock type. Because, you know... Well, I don't know. Because X associate with that. And then maybe you can make Executor and like the other lowland Executor all bird-like. So they're basically gonna be Donanas at the end of the day. That's kind of where I'm getting with that. So maybe fire type, then it becomes fire flying type, then another fire flying type, just for the bird element. They'll still look tree-like, but they're not actually trees. They're just birds. Because you could still make them like, I don't know if you ever seen the Doduo pre-evolution, but they have like 3 heads instead of 2. So you can make them kind of like that, but with beaks, but with crazy hair too. Maybe shorter for like the other one, but still stout. But then the other one's like super tall, and multiple of them. And maybe not the tail one, because there's like a tail head. Yeah, I think I like that idea. Fire flying type, why not? Let's see here. For the Type Expert Tournament, Vileplume, Venusaur, Cradilly, Abomasnow, Tangrowth, Executor. Let's go with Cradilly, which Lilip and Cradilly, they're the primal Pokemon, so they're not gonna have anything with that. And the future one would have like probably Steel Grass or something like that. But if 50 years to 100 years pass and they developed to try to, you know, take on something, they do live underwater. They did mention that. So maybe water bug type. I think I like that idea for both of them, and they'll be colored differently. A lot of these are just gonna end up being recolors, I imagine, and people would criticize that because they feel like that's lazy. Sometimes I don't have a problem with recoloring as long as it works, because people aren't complaining about Vulpix because it is just white, you know. And Ninetales does have like a somewhat of a difference to it with its appearance, because it doesn't look exactly the same, even if it's just white. For Abomasnow though, there's Snover and Abomasnow, that's gonna be tough. It's Ice Grass type and it does have a Mega Evolution. Snover and Abomasnow. I'm gonna make it Dark type and Ground type. Yeah, Dark and Ground. So it has a chance of still coming from something above the earth, because Snover and Abomasnow are just practically a pine tree. So maybe if it's something else from the earth that can make up to something to make it be an abomination, like an abominable snowman, then I don't know, I think I could see it working. Challenge the champion Lance, this says, for this one. Whimsicott, Lilligant, and Vileplume for Erica's team. I don't know what the fuck part of this is on there. It just says 1 battle point. Whimsicott though, I'm blanking on the pre-evolution shit. It's Cottony, right? So Cottony and Whimsicott, they're just grass type. I think it becomes Grass Fairy in the later generations though. So we'll make it Flying Fairy for both of them. For Lilligant and the pre-evolution, they're pure grass type. And then the Hisuian form is grass fighting, right? Some shit like that. Instead of that, like the pre-evolution could have a male and female counterpart, because we could just do that. I just don't know what it would look like. Maybe we could just make it pure fairy, so it gets to decide, you know, what candy it could be. I think that'd be pretty cool. It just creates a whole sweet category extra than before. Okay, well, let's see. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee team. Tangela, Weepinbell, Vileplume, that's interesting. They did add a little bit of a difference. Tangela, Parasect, Executor, Vileplume, Victory Bell. So Parasect I didn't think we were gonna do, but at last we're here. Yeah, for Parasect this is an easy one, and Paris. It's Ghost type for sure. What did I say for Vileplume before? What did I say? I didn't mean to run! I didn't mean to run! Fuck! That one I actually... Damn it! I forgot what the fuck I said about Bloom and all of them. I ran off from Eevee. Damn it, that doesn't count in the counter because I have to beat him. Shit, I can't believe that took me 1 business day to register, bruh. I'm so upset. Did I say Oddish, Bloom, and Vileplume is like fairy ground? I don't remember what I said. No, I said fire fairy, no? Yeah, because they were chefs. That's what I said? Okay. Parasect, I'm gonna make it ghost. Ghost ground, probably, because, you know, you can still have fungi within the earth instead of being bug grass. Yeah, something like that. Is there a type I just didn't pick? Is anybody keeping track of the types I don't have? I think I said a normal type at some point. I definitely said a grass type. I said fire type for sure. I think I said water type. Electric, bug, flying, rock, ground, steel, ice, fighting, psychic, dark, poison. I think I said all types. Yeah. Normal, fairy, dragon. Okay, well that's the whole team right there. I need a... I'm so upset that I ran from that Eevee, bruh, and I saw myself do that in 4K and I couldn't stop it. That's so annoying. Okay, well, instead of going to Koga quite yet, let's go to Janine first. I think we need to go to Janine. Because for the most part, when it comes to Janine, she is the gym leader in Gold, Silver, and Crystal because Koga became an Elite Four member. So we'll go with them first. Alright. There's Chansey. Janine's first appearance was in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Following Koga's promotion of the Elite Four, she succeeded him as the gym leader of the Fuchsia Gym. Like her father, she is known as the Poisonous Ninja Master. She uses Poison-type Pokemon in battle. She appears in the same capacity in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Originally, Janine's goal was to use Poison-type Pokemon just as well as her father. After becoming gym leader, Janine hopes that by applying herself, she'll improve her skills and become better than both her father and, following her loss, the protagonist. When encountering her gym, Janine hides behind the invisible walls that were installed prior to Generation 1/3. To further confuse her challengers, the junior trainers of the gyms are disguised like Janine. Once they have been defeated, the leader will battle with a team of Poison-type Pokemon. Once defeated, she will yield the Soul Badge and a Poison-type TM06. Toxic in Generation 2, TM84. Poison Jab for Generation 4. I kind of misread that, but you guys know what I mean. Like the other gym leaders of Kanto and Johto, Janine will leave her gym from time to time in Heart Gold and Soul Silver every evening between 4 and 6 p.m. She can be found at the Pokemon League reception gate near Victory Road. On her way to visit her father and deliver his lunch from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. She will say she's done delivering the lunch and offer to take a photograph with the player. Oh, that's pretty nice of her. So she's by the gate at 4 to 6 p.m. and then 6 to 8 she delivers the lunch. That's not lunch anymore, bro. That's dinner. But, you know, whatever. She'll give travelers her phone number, after which she will be called on Monday afternoons to arrange a rematch at Saffron City's Fighting Dojo. On Monday, she could be found in the Celadon department store arguing with Faulkner over which of their fathers is the superior trainer. We don't even know Faulkner's dad like that, though. I kind of assumed it's, what's his face? Skylar, or whatever the hell his name is. I forget. There's a character in the manga that I figured is him. Hold on, did I miss any text? Yeah, no, I didn't. Okay, cool. Before the events that led to her employment as the gym leader, Janine could be seen outside the Fuchsia Zoo. In Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, she can be found there after the player enters the Hall of Fame. Oh, I didn't know that. She tells the player that Koga is teaching her how to use poison Pokemon, in a reference to the previously released Generation 2 games. In Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, Janine appears alongside the other gym leaders of Kanto as an opponent in the Kanto Leader Tournament. At the Pokemon World Tournament, she also participated alongside the gym leaders of Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova. In the World Leaders Tournament, other Poison-type experts in the Poison-type Expert Tournament. Nice. And her Gold Silver Crystal team is Crobat, Weezing, another Weezing, Venomoth, and Ariados. So we could talk about... No, we already did talk... Didn't we? No, we didn't talk about it. Never mind. I was gonna say Spinarak and Ariados. I think I was thinking of Galvantula, because it's Electric and Bug, and then Ice and Bug, and I think I said like Ghost and Dark, or maybe Dark and Steel. I don't remember what I said. Spinarak and Ariados, I'll make them Ghost Dark type though, instead of a robot or something like that. I think that works. Hopefully I didn't run from another Eevee, I swear to God. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, though. Crobat, Weezing, Ariados, another Ariados, and Venomoth. The rematch is Crobat, Weezing, Toxicroak, Ariados, Venomoth, and Drapion. Okay, so that's interesting. So for Krogunk and Toxicroak, they're poison fighting type, and I don't think they got an alternative form. Since they're frogs, I'm definitely gonna give them water type, and I'll give them psychic type, water psychic, because I want to keep Krogunk's bandages, and he looks like he would be a monk that meditates. And for Toxicroak, he could be like an attacker type of psychic types. So I think that makes sense to me. Scrubby and Drapion's gonna be harder to pick, because it's bug poison and then it becomes poison dark. Like, maybe Scrubby and Drapion, I'll make them... I think I like the idea of Fire Dragon again for these two. So I like that, so I'm gonna do with that. I know I have like a shit ton of them, but yeah. So this is the double battle one. Venomoth, Weezing, Tentacruel, Crobat, Arbok, and Ariados. So we could talk about Tentacool and Tentacruel. So there's that. So it's water poison type, and Tentacruel is also water poison type, and I don't recall what's the other one. I forget what types they are. I could look it up. Oh, but the Eevee's on my screen. I'm not gonna mess this up, man. Not in front of you, man. I don't even have... How much am I not paying attention where I didn't even know I didn't even have Aqua Jets? I didn't even realize... Bruh. I am not paying attention for shit then. Like, at all. What is that? That's 197, and it would have been 198 had I paid attention. Let me look up right quick. Like, Tenta-School. If that's his name, I don't remember. I think it's Tenta-School. I don't fucking... Tentacle. Let's just click Tentacle. Tentacle, what's his counterpart name? Toad-School. Oh, these are just completely different Pokemon. Grass Ground. It's ecologically similar to Tentacle and Tenta-School. So Grass Ground type. I'm not even sure what it's supposed to be. It says Wood Deer Pokemon. That makes it more confusing in my opinion. And Toad-Scrool. It's also wood grass. They're separate species. So maybe I don't even have to think about that regardless. Because, yeah, I don't know. Because I didn't even consider Wiglet when I was doing the Wug Trio shit. Let me go back to the Pokemon Center, I guess. I guess it's an appropriate break, so it works. But yeah, if I run out of Aqua Jets, I think I'm gonna end it off, because there's no way I'm gonna hatch this egg on time. So yeah, if I run out of Aqua Jets, we're gonna call it a day, and then we're gonna rename Ditto and all that stuff. So yeah, I think I like that idea. Hopefully we get to 200 by then, though. I mean, we should if it's gonna be the Aqua Jet. You know, run outage. It's usually like 10 of them, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. Tentacool and Tentacruel though. What's the one I gave for Diglett? I said like Ice Rock, right? And it doesn't interfere with water type, so I won't have to interfere with Grass Ground type. So, Tentacool and Tentacruel, Water Poison. I kind of want them to be Fire Psychic type. Because I could imagine them still swimming in like the magma or something. That would be really cool. So let's go to 198. We are almost at 200. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. Yeah, Fire Psychic type. I think I like that. They could be Psychic Beings that could take the magma. Almost like slugs, because you know that like Centiskorch could definitely live in magma. Like he looks like a Legend of Zelda villain or character. Okay, Black 2 and White 2 rematches. Venomoth, Weezing, Tentacruel, Crobat, Nidoqueen, and Roserade. We already covered all of those. Yeah, okay, well that's pretty much it for good old Janine then. I think I'll look at Koga later though. Because I'll consider Koga as like the other one. Sabrina though is next. Sabrina's 21 years old? What? Since when? I thought she was like 16 or something. Okay, in the series core games, Sabrina's the gym leader of Saffron Gym, known as the Master of Psychic Pokemon, the Mistress of Psychic type Pokemon in Generation 4. She has had psychic powers ever since she was a child. When she accidentally bent a spoon, she apparently dislikes battling. But it's hard to beat because she can communicate with the Pokemon telepathically. Where was I? Her fame has grown so much that even trainers living in the Sevii Islands have heard of her. Previously, there were 2 gyms in Saffron City. a fighting type gem and a psychic type gem. Sabrina used her advantage to defeat the rival gem and stripped it of its gem status, turning into a fighting dojo. She appears to have the ability to see into the future. In Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, she states that 3 years ago she foresaw the arrival of another strong challenger, realized in the form of Ethan, Chris, and Lyra. After this second defeat, she accepts that her ability of foresight may be limited. In Pokemon Let's Go and Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, she will conclude each post-game rematch with the player by making the aforementioned prediction of facing another equally strong trainer in 3 years. But Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee makes no fucking sense, bro. I swear they just pushed the time dial down, because there's still red, blue, and green within the games. Like, Trey and Blue interacted with each other. Like, which trainer are they talking about, bro? Is he talking about the future, not Gold? Or what? I'm confused. I don't understand. I'm so confused. Okay, let's go back to reading, though. Where was I? In Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, trainers must navigate through warp panels to find Sabrina hiding in the middle of her gym. Defeating her will earn them the Marsh Badge and a Psychic type, TM46 Psywave in Generation 1, TM04 Calm Mind in Generation 3, and TM33 Calm Mind in Generation 7. Yeah, 7. The gym maintains a similar style in Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. The warp panels are maintained, and as is the badge, Sabrina however gives no TM in Generation 2, and TM48 Skill Swap in Generation 4. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Sabrina has received a major redesign, now sporting a vastly different hairstyle and changing her clothing from conservative dark red turtleneck to a new, more casual looking outfit. After her initial defeat in Saffron City, she ventures outside of her gym. She can be found at the dock of the SS Aqua in the Olivine City Harbor at any time on Friday. After the player has obtained her phone number, here she can be called during Sunday afternoon to arrange a rematch at the Fighting Dojo when she's defeated. In Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, Sabrina appears in the Pokemon World Tournament as a participant along with the other gym leaders. She also appears as Pokestar Studios as a movie star, playing the role as Magic Queen Belebba, Magic Queen Jujubee, a villain in the Mystery Doors of the Magical Land series. I don't know if I think I will read the Fame Checker, because they kind of skipped over a bunch of shit. Saffron City sign. What does this person do? Saffron City Pokemon Gym Leader Sabrina, the Master of Psychic Pokemon. 3 Island Young Man. Favorite kind of Pokemon. You know about a girl gym leader in Saffron City to use a Psychic type Pokemon, right? Sabrina herself. What is this person like? I have had psychic power since I was a child. It started when when a spoon was carelessly tossed and bent. What is this person like? I dislike battling, but if you wish, I will show you my power. The Pokemon Journal says there's a rumor. People say that Sabrina can communicate with the Pokemon during battle without speaking. Psychic Tyrant says Sabrina just wiped out the Karate Master next door. The love you have towards your Pokemon, it has a player that was never bested in my psychic power. And that's pretty much it. Wow. Kadabra, Mr. Mime, Venomoth, Alakazam for red and blue. Yellow version, Abracadabra and Alakazam. Yep. Let's see. Gold, Silver, Crystal. They fucking leaped over. What the hell? Espeon, Mr. Mime, Alakazam. Okay, so we could add a type to Espeon now, because we said Vaporeon was Water Dragon and Jolteon was Electric Steel. Espeon... fuck, I don't even remember. I'm gonna say Psychic ground, because like the sand could be interpreted, because it looks like an Egyptian cat to me. So I think I'm happy with psychic ground as its typing. I don't know what else to give it, to be honest. Fire red and leaf green. Kadabra, Mr. Mime. Okay, the similar team. All right. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Espeon, Mr. Mime, and Alakazam. Fighting Dojo rematch. Alakazam, Espeon, Mr. Mime, Jinx, Wobbuffet, and Gallade. So let's go with Wobbuffet then. So why not in Wobbuffet? That's gonna be hard to cover, to be honest with you. Because it has to work, because Wobbuffet is known for countering. So I am gonna say why not in Wobbuffet should be Steel type. In a way, because you can make them into like a mirror, quite literally a mirror, because any attack will get reflected. It will be a different type of reflection move, I would say, with this. I think it would work. So I think I like this idea. I don't know. Okay, well that's another Eevee for you, and that's $199. You know, for 3 easy payments of $199, you too could be. And I'm just kidding. Nah. Yeah, that's just what I think of. Steel type, you know, a mirror reflection. I mean, there's also like this movie in My Hero Academia where this character, this villain, is practically Wobbuffet. That his power is just to reflect everything and anything. So you could have some design that's based on this. Like even the tail could look like a mirror or something. I think this could work. As for Gallade, I don't even know what the primal and future would look like for Wobbuffet, to be honest with you. But Ralts, Kirlia, Gardevoir, Gallade, Psychic Fairies to Psychic Fighting, and then the Valiant form is the combination of those two. I would like Ice Dark type, I think, for both of them. I think that would be really sick if they were Ice Dark type. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. That would complement them very well, I think. As for Sabrina in the Black and White games, there's Alakazam, there's Hypno, Mr. Mime, Jinx, Espeon, and Slowking. So the only Pokemon to talk about is really Drowsy and Hypno on this one. So for Drowsy and Hypno, there's a lot of it depicted that it has poison moves, so I think I'll do that. It should be just poison type. Well, no, I'll give it Dark Poison, because it's very sinister as well. Drowsy and Hypno, there easily could be a Dark Poison type with those Pokemon. I think that's an easy choice. And I shouldn't even bother with the Primal Reversion stuff, because you know it's just going to be Rock Psychic, and then the future would be just Steel Psychic or whatever. It's just like the lazy choice that I'd be making. For the other Black 2 and White 2 tournaments, there's Alakazam, Metagross, Exeggutor, Slowking, Espeon, and Sigilyph. So Metagross we haven't covered. It's Steel Psychic type throughout, as a Mega Evolution that's very busted. So if there was an alternative, that's gonna be pretty tough. Let's give it Ice Rock, because I can imagine an Ice Metagross like fully sculpted, and that would be pretty cool as shit, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. For Sigilyph, that's gonna be an interesting choice, because the Psychic Flying, I don't know if I want to give it Dragon type though. I guess we can. Dragon, I'm gonna say Dragon Grass type, because it could easily be like a totem of some kind that makes it look a bit different. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, I would say. This is the battle between legendary Pokemon. What the fuck? Mewtwo, Alakazam, and Espeon. Alright, well if Mewtwo has a counterpart and has Psychic Fighting, I'll just give it Dark type for sure. And probably, yeah, like Dark Ghost or something. Yeah. That's crazy that it has that. It has alternative Pokemon for her movie star counterpart. Mysterious Doors of the Magical Land. Woobat and Swoobat is her Pokemon. Yeah, I think Woobat and Swoobat probably just also... Well, I don't want to say Dark Dragon, because that's what I gave Swoobat and stuff. How about Dragon Fairy? Because it's Valentine-like. Yeah, Dragon Fairy I like. That'll give it a different edge to it. Because they're both bats, and I don't want to be like, oh, it's also Dark Dragon, because that'd be extremely lazy. And then there's the White Door and Black Door for the movie 3, but those aren't actual Pokemon. Okay, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevees, Mr. Mime, Slowbro, Alakazam, and Jinx. I might have said that out of order. The rematch is Mr. Mime, Jinx, Slowbro, Alakazam, and Hypno. We already covered all those. So yeah, now we're at Blaine pretty much. Cool. Nice. Alright, let's do Blaine right quick. Oops. Blaine. There we go. Okay, for Blaine right here, let me click this right quick. I think it's not loaded all the way. But yeah, we'll end the stream soon, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how many I have left on water moves. I could check right quick actually. Hold on. 17. I'm not even fucking close. Oh, that sucks. Alright. Because it's almost 6 o'clock, and I think I should end it soon. Let's see. Come on. Unless we stop at 200. 200's not a bad number to stop. Either that or I finish reading, I'm not sure. Blaine's title is the Hot-Headed Quizmaster. His strategy is to incinerate challengers with his rough and ready fire-type Pokemon to reach Blaine. Challengers have to answer a series of quiz questions about Pokemon. Blaine only takes off his sunglasses when thinking up a new quiz questions. When he once got lost in a treacherous freezing mountain range, he was guided out of the mountain by a Moltres. Apparently this was what inspired him to train fire-type Pokemon. Blaine is a resident of Cinnabar Island and has lived there since before the Cinnabar lab was built. He is good friends with Mr. Fuji, and he used to do Pokemon research with them. Oh, interesting. In addition to the Volcano Badge, Blaine gives out TM38 Fire Blast in Pokemon Red, Blue, Green, and Yellow, and Fire Red and Leaf Green. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, he gives out TM50 Overheat. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, his rewards TM46 for Fire Blast. In Pokemon Gold and Silver and Crystal and the remakes, the volcano on the Cinnabar Island has erupted, destroying the town and leaving Blaine and his Pokemon homeless. Blaine relocated to a cave at the Seafoam Islands, and the remains there a whole year after the volcano eruption back on Cinnabar, planning to rebuild this gym one day. Blaine is able to be rematched in Heart Gold and Soul Silver after collecting his number at any time on Tuesdays on Cinnabar Island. A call to him on Tuesdays afternoon will arrange a rematch in Heart Gold Soul Silver. Blaine has also added gym trainers and puzzle to his gyms, unlike Generation 2 where he stood alone in a small cave. I don't think I read any of that right. In Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, Blaine, along with his fellow Kanto gym leaders, participate in the Pokemon World Tournament. He can be faced in Kanto leaders, world leaders, and type expert tournaments. Alright. I think they were saying because the Heart Gold and Soul Silver gym, like, he actually put puzzles in it, because Gold, Silver, and Crystal was just that, you know. Growlithe, Ponyta, Rapidash, Arcanine. I think I added the Ninetales. I thought it was in the team. Yellow version is Ninetales, Rapidash, and Arcanine. Okay, no, well, I guess it was in yellow version. Okay, that's pretty neat. Gold, Silver, Crystal, Magcargo, Magmar, and Rapidash. So for Slugma and Magcargo, I would have to say, I'm gonna say Water and Ice type. Just pure and simple. Magby, Magmar, and Magmortar is a bit of a harder story, because it's always pure Fire type. Maybe it could just be pure Water type. Something about it would have, like, I don't know, I think that could work. Fire Red and Leaf Green, it has Growlithe, Ponyta, Rapidash, Arcanine, okay. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Magcargo, Magmar, Rapidash, okay. He added the Magmar in that team, that's good. Heart Gold, Soul Silver rematch, there's Torkoal, Camerupt, Rapidash, Magcargo, Houndoom, and Magmortar. Okay, so Torkoal definitely. Well, I don't want to put just pure Water type. I feel like that's beyond lazy if I do that. Let's see. How about pure Psychic? Like a turtle that's pure Psychic, because he looked like he could be a Master Oogway. Numble and Camerupt though. I'm gonna make it Ice Rock. I feel like I do that a lot, but I want it to be a Icy Mountain Camel. I think that'd be pretty cool. Houndoom, same as the other ones, Houndour and Houndoom, Dark Fire type. I want to see a Snow Houndour and Houndoom. That'd be pretty cool. As for the other type, I'm not sure. Maybe Ice Ghost? Is that a pretty decent type? Because it's still supposed to be Sinister. You can't just not put the things. Or could I make it Ice Steel type to keep like the metal stuff that's on him? Because it's still pretty cool. And he does have a Mega Evolution. Yeah, I'll settle with Ice Steel type. Arcanine, Ninetales, Charizard, Magmortar, Flareon, and Rapidash. Okay, well, Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard. If I can't use Dragon type, because Mega Charizard X is a Dragon type, that's gonna be tricky. So it's Fire, Flying, and Dragon I can't use. So Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard. The typings. I definitely want to give it Ice type. Just have like a blue fire type of thing. So maybe Ice Ghost. Yeah, maybe this would be the Ice Ghost type. Yeah, I like that idea. And you could kind of make him skeletal in a way almost. That would be pretty dope, honestly. Flareon. Probably Fire Rock type. If we were to add the type, because like I said, the evolutions, I'm adding the types on those. So there's that. Let's see. Is that all the teams? So now we're at Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Magmar, Rapidash, Arcanine, Ninetales. Okay, and then the rematch. Magmar, Rapidash, Ninetales, Arcanine, and I can't read that shit. Flareon. Okay, and that's pretty much it. That was pretty fast. There's not that many fire types, I realize. But yeah, let's see here. Now this is gonna be a tricky one, I would say. But let's go with Giovanni first. We basically got like 5 more trainers left. So I'm not sure how realistically we're gonna do this. But I'm clicking on Giovanni. He's probably gonna have a similar team in most on all of these. Alright, let's see here. And core series games. Hold on. Okay, is it loaded yet? Come on, load. Load. Giovanni is the primary antagonist of the games taking place in Kanto. He is initially a shadowy and mysterious figure. His gym can be seen early in the Kanto-based games, but it's always closed and it is unclear who the gym leader really is. In the Japanese version of the trading card game from Generation 1 games, Giovanni is unidentified and his name is written as 3 question marks. And Giovanni appears as a silhouette in both language version. He is also identified as 3 question marks on the list of gym leaders seen in Japanese and English manuals of the Generation 1 games and the English manual Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Although he is identified normally in the Japanese manual and Fire Red Leaf Green, in the Generation 1 games, Giovanni was the first shown as the leader of the crime syndicate Team Rocket, the first of many villainous teams seen throughout the Pokemon franchise. After the player defeats him and his team of grunts attempting to take over Silph, as we finally run into an Eevee, it felt like forever. That was like a whole 20 minutes. There we go. We got 200! Be hyped! 200. We would have been more earlier. Let's see, where was I? Giovanni was the first shown as the leader of a crime syndicate Team Rocket, the first of many villainous teams seen throughout the Pokemon franchise. After the player defeats him and his team of grunts attempting to take over Silph, Giovanni flees to an unknown hideout, later revealed to be the Viridian Gym, where he is also served as a gym leader, specializing in ground-type Pokemon. He is seemingly better known as the leader of Team Rocket that as a gym leader with the Viridian Gym Guide, expressing surprise upon learning his identity. Once defeated, he rewards the player with the Earth Badge and TM27 Fissure before announcing his plans to disband Team Rocket forever. If talked to again, he then vanishes and is not seen again for the rest of the game. Giovanni's role in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green is much the same. The key difference is that defeating him in the gym battle will earn the player TM26 Earthquake instead of TM27 Fissure. He also implies that he intends to return to power one day, rather than genuinely being moved to dedicate his life to the study of Pokemon. Wait, what? He also implies his intent to return to power one day, rather than genuinely moved to dedicate his life to the study of Pokemon. In the Sevi Islands, a group of Team Rocket members continue trying to further the goals of Team Rocket, but they abandon this when they realize that their leader has been defeated once and for all. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, Giovanni's story is slightly expanded from his first appearance. During his first appearance, he is also seen talking with Archer, giving him permission to proceed with the plan to take over Silph. After being defeated for the first time, he gives the player the Silph Scope as a token of apology for the mocking them, as opposed to just leaving the device behind, like in previous games. At the Silph headquarters, a previously unseen parts of his conversation with the Silph president is shown, with Giovanni demanding him to hand over the Master Ball, as they had previously agreed in threatening the Silph employees in his gym battle. Giovanni reward TM once again contains Earthquake, now TM41 instead of TM26. In Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, a group of Team Rocket members attempt to relaunch Team Rocket, with executives Archer and Ariana jointly taking over his position as leader. This reformed Team Rocket takes over Goldenrod radio station. The broadcasts a radio announcement intended for Giovanni. Only in Heart Gold and Soul Silver is revealed that Giovanni does hear the broadcast from his hideout in Tojo Falls, and intends to rejoin his team. An event taking place at the Ilex Forest Shrine allows Ethan and Lyra to travel back in time with Celebi and battle Giovanni while the rest of the Team Rocket is being defeated at the radio tower. After defeat, he will re-announce his plan and exit the cave. In Kanto, Blue takes over the Viridian Gym after his disappearance. The Heart Gold and Soul Silver event not only reveals Giovanni's whereabouts in the 3 years between Generation 1 and 3, and Generation, oh fuck, the advertisement. But where the fuck was I? Let me just start from the top. Is this shit getting lower? I swear the fucking page is getting lower. I need to fix that, dude. Yeah, let me just start from the top right here. The Heart Gold and Soul Silver event not only reveals Giovanni's whereabouts in the 3 years between Generation 1 and 3 and Generation 2 and 4, but also the identity of his son. While it is mentioned by scientist Gideon in Fire Red and Leaf Green that Giovanni has a child with red hair, their identity was unknown until this event revealed to be Silver, the rival of the Johto player character. The event allows Ethan and Lyra to witness their last conversation on Route 22 before Giovanni leaves, wherein Silver confronts him about his loss to Red. Giovanni reappears in Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 and Pokemon World Tournament, replacing Blue, who instead participates in the Champions Tournament. Giovanni returns to using ground types exclusively, while the announcers usually introduces gym leaders by their title. Giovanni does not have a title. He is introduced as the self-proclaimed strongest trainer. Yeah. However, his affiliation status with Team Rocket is unknown. In alternative universe, Giovanni appeared in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon episode RR post-game story as the boss of Team Rainbow Rocket. This version of Giovanni came from a universe where Team Rocket succeeded in taking over the world. He is first seen during the Aethers Foundation broadcast after Aethers Paradise, where he seizes control of the organization from Lusamine. As we finally see another Eevee right here, let's go ahead and do it. He uses an Ultra Wormhole to transform her mansion into Team Rocket's castle, as I'm gonna raise it up to 201, and there we go. Fortifies himself inside it and stations versions of Archie, Maxie, Cyrus, Lysandre, and Getsis from other worlds as his guards, along with an army of Team Rainbow Rocket grunts after battling through his army. The player and Lily finds Giovanni holding an unconscious Lusamine inside his control central deep within the castle. He introduces himself and reveals that he plans to create an army of Ultra Beasts in order to conquer all worlds. For that purpose, he needs the Aether Foundation resources and intends to brainwash Lusamine into serving him. Feeling nostalgic that a child would challenge him, Giovanni battles the player with a party that includes a Mewtwo capable of Mega Evolving, and is ultimately defeated. Accepting his loss, Giovanni abandons his plan for the Aether Foundation, but swears that Team Rocket will never fail or fall. He leaves as Colress begins working to revert Team Rocket's castle back into Lusamine's mansion, and his last scene reflecting on what worlds he should target for his schemes next before warping away. During episode RR, Sophocles creates a battle program based on Giovanni that appears as boss in the battle agency with the Festival Plaza. Giovanni is also implied to have stopped by at the Aloha Photo Club to leave villainous team-based stickers for the player to use after he was defeated by them. Okay. There's a lot over here, shit. Because Giovanni, since he's like the main villain. In most of the games he appears in, Giovanni is depicted as a tall, middle-aged man. He has very short, flat dark hair and small dark eyes. He wears a long sleeve black shirt with a long v-neck that shows off a white undershirt, black slightly baggy trousers, and black shoes on the left side of his shirt, and his red Team Rocket logo. In Heart Gold Soul Silver, wearing black 2 and white 2, he wears black trench coat with the red pocket square instead of a usual black shirt. He also wears a black fedora hat. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, his appearance is mostly unchanged, with some key differences being his undershirt is red while instead of white, and 2 gold buttons are visible on each of his sleeves. He also wears 2 rings on the left hand, a gold Pokeball shaped ring with the green stone in the center of the middle finger, and a plain silver band on his ring finger. His alternative universe self in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon looks the same as his original counterpart, save for the Team Rocket logo on his shirt being changed into a rainbow colored Team Rocket logo. And yeah, there's a lot of focus on his appearance. I wasn't sure about that. Oh, his red and blue team is Onyx, Rhyhorn, and King. Oh, no, I'm looking at the first battle. But we got ourselves another Eevee right here. Good, good, good. Alright, let's go ahead and raise the counter. 202. Alright. Yeah, I'm looking at the very first battle. I'm trying to find the gym battle here. Rhyhorn, Dugtrio, Nidoqueen, Nidoking, and Rhydon. For yellow versions, look at the gym battle. Dugtrio, Persian, Nidoqueen, Rhydon, and I almost said Machamp, Nidoking. Fire Red and Leaf Green. Am I looking at it correctly? Yeah, no, okay. Rhyhorn, Dugtrio, Nidoqueen, Rhyhorn, and Rhydon. Yeah, 2 Rhyhorns, Nidoqueen, and Nidoking, and Dugtrio. I forgot that he does that. That was fucking weird. This is the Tojo Falls battle. I don't think I could include that. Or can I? I mean, there's not much difference. Oh no, I'm still looking at the gym leader battles. What the fuck? His Tojo battle is Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Honchkrow, Kangaskhan. I might as well talk about Honchkrow then. It's a dark flying type, and the type that I would give it if it's alternative is probably Ghost, so he could fly still. And I don't know what type would be the other one. Maybe Poison or something? I'm not sure. Okay, well somebody liked my tweet. That's good. Yeah, Ghost type and maybe Poison type to make it like almost like a crow, but it's almost like a vulture in a way, to make it really, really dead and like you want to stay away from this Pokemon. So I kind of like that idea. Poison Ghost type. Now we're at the Black 2 and White 2 tournament. There's Rhyperior, Golem, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Sandslash, and Marowak. If we were to make another Cubone form, because there's already ground type, and Marowak is a ground type, and then Marowak, a lowland form, is Ghost Fire type. And that's the best way to do it, shit. I'd probably give it Rock Fighting type, to be honest with you. As for Sandslash, the ice one is so good. It's like that's so perfect. It's the fact that it's like a snowy Sandshrew and a snowy Sandslash. It's so good. The other type, I'd probably give it Pure Steel. No, wait, no. Sandslash evolution is Ice Steel, isn't it? I can't do that then. Fuck. Maybe Electric Rock to keep the quills then? Yeah, I can't. Okay. Yeah, something like that. Okay, well the black 2 and white 2 tournament. There's Rhyperior, Garchomp, Nidoking, Hippowdon, Crocodile, and Gliscor. Ooh, okay. Garchomp is interesting to put because it's ground dragon type. Would like a water type, please. Like an actual shark would be really cool. I'll say water steel, just because it could be a jet and it could still be able to fly, and it makes so much more sense than Garchomp flying around. Because I don't know if you ever seen Garchomp flying around, because I mentioned that like yesterday. It's very bizarre. Gligar and Gliscor is ground flying type. I would, of course. Well, I'll say Bug Dragon. How about that? For that, instead of Dark type, because I know it would be beneficial to evolve in the nighttime. Because I could do the similar approach with Zubat, Golbat, Crobat, Swoobat, and Woobat. Yeah, I'm happy with that because he's a literal scorpion. Crocodile, though, from Sandile, Krokorok, and Crocodile. It's ground dark type. I'm gonna say just like Fraligator, except different. I'm gonna say water steel type. I'm gonna be that guy. Hippowdon is a pure ground type. Just like Slowpoke, it should have been. This is gonna be my pure water type. The modern day, what Slowpoke's supposed to be. Even though I did that for his primal stage, Hippowdon primal stage is gonna be totally different. So that's what I'm gonna settle with. We need an actual hippo from the water. Because the alternative form of what I did for Slowpoke and like the actual Slowpoke, like they're too small and everything. I already forgot what I gave it. Is it like Fairy Normal or Fairy Ice or some shit? I think I said Fairy Ice. That's what I settled with. I think that's all the counterparts to it, I think, right? Okay, well, this is Rainbow Rocket, Giovanni. Dugtrio, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Rhyperior, and Mewtwo, which we already did Mewtwo. I don't know why the fuck does Sabrina had Mewtwo on the last one, but all these are covered, so that's interesting. Oh, there's more. Okay, there's Ultra Moon. It's practically the same team. Battle Agency. There's so many Pokemon. What the fuck? This is supposed to be Sophocles' code, right? So I think I should just ignore all these. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. This is the first battle. It's just a Persian and Rhyhorn. That's interesting. They changed that because it used to be 3 Pokemon. The second battle's Persian, Rhyhorn, and Nidoqueen. I think? I don't know if that's all the way the same. The actual gym battle, though, is Dugtrio, Nidoqueen, Wait, hold up. Dugtrio, Nidoqueen, Nidoking, and Rhydon. Yeah, and that's pretty much it for Giovanni. Alright. Now let's go with Lorelei. I can't believe I'm still recording. What the fuck? That's shocking. Lorelei. Let's go with Lorelei's team. In the core series, Lorelei is the first trainer of the Kanto Elite Four, Generation 1, 3, and 7. She is known for her logical, calculated, and cool style of battling. Her Lapras has been with her ever since she was a child. She caught it in Icefall Cave when she was very young. Misty idolizes her. Pokemon Violet and Leaf Green, it is revealed that Lorelei grew up on 4 Island. She returns to her home to protect Icefall Cave from Team Rocket during the post-game. She also collects stuffed Pokemon dolls that she keeps in her house on 4 Island. Increasing her collection by 1 doll every 25th time the player enters the Hall of Fame. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, Lorelei appears on Route 10. when the player is attacked by a group of Team Rocket grunts and helps them defeat them. Her whereabouts in Generation 2 and 4 are unknown, as she is no longer a member of the Elite Four, and no mention of her is made, though dialogue presents Fire Red and Leaf Green indicate that she may have given up her position among the Elite Four to protect her friends and family in the Sevi Islands. Her spot in the Elite Four is now filled by Will. Interesting. Okay, and let's go take a look at our teams. The Elite Four might be a little bit faster, so we pretty much are there. So let's take a look. It's in a book. It's Reading Rainbow. Yeah. No, that's the same team. Okay, it's Dugong, Cloyster, Slowbro, Jinx, and Lapras. Her yellow team is pretty much exactly the same, yeah. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It's the same exact team. We also got Dugong, Cloyster, Piloswine, Jinx, and Lapras. Okay, so I guess Piloswine would be next. It's Ice Ground type along with Swinub and Mamoswine. Another type I could give it is... I'm just gonna say Rock Steel. I think that would be pretty cool. Rock Steel for Swinub, Piloswine, and Mamoswine. I think that sounds about right. Let's see here. We got Dugong, Jinx, Cloyster, Slowbro, and Lapras. That's the same team there. The rematch in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee is Dugong, Jinx, Alolan Sandslash, which is Ice Steel type, so I'm glad I caught that, because I almost said like Rock Steel or Electric Steel or whatever the fuck I was gonna say. But the rest is the same team. They just added the Alolan Sandslash, it seems. And yeah, that's it for Lorelei. That's good. I'm gonna go to Koga's team because he is, even though in the Johto games, he's also been in the Kanto games first. So I'm gonna look at his thing. Let's see here. Koga's 5'9" apparently. I didn't know that. At this point, the egg's gonna hatch, and I can't believe I'm still recording this. It's a bit shocking. In this Core Series games, Koga is known as the Poison Ninja Master. Serves in 2 roles in the Pokemon games in Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, Fire, Red, Leaf, Green, Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. He is the leader of the Fuchsia Gym, but is promoted to be the second trainer of the Indigo Plateau Elite Four in Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. Koga is the user of poison types. He likes the despair and horror that poison type Pokemon can inflict on others. Koga has studied medicine and antidotes. He makes his own potions to heal his Pokemon. He also serves as a teacher. Many students come to him to be trained in the art of ninjutsu in Pokemon. One of his students is also known as his own daughter, Janine, who takes over his gym in Generation 2 and 4 storyline. In addition to these roles, Koga also patrols the ground of the Kanto Safari Zone to ensure that the players of the Safari Zone are safe from the wild Pokemon within. Well, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. In Generation 1, 3, and 7, Koga's gym is typically the 5th gym to be challenged. He has built invisible walls in the Future City gym, constructing a confusing maze out of them. Koga awaits Challenger in the center of the maze, clearly visible, but a group of Koga's students must be fought first, defeating him to earn his successful trainer, the Soul Badge. In the TM for Toxic, a move which according to him is a secret technique that has been passed on of his family for over 400 years. With the future of the gym in his daughter's hands, Koga advances to a role in the Pokemon League. Hold up. Yeah. Of Kanto and Johto. Before the events of Generation 2 and 4, in these games, he is the second member of the Elite Four to be faced. The team he uses in his roles is similar to the gym leader's team. The main difference is the introduction of Pokemon not native to Kanto. Koga's battle style as an Elite Four member is designed to confound and destroy his opponents in battle. Rather than using brute force, Koga attempts to confuse, put to sleep, and poison his opponents. He speaks with a Japanese accent as evidence in Pokemon Master EX. In the same game, he reveals that he became interested in poison-type Pokemon after he was once exposed to a venomous poison. I didn't know he had a Japanese accent. I had no idea. I don't think I've ever read his thing like that. But yeah, I really hope I didn't run from any Eevees while doing that. But let's take a look at his team. Coughing, Muck, another Coughing and a Wheezing. Pokemon Yellow, 3 Venonets and a Venomoth. And this is Gold, Silver, and Crystal, his whole entire team. It's Ariados, Venomoth, Fortress, Muck, and Crobat. Fortress would be the next Pokemon then. Pineco is Bug type, Fortress is Steel Bug. If I were to make another typing for him, it's probably gonna be Rock type along with something else. Yeah, probably Rock Ground, to be honest with you. And Pineco would just be Rock type. Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with that. I could easily make it Ice. Well, I kind of want to be honest. Ice Ground then, how about that? Pineco would just be Ice. Rock Ground is a bit too common of a type. I think it's a boring type to reinvent a Pokemon. Let's see. Fire Red and Leaf Green, I imagine it's the same team. Yes, it is. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It's the same exact team. Let's see. So, in the rematches on Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Skunk Tank, Venomoth, Toxicroak, Muck, Crobat, and Swalot. So, Stunky and Stunk Tank. That's gonna be hard, because it's Poison Dark type. Maybe we can make the opposite smell good for a change, because it's gonna be hard to still smell terrible and not be Poison type. So maybe Fairy type for Stunky and Skunk Tank. But for Skunk Tank, it could be like Fairy Fire type, and Stunky would just be Fairy type. Because then, like, you could still make it fart and explode. I think that would be pretty neat. Gulpin and Swalot is pure Poison type, and I think what we could do is just make it Normal type. And I know that may sound boring, but I think I can make that work. Because it's gonna be basically like Kirby. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with that. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee, Weezing, Muck, Golbat, and Venomoth. I don't think I remember Golbat being there. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee, the rematch. Tentacruel, Weezing, Golbat, Muck, and Venomoth. And that's it. That's it for Koga. Wow. Alright. Let's go with Bruno then. I almost typed in Bruno on my PC, bro. What the fuck? Hold on. Shit. Hold on. Okay. Bruno. It's been a while since I seen a freaking Eevee, to be honest with you. I really hope I didn't miss out on any. Let's see here. So Bruno in the Core Series games. And like I said, the Elite Four might be going by a lot faster than most, so that's good if it loads for me. Bruno was previously the second member of the Kanto Elite Four. He races fighting Pokemon and living with them and training with them. He joined the Elite Four out of a desire to challenge the best trainers. Although he trains fighting Pokemon, he also commonly uses Onix and its evolved form. His strongest Pokemon is also his signature Pokemon, Machamp. Bruno regularly visits the Sevi Islands. He and his Pokemon uses the Ember Spa on one island, and he visits 2 islands to buy Rage Candy Bars. Bruno once used to train with Brawly, a fighting-type gym leader from Hoenn and Savault Canyon. Okay. In Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, Bruno continues to be member of the Elite Four, having to moved up in position by 1 level. Like the rest of the Elite Four, Bruno uses Generation 2 Pokemon. In Bruno cases, he now uses him on top. And yeah, let's see. I don't think there's gonna be any special Pokemon to introduce, but yeah, because there's 2 Onixes there. Same for that, it's the same team for yellow version. Crystal version is just Hitmontop, but that's practically the same thing. Yeah. Fire Red and Leaf Green, sorry for standing still. Same team. The rematches might be different, but it's Steelix. 2 Steelixes. Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, and Machamp. Interesting. And Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, Hitmontop, and a regular Onix and Machamp. That's interesting. Let's see here. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. These 3. Oh, there's a Hariyama right there. That's good. Jigglypuff. Oh, and a Lucario. Okay, so for Makuhita and Hariyama, I want to make it so it's like based on Brawly, because he's a surfer. So maybe if Makuhita and Hariyama are also surfers, I'll make them water type, but making the surfing Pokemon. Similar to Pokeblue. Lucario though is fighting Steel type, and he does have a Mega Form. Raiolu is just fighting type though. I think I want to make him Psychic Dark, because it would be based off Anubis, and I think that would be pretty dope. So I like that idea a lot. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. Onix, Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, Poliwrath, Machamp. We already covered Poliwrath. Let's go Pikachu, let's go Eevee. Rematches. Oh, he has the Alolan Golem here. Wow. And the Elite Four rematch. And we got ourselves another Eevee here. It's about time. We already covered that though for Alolan Golem. But that's it for Bruno. I'm still surprised that you're living all these shots, bruh. How the hell? Let's raise it up. 203. Okay. Hold on, let me type in Agatha as I go back and forth. Agatha. We might be able to hatch the egg by the time I finish reading, to be honest. Agatha is an elderly woman who is the 3rd trainer of the Kanto Elite Four in generations 1, 3, and 7, and the oldest such known to date. As such, she serves as an inspiration for senior Pokemon trainers all around the region. She uses Ghost-type Pokemon and other Pokemon with horrifying appearances. She has a very short temper and believes Pokemon should primarily be used for battling. Agatha and Professor Oak, as we see another Eevee right here, were once friendly rivals in their youth. However, their relationship has grown bitter and strained over the years because Agatha believes he was too weak to continue competing. As we got 204. In Pokemon Masters EX, during her Sync Pair story, A Day with Agatha, Agatha explains how she and Oak met. Oak was always friendly and open when he was a young, and would talk to Agatha and try to help her, though he was the only one, he only trying to be nice. It still annoyed Agatha because she wanted to be left alone. Agatha would battle Oak to try and get him to go away, but he was always better than her, so she would battle him again and again. Eventually, the time they spent together began to mean a lot to Agatha. As a result, when Oak got the idea to invent the Pokédex and subsequently stopped battling, Agatha felt betrayed. Okay. By the events of Generation 2 and 4 games, Agatha is no longer a member of the Elite Four, and Bruno has assumed her position. Her absence is never explained, but an old portrait with the younger versions of her, Professor Oak and Kurt, can be seen in the latter's houses. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know they knew Kurt. They never mention if they... It's implied that, you know, that him and her had a thing together. Because, like, you know, Professor Oak is clearly single now, or maybe he has a wife. I don't fucking know. He lives on his own. As we're now getting all these Eevees out of nowhere. But it makes no sense to me. It's like they never mentioned that they hooked up, as Eevee lives by 1 HP. 2 Gengars, Golbat, Arbok, and Hunter. Okay, let's count that. That is 205. Earlier we weren't getting shit for luck, and now it's turning around. Ditto, Gengar, Golbat, Hunter, and the Arbok. Fire Red and Leaf Green team. 2 Gengars, Golbat, the same team, alright. We got 2 Gengars, Crobat, Misdreavus, and Arbok. Okay, so Misdreavus is a Pokemon we could finally use. It's Ghost Fairy type, right, for the primal one? And then it's just Ghost type for her and Misdreavus. I will like to make it Water Poison type, because I could imagine the water flowing in her hair, similar to, well, Miss Magius, or Mr. Magius. Oh shit, I lag out. What the fuck? Hopefully I didn't miss anything. I didn't realize it stopped. That was weird. In case you missed it, I was trying to think of Misdreavus and Miss Magius to pick, and I decided water poison type for the female, for Miss Magius and Misdreavus, and I don't know how far back you guys might be potentially, but the fire poison type for the male for Misdreavus and Miss Magius, or Mr. Magius if you want to call it that, I don't know. But yeah, I'm just finishing up on the Miss Magius side. We might as well hatch the egg, as I see Marowak here on my screen, but we already covered Marowak. It's gonna be hard for me to remember all these typings that I made for these. But that's it for Agatha. I don't know, it said like reconnection on OBS. I wasn't sure what that's about. But yeah, now let's go for Lance. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Shit, I just took out my screen. Lance teams. That's Pokemon. So Lance is going to be an interesting character to discuss. Once it loads, that is. Bruh, okay. It says character profile. In generations 1, 3, and 7, Lance is the 4th and final member of the Kanto Elite Four. He must be defeated before facing Blue/Trace, the Pokemon League champion, in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. It is revealed that he has a Keystone and a Charizardite X, which he uses in rematches against the player after they become champion. By Generation 2 and 4 games, he has proceeded to become the Pokemon League champion due to Red taking a leave of absence from his position to continue his training at Mount Silver, and leaving Lance to take Red's place as the champion. He raises Dragon-type Pokemon and Pokemon that are Dragon-like in appearance, which are both hard to catch and raise, and prefers the superiority of Dragon-type Pokemon, believing them to be virtually indestructible. Known as a cool and heroic trainer, Lance has a large fan following and seems like to like capes, as he is often seen buying identical capes at Celadon department store. Oh, they sell capes over there. Lance's grandfather is the elder of a famous clan, Dragon Masters. Claire's his cousin, and his hometown, Blackthorn City. And his hometown is Blackthorn. Oh, okay, I just misread that. In the Generation 2 games and the remakes, the player first encounters Lance at the Lake of Rage, where he watches the player battles the Red Gyarados. Afterwards, he appears in Mahogany Town to help the player fight Team Rocket at the Team Rocket HQ. Lance rewards the player with the HM for Whirlpool for helping him put an end to Team Rocket's sinister plans. In the remakes, he also teams up with the player in the multi-battle against Ariana during these events. In Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver, he and Claire can also be faced in another multi-battle Dragon's Den during the post-game, which I forgot that could happen. So I need to remember that in the future. In Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, Lance represents Shoto at the Pokemon World Tournament, taking part in the Champions Tournament. In Pokemon Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Professor Kukui reveals that he challenged Lance at one point, with Pokemon Master EX specifying that Lance was the Indigo League champion at the time. The end result of the battle is unknown, however. Well, Kukui lost, bro. He didn't fucking win. I'm pretty sure. And it's talking about his appearance. Let's skip that. Yeah, let's skip that. Okay, red and blue team, which I'm more likely already seen. It's a 640 right now. My gosh, this is the latest I've been recording for. Boy, this doesn't. Okay, I better say, like, the show is so. I can't see it, but yeah. 2 Dragonairs, Aerodactyl, Gyarados, and Dragonite. Gyarados, Dragonair, Dragonite, Aerodactyl. Gold Silver Crystal team. Gyarados, Dragonite, Charizard, Dragonite, Aerodactyl. Fire Red and Leaf Green, 2 Dragonairs, Dragonite, Aerodactyl, Gyarados. Let's see here. Fire Red, Leaf Green, Gyarados, Dragonite, Kingdra, Dragonite, Aerodactyl, which we already covered, Kingdra. And Team Rocket HQ says Dragonite, Heart Gold Soul Silver, Gyarados, Dragonite, Charizard, Aerodactyl. Okay. Heart Gold Soul Silver, I think in the rematch, is Salamence, Gyarados, Garchomp, Dragonite, Charizard, Altaria. So Salamence is going to be interesting to talk about. Bagon, Shelgon, and Salamence. Dragon Flying type. That's going to be hard. But it's known as the Roaring Moon in the Primal one. I don't know what type it is. It could still be. I don't know. I'll say dark. We can make Bagon dark type for the moon part, and maybe psychic, perhaps. Well, I don't know. I don't think I like that. I'll say dark ghost. Because like the shell could have Shelgon and have it on Salamence and make it skeletal. Then there's Altaria, which I think becomes fairy type. So it's dragon flying, then becomes fairy when it's mega. I could be wrong about that. The other types it could be. I'm gonna give it the electric type, so that's like a thundercloud. And I'll give it, yeah, electric ice, just so the cloud could be like a ice thing. That'll make it make the most sense. Yeah, I like that. As we finally hatch our egg, and we're practically damn near finished with that whole thing. It is a regular Eevee, of course. Nice. Once. Oops. Once. How about this? Once. Yeah, because it just looks like once, and I don't want that. Alright, let's just go ahead. Oh, thank you, Eevee. Thank you so much for cutting me off, bro. Thank you so much, honestly. I almost ran off. Holy crap, I caught myself. Dragonair, Kingdra, Dragonite, Charizard, Gyarados. But then the World Tournament, as we raise up the counter, please, 207. Hold on, we'll do this right quick. Yeah, let's go to the Pokemon thing. Let's check you out right quick. Summary. Once adaptability, defense is up, speed is down, legs to legs. Alright. And I think I will take the time to do the flying business and stuff. I'll continue what I was saying about the lance in a little bit. Yeah, let's go right here. Oh, I think I need to go to the PC. But there is an egg. Might as well take the egg for now. But I'm also gonna take let me do this right quick, just to make it a bit interesting, just a little bit. Do that, and then I'm gonna switch off Fraligator just for a second, just so I could take Blueberry and turn him into Blue Jam. It's 4 levels. Holy shit. $500. Alright, there we go. Okay, let's go fly to I think it's this time, right? Alright, let's buy some more Starsiders. I don't know how much I could afford, but I'm gonna buy some. Starsider. Let's buy about like 6 of them or something. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. Oh fuck, I think it lagged. Oh, that sucks. I think I'm back though. Blueberry. Let's call you Blue Jam. That's the preferred name. Alright, Blue Jam. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to find one more Eevee. As soon as I go back here, I almost flew down. That would have been awkward. And yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go Blue Jam over here. Okay, cool. Then we'll get Fraligator back for no reason. And let's go use the HM. I don't remember me going straight down before like that. What the heck? Okay, let's go all the way down. I think it's considered nighttime now, no? Or am I tripping? It looks nighttime now. Okay, let's go switch back. No more flame body for you. Hold on, I still want to switch him at the front. But yeah, let's just look for one more Eevee as I'm in like the Black 2 and White 2 tournament section. Dragonite, Salamence, Kingdra, Flygon, Haxorus, and Hydreigon. Ooh, those are interesting Pokemon to cover. Let's start with Hydreigon first. So, Dark Dragon type. And I don't know if it's Steel Dragon on the other one. Or the Primal one. It could be Rock, who knows. I think I'll make that Water Dragon. Oh no, not Water Dragon. Water Grass? Oh, no. Water Ghost. I like that idea for Hydreigon and all the evolutions. For Haxorus is a pure Dragon type all the way through, but I think I'm gonna give it the Steel type. And for Trapinch, Vibrava, and Flygon, it's Ground Dragon. I'll give Trapinch Rock type, Vibrava also Rock type but Bug, and then Flygon for the alternative type of rock bug as well. And then yeah, hopefully like the Mega Evolution isn't also bug type, because that would ruin my plans. I know I kind of went through that kind of fast, but you know, that's for the most part. Haxorus, Hydreigon, and Dragonite for the trio team, I guess. There's Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. There's Seadra, Aerodactyl, Gyarados, Dragonite, and Charizard. Okay, that's interesting. And then the rematch to Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee is Seadra, Aerodactyl, Gyarados, Dragonite, Alolan Exeggutor, Charizard. Alright, and that's pretty much it. Part of me wants to... I don't know if I want to cover blue, though. Because it's gonna take more than 10 minutes, I imagine. And I don't want to record any more than I have to. So I think I'm gonna call it pretty soon once we find this Eevee, because we're just looking for one more at this point. Because we're almost at 7 o'clock, damn it. And yeah, I think, thank you guys for watching and all that. I don't know if there's any of you here. I've been like, you know, trying to commentate on my own just in case, like, if anybody wanted to see the VOD. But be sure to pitch in anything you can to help me out, because like I couldn't renew my annual subscription with the editing software I had, and like car payments are pretty behind, and like bills as well. Yeah, it's for the most part any dollar will come a very long way, and you could go through PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Patreon, GoFundMe, or Zelle. Preferably GoFundMe, of course, because y'all could see like how much the goal would be, and you could be the first dollar to pitch in. And yeah, if you like this video, don't forget to press that like button. If you really like this video, please consider subscribing. If you haven't considered subscribing yet, please watch another one of my videos. I play the video games. Any of you like playing video games, you might like my stuff. With that being said, in the next stream, pretty much, we're going to continue and get more than halfway in the official Eevee count to try to get ourselves a retro Eevee or a vintage Eevee, whatever you like to consider this. For we are vintage hunting, just like we are now, like just looking for a regular Eevee to appear. But anything to advance the score, and I'm gonna have to review back on it and stuff. So yeah, let's just do that. But yeah, that's for the most part. Let's see here. Hold on, typing right quick. Okay. But that's for the most part. My bad, I was just finishing typing. Hopefully you guys are entertained by the stream as always, of course, as we finally see our last Eevee. And yeah, that's gonna be it. So, you know, of course, if you are, of course, new and stuff, be sure to subscribe, as we are at 208 and everything. And that's pretty much gonna be it. So yeah, white tigers and dragons to you, and you've been scarred by the night. I'm out!